Continued on Next Rock. Introduction by Nancy Kress. Some stories you don't forget. I first read R.A. Lafferty's Continued on Next Rock over 40 years ago in the autumn of 1975. I remember it exactly. I was in graduate school taking a master's degree, and I'd signed up for a course in science fiction. The text was Speculations, an Introduction to Literature Through Fantasy and Science Fiction, edited by Thomas E. Sanders. It included poetry, 3 essays, and 41 stories. I know the exact number because I still have the book. The stories ranged widely, including genre precursors by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Herman Melville, and Rudyard Kipling, 1940s stories by writers such as Walter Van Tilburg Clark, Murray Leinster, and Judith Merrill, and a lot of newer stories by then-current stars like Robert Silverberg, Theodore Sturgeon, and Robert Sheckley. I read the entire volume the first weekend after I purchased it. Among the stories was Continued on Next Rock. I read it, puzzled a while, and read it again. This was different. This was way different. It was clearly a love story, but not like any I'd ever read. Magdalene and Anteros seemed very strange, if not downright crazy. Actually, they are crazy. Sexually obsessed, he chases her through time, leaving amorous poems in strata of ancient rock. She spurns him in what may or may not be a courtship ritual, or murder. The writing was wonderful, the characters inventive, the tone perfectly balanced between wryness and passion, the kind of passion that annihilates. I could not get it out of my head. A few years later, a different one of my graduate school professors, who'd become a friend, told me how much he admired R.A. Lafferty. He gave me a bound, uncorrected, page-proof copy of Iron Tears, the 1992 Lafferty collection from Edgewood Press. I still have this volume, too. I thanked him, but my main reaction was indignation that the 15 stories in the volume didn't include Continued on Next Rock. My admiration for the story, which I just read yet again, has only grown. After all, Anteros's love poems are, if nothing else, unique. You are the freedom of wild pigs in the sour grass, and the nobility of badgers. You are the brightness of serpents and the soaring of vultures. You are passion of mesquite bushes on fire with lightning. You are serenity of toads. As I said, unique courtship poetry. And how come no man has ever told me that I am the nobility of badgers, let alone the serenity of toads? Why not, I ask you? Maybe if I could have done the things that Magdalene could. Continued on Next Rock. Up in the big lime country, there is an upthrust, a chimney rock that is half fallen against a newer hill. It is formed of what is sometimes called Dawson sandstone and is interlaced with tough shale. It was formed during the glacial and recent ages in the bottomlands of Crow Creek and Green River, when these streams, at least 5 times, were mighty rivers. The chimney rock is only a little older than mankind, only a little younger than grass. Its formation had been upthrust and then eroded away again, all but such harder parts as itself and other chimneys and blocks. A party of 5 persons came to this place where the chimney rock had fallen against a still newer hill. The people of the party did not care about the deep limestone below. They were not geologists. They did care about the newer hill. It was man-made. And they did care a little about the rock chimney. They were archaeologists. Here was time heaped up, bulging out in casing and accumulation, and not in line sequence. And here also was striated and banded time, grown tall, and then shattered and broken. The 5 party members came to the site early in the afternoon, bringing the working trailer down a dry creek bed. They unloaded many things and made a camp there. It wasn't really necessary to make a camp on the ground. There was a good motel 2 miles away on the highway. There was a road along the ridge above. They could have lived in comfort and made the trip to the site in 5 minutes every morning. Terence Burdock, however, believed that one could not get the feel of a digging unless he lived on the ground with it day and night. The 5 persons were Terence Burdock, his wife Ethel, Robert Derby, and Howard Steinleser, 4 beautiful and balanced people. and Magdalen Mobley, who was neither beautiful nor balanced. But she was electric. She was special. They rooshed around in the formations a little after they had made camp and while there was still light. All of them had seen the formations before and had guessed that there was promise in them. "That peculiar fluting in the broken chimney is almost like a core sample," Terence said, "and it differs from the rest of it. It's like a lightning bolt through the whole length. It's already exposed for us. I believe we will remove the chimney entirely. It covers the perfect access for the slash in the mound, and it is the mound in which we are really interested. But we'll study the chimney first. It is so available for study." "Oh, I can tell you everything that's in the chimney," Magdalen said crossly. "I can tell you everything that's in the mound, too." "I wonder why we take the trouble to dig if you already know what we will find," Ethel sounded archly. "I wonder, too," Magdalen grumbled. "But we will need the evidence and the artifacts to show. You can't get appropriations without evidence and artifacts. Robert, go kill that deer in the brush about 40 yards northeast of the chimney. We may as well have deer meat if we're living primitive."
"This isn't deer season," Robert Derby objected. "And there isn't any deer there. Or if there is, it's down in the draw where you couldn't see it. And if there's one there, it's probably a doe."
"No, Robert, it is a 2-year-old buck and a very big one. Of course it's in the draw where I can't see it. 40 yards northeast of the chimney would have to be in the draw. If I could see it, the rest of you could see it too. Now go kill it. Are you a man or a musmicrotus?" Howard cut poles and set up a tripod to string and dress the deer on. "You had better try the thing, Robert," Ethel Burdock said, "or we'll have no peace this evening." Robert Derby took a carbine and went northeastward of the chimney, descending into the draw 40 yards away. There was the high ping of the carbine shot, and after some moments, Robert returned with a curious grin. "You didn't miss him, Robert. You killed him," Magdalen called loudly. "You got him with a good shot through the throat and up into the brain when he tossed his head high like they do. Why didn't you bring him? Go back and get him."
"Get him? I couldn't even lift the thing. Terence and Howard, come with me and we'll lash it to a pole and get it here somehow."
"Oh, Robert, you're out of your beautiful mind," Magdalen chided. "It only weighs 190 pounds. Oh, I'll get it." Magdalen Mobley went and got the big buck. She brought it back, carrying it listless across her shoulders and getting herself bloodied, stopping sometimes to examine rocks and kick them with her foot, coming on easily with her load. It looked as if it might weigh 250 pounds, but if Magdalen said it weighed 190, that is what it weighed. Howard Steinleser had cut poles and made a tripod. He knew better than not to. They strung the buck up, skinned it off, ripped up its belly, drew it, and worked it over in an almost professional manner. "Cook it, Ethel," Magdalen said. Later, as they sat on the ground around the fire and it had turned dark, Ethel brought the buck's brains to Magdalen, messy and not half-cooked, believing that she was playing an evil trick, and Magdalen ate them avidly. They were her due. She had discovered the buck. If you wonder how Magdalen knew what invisible things were where, so did the other members of the party always wonder.
"It bedevils me sometimes why I am the only one to notice the analogy between historical geology and depth psychology," Terence Burdock mused as they grew lightly profound around the campfire. "The isostatic principle applies to the mind and the undermined as well as it does to the surface and undersurface of the earth. The mind has its erosions and weatherings going on along with its deposits and accumulations. It also has its upthrusts and its stresses. It floats on a similar magma. In extreme cases, it has its volcanic eruptions and its mountain building."
"And it has its glaciations," Ethel Burdock said, and perhaps she was looking at her husband in the dark.
"The mind has its hard sandstone, sometimes transmuted to quartz, or half-transmuted into flint from the drifting and floating sand of daily events. It has its shale from the old mud of daily ineptitudes and inertias. It has limestone out of its more vivid experiences, for lime is the remnant of what was once animate, and this limestone may be true marble if it is the deposit of rich enough emotion, or even travertine if it has bubbled sufficiently through agonized and evocative rivers of the undermined. The mind has its sulfur and its gemstones." Terence bubbled on sufficiently, and Magdalen cut him off. Say simply that we have rocks in our heads, she said. But they're random rocks, I tell you, and the same ones keep coming back. It isn't the same with us as it is with the earth. The world gets new rocks all the time, but it's the same people who keep turning up and the same minds. Damn, one of the samest of them just turned up again. I wish he'd leave me alone. The answer is still no. Very often Magdalen said things that made no sense. Ethel Burdock assured herself that neither her husband, nor Robert, nor Howard had slipped over to Magdalen in the dark. Ethel was jealous of the chunky and surly girl.
I am hoping that this will be as rich as Spiro Mound, Howard Steinleser hoped. It could be, you know. I'm told that there was never a less prepossessing site than that, or a trickier one. I wish we had someone who had dug at Spiro.
Oh, he dug at Spiro, Magdalen said with contempt. He? Who? Terence Burdock asked. No one of us was at Spiro. Magdalen, you weren't even born yet when that mound was opened. What could you know about it? Yeah, I remember him at Spiro, Magdalen said. Always turning up his own things and pointing them out. Were you at Spiro? Terence suddenly asked a piece of darkness. For some time they had all been vaguely aware that there were 6, not 5 persons around the fire. Yeah, I was at Spiro, the man said. I dig there. I dig at a lot of the digs. I dig real well, and I always know when we come to something that will be important. You give me a job. Who are you? Terence asked him. The man was pretty visible now. The flame of the fire seemed to leap toward him as if he compelled it. Oh, I'm just a rich old poor man who keeps following and hoping and asking. There is one who is worth it all forever, so I solicit that one forever. And sometimes I am other things. 2 hours ago I was the deer in the draw. It is an odd thing to munch one's own flesh. And the man was munching a joint of the deer unasked. Him and his damn cheap poetry, Magdalen cried angrily. What's your name? Terence asked him. Manypenny. Anteros Manypenny is my name forever. What are you? Oh, just Indian. Shawnee, Chalk, Creek, Anadarko, Caddo, and Pre-Caddo. Lots of things. How could anyone be Pre-Caddo? Like me, I am. Is Anteros a Creek name? No, Greek. Man, I am a going Jesse. I am one digging man. I show you tomorrow. Man, he was one digging man. He showed them tomorrow. With a short-handled rose hoe he began the gash in the bottom of the mound, working too swiftly to be believed. He will smash anything that is there. He will not know what he comes to, Ethel Burdock complained. Woman, I will not smash whatever is there, Anteros said. You can hide a wren's egg in 1 cubic meter of sand. I will move all the sand in 1 minute. I will uncover the egg wherever it is, and I will not crack the egg. I sense these things. I come now to a small pot of the Proto-Plano period. It is broken, of course, but I do not break it. It is in 6 pieces, and they will fit together perfectly. I tell you this beforehand. Now I reveal it. And Anteros revealed it. There was something wrong about it even before he uncovered it, but it was surely a find, and perhaps it was of the Proto-Plano period. The 6 shards came out. They were roughly cleaned and set. It was apparent that they would fit wonderfully. Why, it is perfect, Ethel exclaimed. It is too perfect, Howard Steinleser protested. It was a turned pot, and who had turned pots in America without the potter's wheel? But the glyphs pressed into it do correspond to Proto-Plano glyphs. It is fishy. Steinleser was in a twitchy humor today, and his face was livid. Yes, it is the ripple and the spinosity, the fish glyph, Anteros pointed out. And the sun sign is riding upon it. It is fish god. It's fishy in another way, Steinleser insisted. Nobody finds a thing like that in the first 60 seconds of a dig, and there could not be such a pot. I wouldn't believe it was Proto-Plano unless points were found in the exact site with it. Oh, here, Anteros said. One can smell the very shape of the flint points already. 2 large points, 1 small one. Surely you get the whiff of them already. 4 more hoe cuts, and I come to them. 4 more hoe cuts, and Anteros did come to them. He uncovered 2 large points and 1 small one, spearheads and arrowhead. Lanceolate they were, with ribbon flaking. They were late Folsom, or they were proto-plano. They were what you will.
"This cannot be," Steinleser groaned.
"They're the missing chips, the transition pieces. They fill the missing places too well. I won't believe it. I'd hardly believe it if mastodon bones were found on the same level here." "In a moment," said Anteros, beginning to use the hoe again. "Hey, those old beasts did smell funny. An elephant isn't in it with them, and a lot of it still clings to their bones. Will a 6th thoracic bone do? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't know where the rest of the animal is. Probably somebody gnawed the thoracic here. 9 hoe cuts, and then very careful." 9 hoe cuts, and then Anteros, using a mason's trowel, unearthed the old gnawed bone very carefully. Yes, Howard said, almost angrily, it was a 6th thoracic of a mastodon. Robert Derby said it was a 5th or 6th. It is not easy to tell. "Leave the digging for a while, Anteros," Steinleser said. "I want to record and photograph and take a few measurements here." Terence Burdock and Magdalen Mobley were working at the bottom of the chimney rock, at the bottom of the fluting that ran the whole height of it like a core sample. "Get Anteros over here and see what he can uncover in 60 seconds, Terence offered. "Oh, him. He'll just uncover some of his own things." "What do you mean, his own things? Nobody could have made an intrusion here. It's hard sandstone." "And harder flint here," Magdalen said. "I might have known it. Pass the damned thing up. I know just about what it says anyhow." "What it says? What do you mean?" "But it is marked, and it's large and dressed rough. Who'd carve in flint?" "Somebody real stubborn, just like Flint," Magdalen said. "All right, then, let's have it out. Anteros, get this out in one piece, and do it without shattering it or tumbling the whole thing down on us. He can do it, you know, Terence. He can do things like that." "What do you know about his doings, Magdalen? You never saw or heard about the poor man till last night." "Oh, well, I know that it'll turn out to be the same damned stuff." Anteros did get it out without shattering it or bringing down the chimney column. A cleft with a digging bar, 3 sticks of the stuff, and a cap, and he touched the leads to the battery when he was almost on top of the charge. The blast, it sounded as if the whole sky were falling down in them, and some of those sky blocks were quite large stones. The ancients wondered why fallen pieces of the sky should always be dark rock stuff and never sky-blue clear stuff. The answer is that it is only pieces of the night sky that ever fall, even though they may sometimes be most of the daytime in falling, such is the distance. And the blast that Anteros set off did bring down rocky chunks of the night sky, even though it was broad daylight. They brought down darker rocks than any of which the chimney was composed. Still, it was a small blast. The chimney tottered but did not collapse. It settled back uneasily on its base, and the flint block was out in the clear. 1,000 spearheads and arrowheads could be shattered and chipped out of that hunk, Terence marveled. That flint block would have been a primitive fortune for a primitive man. "I had several such fortunes," Anteros said dully, "and this one I preserved and dedicated." They had all gathered around it. "Oh, the poor man!" Ethel suddenly exclaimed, but she was not looking at any of the men. She was looking at the stone. "I wish he'd get off that kick," Magdalen sputtered angrily. "I don't care how rich he is. I can pick up better stuff than him in the alleys." "What are the women chirping about?" Terence asked. "But those do look like true glyphs. Almost like Aztec, are they not, Steinleser?" "Nahuatl, cousins German to the Aztec, or should I say cousins Yaqui?" "Call it anything, but can you read it?" "Probably. Give me 8 or 10 hours on it, and I should come up with a contingent reading of many of the glyphs. We can hardly expect a rational rendering of the message, however. All Nahuatl translations so far have been gibberish." "And remember, Terence, that Steinleser is a slow reader," Magdalen said spitefully. "And he isn't very good at interpreting other signs either." Steinleser was sullen and silent. How had his face come to bear those deep, livid claw marks today? They moved a lot of rock and rubble that morning, took quite a few pictures, wrote up bulky notes. There were constant finds as the divided party worked up the shag slash in the mound and the core flute of the chimney. There were no more really startling discoveries, no more turned pots of the Proto-Plano period. How could there be? There were no more predicted and perfect points of the late Folsom, but there were broken and unpredictable points. No other mastodon thoracic was found, but bones were covered of bison latifrons, of dire wolf, of coyote, of man. There were some anomalies in the relationship of the things discovered, but it was not as fishy as it had been in the early morning, not as fishy as when Anteros had announced and then dug out the shards of the pot, the 3 points, the mastodon bone. The things now were as authentic as they were expected, and yet their very profusion had still the smell of a small fish. And that Anteros was one digging man. He moved the sand, he moved the stone, he missed nothing, and at noon he disappeared. An hour later he reappeared in a glossy station wagon, coming out of a thicketed ravine where no one would have expected a way. He had been to town. He brought a variety of cold cuts, cheeses, relishes, and pastries, a couple of cases of cold beer, and some VO.
"I thought you were a poor man, Anteros," Terence chided. "I told you that I was a rich old poor man. I have 9,000 acres of grassland, I have 3,000 head of cattle, I have alfalfa land and clover land and corn land and hay grazer land."
"Oh, knock it off," Magdalene snapped.
"I have other things," Anteros finished sullenly.
They ate, they rested, they worked the afternoon. Magdalene worked as swiftly and solidly as did Anteros. She was young, she was stocky, she was light-burned dark. She was not at all beautiful. Ethel was. She could have any man there any time she wanted to. Ethel couldn't. She was Magdalene, the often unpleasant, the mostly casual, the suddenly intense one. She was the tension of the party, the string of the bow. "Anteros," she called sharply just at sundown.
"The turtle?" he asked. "The turtle that is under the ledge out of the current where the backwater curls in reverse? But he is fit and happy, and he has never harmed anything except for food or fun. I know you do not want me to get that turtle."
"I do. There's 18 pounds of him. He's fat. He'll be good. Only 80 yards where the bank crumbles down to Green River under the lower ledge that's shale that looks like slate, 2 feet deep."
"I know where he is. I will go get the fat turtle," Anteros said. "I myself am the fat turtle. I am the Green River." He went to get it.
"Oh, that damned poetry of his," Magdalene spat when he was gone.
Anteros brought back the fat turtle. He looked as if he'd weigh 25 pounds, but if Magdalene said he weighed 18 pounds, then it was 18.
"Start cooking, Ethel," Magdalene said. Magdalene was a mere undergraduate girl permitted on the digging by sheer good fortune. The others of the party were all archaeologists of the moment. Magdalene had no right to give orders to anyone, except her born right. "I don't know how to cook a turtle," Ethel complained. "Anteros will show you how."
"The late evening smell of newly exposed excavation," Terence Burdock burbled as they lounged around the campfire a little later, full of turtle and VO and feeling rakishly wise. "The exposed age can be guessed by the very timbre of the smell, I believe."
"Timbre of the smell? What is your nose wired up to?" from Magdalene. And indeed there was something time-evocative about the smell of the diggings, cool, at the same time musty and musky, ripe with old stratified water and compressed death, stratified time.
"It helps if you already know what the exposed age is," said Howard Steinleser. "Here there is an anomaly. The chimney sometimes acts as if it were younger than the mound. The chimney cannot be young enough to include written rock, but it is." "Archaeology is made up entirely of anomalies," said Terence, "rearranged to make them fit in a fluky pattern. There'd be no system to it otherwise." "Every science is made up entirely of anomalies rearranged to fit," said Robert Derby. "Have you unriddled the glyphstone, Howard?" "Yes, pretty well. Better than I expected. Charles August can verify it, of course, when we get back to the university.
It is a non-royal, non-tribal, non-warfare, non-hunt declaration. It does not come under any of the usual radical signs, any of the categories. It can only be categorized as uncategorized or personal. The translation will be rough.
Rocky is the word, said Magdalen.
On with it, Howard, Ethel cried. You are the freedom of wild pigs in the sour grass and the nobility of badgers. You are the brightness of serpents and the soaring of vultures. You are passion of mesquite bushes on fire with lightning. You are serenity of toads. You've got to admit he's got a different line, said Ethel. Your own love notes were less acrid, Terence. What kind of thing is it, Steinleser? Terence questioned. It must have a category. I believe Ethel is right. It's a love poem. You are the water in rock cisterns and the secret spiders in that water. You are the dead coyote lying half in the stream, and you are the old entrapped dreams of the coyote's brains oozing liquid through the broken eye socket. You are the happy ravening flies about that broken socket.
Oh, hold it, Steinleser, Robert Derby cried. You can't have gotten all that from scratches on flint. What is entrapped dreams in Nahuatl glyph writing?
The solid person sign next to the hollow person sign, both enclosed in the night sign, that has always been interpreted as the dream glyph. And here the dream glyph is enclosed in the glyph of the deadfall trap. Yes, I believe it means entrapped dreams. To continue, you are the cornworm in the dark heart of the corn, the naked small bird in the nest. You are the pustules on the sick rabbit, devouring life and flesh and turning it into your own serum. You are stars compressed into charcoal, but you cannot give, you cannot take. Once again you will be broken at the foot of the cliff, and the word will remain unsaid in your swollen and purple tongue.
A love poem, perhaps, but with a difference, said Robert Derby.
I never was able to go his stuff, and I really tried, Magdalen moaned. Here is the change of person subject shown by the canted eye glyph linked with the self glyph, Steinleser explained. It is now a first-person talk. I own 10,000 backloads of corn. I own gold and beans and 9 buffalo horns full of watermelon seeds. I own the loincloth that the sun wore on his 4th journey across the sky. Only 3 loincloths in the world are older and more valued than this. I cry out to you in a big voice like the hammering of herons. That sound-verb particle is badly translated, the hammer being not a modern pounding hammer, but a rock-angling, chipping hammer, and the belching of buffaloes. My love is sinewy as entwined snakes. It is steadfast as the sloth. It is like a feathered arrow shot into your abdomen. Such is my love. Why is my love unrequited?
I challenge you, Steinleser, Terence Burdock cut in. What is the glyph for unrequited?
The glyph of the extended hand, with all the fingers bent backward. It goes on, I roar to you. Do not throw yourself down. You believe you are on the hanging sky bridge, but you are on the terminal cliff. I grovel before you. I am no more than dog droppings.
You'll notice he said that and not me, Magdalen burst out.
There was always a fundamental incoherence about Magdalen.
Continue, Steinleser, said Terence. The girl is daft, or she dreams out loud.
That is all of the inscriptions, Terence, except for a final glyph which I don't understand. Glyph writing takes a lot of room. That's all the stone would hold.
What is the glyph that you don't understand, Howard?
It's the spear-thrower glyph entwined with the time glyph. It sometimes means flung forward or beyond. But what does it mean here?
It means continued, dummy, continued, Magdalen said. Do not fear, there'll be more stories.
I think it's beautiful, said Ethel Burdock. In its own context, of course.
Then why don't you take him on, Ethel, in his own context, of course? Magdalen asked. Myself, I don't care how many backloads of corn he owns. I've had it.
Take whom on, dear? Ethel asked.
Howard Steinleser can interpret the stones, but who can interpret our Magdalen?
Oh, I can read her like a rock. Terence Burdock smiled, but he couldn't. But it had fastened on them.
It was all about them and through them, the brightness of serpents and the serenity of toads, the secret spiders in the water, the entrapped dreams oozing through the broken eye socket, the pustules of the sick rabbit, the belching of the buffalo, and the arrow shot into the abdomen. And around it all was the night smell of flint and turned earth and chuckling streams, the mustiness, and the special muskiness which bears the name nobility of badgers. They talked archaeology and myth talk. Then it was steep night and the morning of the third day. Oh, the sample digging went well. This was already a richer mound than Spiro, though the gash in it was but a small promise of things to come, and the curious twin of the mound, the broken chimney, confirmed and confounded and contradicted. There was time going wrong in the chimney, or at least in the curious fluted core of it. The rest of it was normal enough and sterile enough. Anteros worked that day with a soft sullenness, and Magdalen brooded with a sort of lightning about her. "Beads! Glass beads!" Terence Burdock exploded angrily. "All right, who is the hoaxer in our midst? I will not tolerate this at all." Terence had been angry of face all day. He was clawed deeply, as Steinleser had been the day before, and he was sour on the world. "There have been glass bead caches before, Terence, hundreds of them," Robert Derby said softly. "There have been hoaxers before, hundreds of them," Terence howled. "These have Hong Kong Contemporary written all over them. Damn cheap glass beads sold by the pound. They have no business in a stratum of around the year 700. All right, who is guilty?" "I don't believe that any one of us is guilty, Terence," Ethel put in mildly. "They are found 4 feet in from the slant surface of the mound. Why, we've cut through 300 years of vegetable loam to get to them, and certainly the surface was eroded beyond that." "We are scientists," said Steinleser. "We find these. Others have found such. Let us consider the improbabilities of it." It was noon, so they ate and rested and considered the improbabilities. Anteros had brought them a great joint of white pork, and they made sandwiches and drank beer and ate pickles. "You know," said Robert Derby, "that beyond the rank impossibility of glass beads found so many times where they could not be found, there is a real mystery about all early Indian beads, whether of bone, stone, or antler. There are millions and millions of these fine beads with pierced holes finer than any piercer ever found. There are residues, there are centers of every other Indian industry, and there is evolution of every other tool. Why have there been these millions of pierced beads and never one piercer? There was no technique to make so fine a piercer. How were they done?" Magdalen giggled. "Bead spitter," she said. "Bead spitter? You're out of your fuzzy mind," Terence erupted. "That's the silliest and least sophisticated of all Indian legends." "But it is the legend," said Robert Derby. "The legend of more than 30 separate tribes. The Carib Indians of Cuba said that they got their beads from bead spitters. The Indians of Panama told Balboa the same thing. The Indians of the Pueblos told the same story to Coronado. Every Indian community had an Indian who was its bead spitter. There are Creek and Alabama and Coasati stories of bead spitter. See Swanton's collections. And his stories were taken down within living memory. More than that, when European trade beads were first introduced, there is one account of an Indian receiving some and saying, 'I will take some to bead spitter. If he sees them, he can spit them too.' And that bead spitter did then spit them by the bushel. There was never any other Indian account of the origin of their beads. All were spit by a bead spitter." "Really, this is very unreal," Ethel said. Really it was. "Hog hokey! A bead spitter of around the year 700 could not spit future beads. He could not spit cheap Hong Kong glass beads of the present time." Terence was very angry. "Pardon me, yes, sir, he could," said Anteros. "A bead spitter can spit future beads if he faces north when he spits. That has always been known." Terence was angry. He fumed and poisoned the day for them, and the claw marks on his face stood out livid purple. He was angrier yet when he said that the curious dark capping rock on top of the chimney was dangerous, that it would fall and kill someone, and Anteros said that there was no such capping rock on the chimney, that Terence's eyes were deceiving him, that Terence should go sit in the shade and rest.
and Terence became excessively angry when he discovered that Magdalen was trying to hide something that she had discovered in the fluted core of the chimney. It was a large and heavy shalestone, too heavy even for Magdalen's puzzling strength. She had dragged it out of the chimney flute, tumbled it down to the bottom, and was trying to cover it with rocks and scarp. "Robert, mark the extraction point," Terence called loudly. "It's quite plain yet. Magdalen, stop that! Whatever it is, it must be examined now." "Oh, it's just more of the damned same thing. I wish he'd let me alone. With his kind of money, he can get plenty of girls. Besides, it's private, Terence. You don't have any business reading it." "You are hysterical, Magdalen, and you may have to leave the digging site." "I wish I could leave. I can't. I wish I could love. I can't. Why isn't it enough that I die?" "Howard, spend the afternoon on this," Terence ordered. "It has writing of a sort on it. If it's what I think it is, it scares me. It's too recent to be in any eroded chimney rock formation, Howard, and it comes from far below the top. Read it." "A few hours on it, and I may come up with something. I never saw anything like it either. What did you think it was, Terence?" "What do you think I think it is? It's much later than the other, and that one was impossible. I'll not be the one to confess myself crazy first." Howard Steinleser went to work on the incised stone, and 2 hours before sundown they brought him another one, a gray soapstone block from higher up. Whatever this was covered with, it was not at all the same thing that covered the shalestone. And elsewhere things went well, too well. The old fishiness was back on it. No series of finds could be so perfect, no petrification could be so well ordered. "Robert," Magdalen called down to Robert Derby just at sunset. "In the high meadow above the shore, about 400 yards down, just past the old fence line—" "There is a badger hole, Magdalen. Now you have me doing it, seeing invisible things at a distance. And if I take a carbine and stroll down there quietly, the badger will stick his head out just as I get there, I being strongly downwind of him, and I'll blam him between the eyes. He'll be a big one, 50 pounds. 30. Bring him, Robert. You're showing a little understanding at last." "But, Magdalen, badger is rampant meat. It's seldom eaten." "May not the condemned girl have what she wishes for her last meal? Go get it, Robert." Robert went. The voice of the little carbine was barely heard at that distance. Soon Robert brought back the dead badger. "Cook it, Ethel," Magdalen ordered. "Yes, I know, and if I don't know how, Anteros will show me." But Anteros was gone. Robert found him on a sundown knoll with his shoulders hunched. The old man was sobbing silently, and his face seemed to be made out of dull pumice stone. But he came back to aid Ethel in preparing the badger. "If the first of today's stones scared you, the second should have lifted the hair right off your head, Terence," Howard Steinleser said. It does. All the stones are too recent to be in a chimney formation, but this last one is an insult. It isn't 200 years old, but there's 1,000 years of strata above it. What time is deposited here?" They had eaten rampant badger meat and drunk inferior whiskey, which Anteros, who had given it to them, didn't know was inferior, and the muskiness was both inside them and around them. The campfire sometimes spit angrily with small explosions, and its glare reached high when it did so. By one such leaping glare, Terence Burdock saw that the curious dark capping rock was once more on top of the chimney. He thought he had seen it there in the daytime, but it had not been there after he had sat in the shade and rested, and it had absolutely not been there when he climbed the chimney itself, to be sure. "Let's have the second chapter and then the third, Howard," Ethel said. "It's neater that way." "Yes. Well, the second chapter, the first and lowest and apparently the earliest rock we came on today, is written in a language that no one ever saw written before, and yet it's no great trouble to read it. Even Terence guessed what it was, and it scared him. It is Anadarko-Caddo hand talk graven in stone. It is what is called the sign language of the Plains Indians, copied down in formalized pictographs. And it has to be very recent, within the last 300 years. Hand talk was fragmentary at the first coming of the Spanish, and well developed at the first coming of the French. It was an explosive development, as such things go, worked out within 100 years. This rock has to be younger than its situs, but it was absolutely found in place.
"Read it, Howard, read it," Robert Derby called. Robert was feeling fine, and the rest of them were gloomy tonight.
"I own 300 ponies," Steinleser read the rock out of his memory. "I own 2 days' ride north and east and south, and 1 day's ride west. I give you all. I blast out with a big voice like fire in tall trees, like the explosion of crowning pine trees. I cry like closing in wolves, like the high voice of the lion, like the hoarse scream of torn calves. Do you not destroy yourself again? You are the dew on crazy weed in the morning. You are the swift crooked wings of the nighthawk, the dainty feet of the skunk. You are the juice of the sour squash. Why can you not take or give? I am the humpbacked bull of the high plains. I am the river itself and the stagnant pools left by the river. I am the raw earth and the rocks. Come to me, but do not come so violently as to destroy yourself."
That was the text of the first rock of the day, the Anadarko Caddo hand talk graven in stone, and final pictographs which I don't understand, a shot arrow sign and a boulder beyond.
"Continued on next rock, of course," said Robert Derby.
"Well, why wasn't hand talk ever written down? The signs are simple and easily stylized, and they were understood by many different tribes. It would have been natural to write it."
"Alphabetical writing was in the region before hand talk was well developed," Terence Burdock said. "In fact, it was the coming of the Spanish that gave the impetus to hand talk. It was really developed for communication between Spanish and Indian, not between Indian and Indian. And yet I believe hand talk was written down once. It was the beginning of the Chinese pictographs, and there also it had its beginning as communication between differing peoples. Depend on it, if all mankind had always been of a single language, there would never have been any written language developed at all. Writing always began as a bridge, and there had to be some chasm for it to bridge."
"We have one to bridge here," said Steinleser. "That whole chimney is full of rotten smoke. The highest part of it should be older than the lowest part of the mound, since the mound was built on a base eroded away from the chimney formation. But in many ways they seem to be contemporary. We must all be under a spell here. We've worked 2 days on this, parts of 3 days, and the total impossibility of the situation hasn't struck us yet. The old Nahuatlan glyphs for time are the chimney glyphs. Present time is a lower part of a chimney and fire burning at the base. Past time is black smoke from a chimney, and future time is white smoke from a chimney. There was a signature glyph running through our yesterday's stone which I didn't and don't understand. It seemed to indicate something coming down out of the chimney rather than going up it."
"It really doesn't look much like a chimney," Magdalen said.
"And a maiden doesn't look much like dew on crazy weed in the morning, Magdalen," Robert Derby said. "But we recognize these identities."
They talked a while about the impossibility of the whole business. "There are scales on our eyes," Steinleser said. "The fluted core of the chimney is wrong. I'm not even sure the rest of the chimney is right."
"No, it isn't," said Robert Derby. "We can identify most of the strata of the chimney with known periods of the river and stream. I was above and below today. There is one stretch where the sandstone was not eroded at all, where it stands 300 yards back from the shifted river and is overlaid with 100 years of loam and sod. There are other sections where the stone is cut away variously. We can tell when most of the chimney was laid down. We can find its correspondences up to a few hundred years ago. But when were the top 10 feet of it laid down? There were no correspondences anywhere to that. The centuries represented by the strata of the top of the chimney, people, those centuries haven't happened yet."
"And when was the dark capping rock on top of it all formed?" Terence began. I'm out of my mind. It isn't there. I'm demented."
"No more than the rest of us," said Steinleser. "I saw it too, I thought, today, and then I didn't see it again."
"The rock writing, it's like an old novel that I only half remember," said Ethel. "Oh, that's what it is, yes," Magdalen murmured. "But I don't remember what happened to the girl in it." "I remember what happened to her, Ethel," Magdalen said. "Give us the 3rd chapter, Howard," Ethel asked. "I want to see how it comes out."
"First you should all have whiskey for those colds,"
Anteros suggested humbly. But none of us have colds, Ethel objected. You take your own medicinal advice, Ethel, and I'll take mine, Terence said. I will have whiskey. My cold is not rheum, but fear chill. They all had whiskey. They talked a while, and some of them dozed. It's late, Howard, Ethel said after a while. Let's have the next chapter. Is it the last chapter? Then we'll sleep. We have honest digging to do tomorrow. Our third stone, our second stone of the day just past, is another and even later form of writing, and it has never been seen in stone before. It is Kiowa picture writing. The Kiowas did their out-turning spiral writing on buffalo skins dressed almost as fine as vellum. In its more sophisticated form, and this is a copy of that, it is quite late. The Kiowa picture writing probably did not arrive at its excellence until influenced by white artists. How late, Steinleser? Robert Derby asked. Not more than 150 years old, but I have never seen it copied in stone before. It simply isn't stone-styled. There's a lot of things around here lately that I haven't seen before. Well then, to the text, or should I say the pictography. You fear the earth, you fear rough ground and rocks, you fear moister earth and rotting flesh, you fear the flesh itself. All flesh is rotting flesh. If you love not rotting flesh, you love not at all. You believe the bridge hanging in the sky, the bridge hung by tendrils and woody vines that diminish as they go up and up till they are no thicker than hairs. There is no sky bridge. You cannot go up on it. Did you believe that the roots of love grow upside down? They come out of deep earth that is old flesh and brains and hearts and entrails, that is old buffalo bowels and snake's pizzles, that is black blood and rot and moaning underground. This is old and worn out and bloody time, and the roots of love grow out of its gore. You seem to give remarkably detailed translations of the simple spiral pictures, Steinleser, but I begin to get in the mood of it, Terence said. Perhaps I cheat a little, said Steinleser. You lie a lot, Magdalen challenged. No, I do not. There is some basis for every phrase I've used. It goes on, I own 22 trade rifles. I own ponies. I own Mexico silver, 8-bit pieces. I am rich in all ways. I give all to you. I cry out with big voice like a bear full of madweed, like a bullfrog in love, like a stallion rearing against a puma. It is the earth that calls you. I am the earth, woollier than wolves and rougher than rocks. I am the bog earth that sucks you in. You cannot give, you cannot like, you cannot love. You think there is something else. You think there is a sky bridge you may loiter on without crashing down. I am bristled boar earth. There is no other. You will come to me in the morning. You will come to me easy and with grace. Or you will come to me reluctant, and you be shattered in every bone and member of you. You be broken by our encounter. You be shattered as by a lightning bolt striking up from the earth. I am the red calf which is in the writings. I am the rotting red earth. Live in the morning or die in the morning, but remember that love in death is better than no love at all. Oh, brother. Nobody gets that stuff from such kid pictures, Steinleser, Robert Derby moaned. Well, that's the end of the spiral picture. And a Kiowa spiral pictograph ends with either an in-sweep or an out-sweep line. This ends with an out-sweep, which means, continued on next rock, that's what it means, Terence cried roughly. You won't find the next rocks, Magdalen said. They're hidden, and most of the time they're not there yet, but they will go on and on. But for all that, you'll read it in the rocks tomorrow morning. I want it to be over with. Oh, I don't know what I want. I believe I know what you want tonight, Magdalen, Robert Derby said. But he didn't. The talk trailed off, the fire burned down, they went to their sleeping sacks. Then it was long, jagged night, and the morning of the fourth day. But wait, in Nahuatl legend, the world ends on the fourth morning. All the lives we lived or thought we lived had been but dreams of third night. The loincloth that the sun wore on the fourth day's journey was not so valuable as one has made out. It was worn for no more than an hour or so. And in fact, there was something terminal about fourth morning.
Anteros had disappeared. Magdalen had disappeared. The chimney rock looked greatly diminished in its bulk. Something had gone out of it, and much crazier in its broken height. The sun had come up a garish gray-orange color through fog. The signature glyph of the first stone dominated the ambient. It was as if something were coming down from the chimney, a horrifying smoke, but it was only noisome morning fog. No, it wasn't. There was something else coming down from the chimney or from the hidden sky. Pebbles, stones, indescribable bits of foul oozings, the less fastidious pieces of sky. A light nightmare rain had begun to fall there. The chimney was apparently beginning to crumble. "It's the damnedest thing I ever heard about," Robert Derby growled. "Do you think that Magdalen really went off with Anteros?" Derby was bitter and fumitory this morning, and his face was badly clawed. "Who is Magdalen? Who is Anteros?" Ethel Burdock risked. Terence Burdock was hooting from high on the mound. "All come up," he called. "Here is a find that will make it all worthwhile. We'll have to photo and sketch and measure and record and witness. It's the finest basalt head I've ever seen, man-sized, and I suspect that there's a man-sized body attached to it. We'll soon clean it and clear it. Gah, what a weird fellow he was." But Howard Steinleser was studying a brightly colored something that he held in his two hands. "What is it, Howard? What are you doing?" Derby demanded. "Ah, I believe this is the next stone in the sequence. The writing is alphabetical but deformed. There is an element missing. I believe it is in modern English, and I will solve the deformity and see it true in a minute. The text of it seems to be—" Rocks and stones were coming down from the chimney, and fog, amnesic and wit-stealing fog. "Steinleser, are you all right?" Robert Derby asked with compassion. "That isn't a stone that you hold in your hand." "It isn't a stone? I thought it was. What is it, then?" "It is the fruit of the Osage orange tree, an American Mauritius. It isn't a stone, Howard." And the thing was a tough, woody, wrinkled mock orange, as big as a small melon. "You have to admit that the wrinkles look a bit like writing, Robert." "Yes, they look a little like writing, Howard. Let us go up where Terence is bawling for us. You've read too many stones, and it isn't safe here." "Why go up, Robert? The other thing is coming down." It was the bristled boar earth reaching up with a rumble. It was a lightning bolt struck upward out of the earth, and it got its prey. There was explosion and roar. The dark capping rock was jerked from the top of the chimney and slammed with terrible force to the earth, shattering with a great shock, and something else that had been on that capping rock, and the whole chimney collapsed about them. She was broken by the encounter. She was shattered in every bone and member of her, and she was dead. Who is she?" Howard Steinleser stuttered. "Oh, God! Magdalen, of course!" Robert Derby cried. "I remember her a little bit. Didn't understand her. She put out like an evoking moth, but she wouldn't be had. Near clawed the face off me the other night when I misunderstood the signals. She believed there was a sky bridge. It's in a lot of the mythologies, but there isn't one, you know. Oh, well. The girl is dead. Damnation! What are you doing grubbing in those stones?" "Maybe she isn't dead in them yet, Robert. I'm going to read what's here before something happens to them. This capping rock that fell and broke, it's impossible, of course. It's a stratum that hasn't been laid down yet. I always did want to read the future, and I may never get another chance." "You fool! The girl's dead! Does nobody care? Terence, stop bellowing about your find. Come down, the girl's dead." "Come up, Robert and Howard," Terence insisted. "Leave that broken stuff down there. It's worthless. But nobody ever saw anything like this." "Do come up, men," Ethel sang. "Oh, it's a wonderful piece. I never saw anything like it in my life." "Ethel, is the whole morning mad?" Robert Derby demanded as he came up to her. "She's dead. Don't you really remember her? Don't you remember Magdalen?" "I'm not sure. Is she the girl down there? Isn't she the same girl who's been hanging around here a couple of days? She shouldn't have been playing on that high rock. I'm sorry she's dead,
But just look at what we're uncovering here. Terence, don't you remember Magdalene? The girl down there? She's a little bit like the girl that clawed the hell out of me the other night. Next time someone goes to town, they might mention to the sheriff that there's a dead girl here. Robert, did you ever see a face like this one? And it digs away to reveal the shoulders. I believe there's a whole man-sized figure here. Wonderful, wonderful. Terence, you're off your head. Well, do you remember Anteros? Certainly the twin of Eros, but nobody ever made much of the symbol of unsuccessful love. Thunder! That's the name for him. It fits him perfectly. We'll call him Anteros. Well, it was Anteros, lifelike in basalt stone. His face was contorted. He was sobbing soundlessly and frozenly, and his shoulders were hunched with emotion. The carving was fascinating in its miserable passion, his stony love unrequited. Perhaps he was more impressive now than he would be when he was cleaned. He was earth. He was earth itself. Whatever period the carving belonged to, it was outstanding in its power. The live Anteros, Terence. Don't you remember our digging man, Anteros Manypenny? Sure. He didn't show up for work this morning, did he? Tell him he's fired. Magdalene is dead. She was one of us. Damn it, she was the main one of us, Robert Derby cried. Terence and Ethel Burdock were earless to his outburst. They were busy uncovering the rest of the carving. And down below, Howard Steinleser was studying dark, broken rocks before they would disappear, studying a stratum that hadn't been laid down yet, reading a foggy future. How I Wrote continued on Next Rock, and afterward by R.A. Lafferty. To ask how any story or tune or statue comes about is to ask, how is it done? What does it take? Have you heard of the Dutch boy in this country who was going to butcher school, whose schoolmates tried to mix him up? The heart, they told him, that is named the liver. The bladder is called the stomach. The tongue is the coccyx. The loin is known as the chuck. The brisket is the flank. The lungs are named the trotters, and so on. This Dutch kid was very smart, however. He figured out that they were having him, and he figured out the right names for everything, or for almost everything, and he passed his final examination with top grades both in meat cutting and nomenclature. How were you able to do it, the instructor asked, with so many things going against you? I've got it up there, the Dutch kid said, and he tapped his head. Kidneys. It isn't exactly that one should use kidneys for brains, but the sense of grotesque juxtaposition does come in handy. You can't be sure you are looking at something from the right angle till you have looked at it from every angle. How did I write continued on Next Rock, then? Upside down and backward, of course. I started with a simple but I believe novel idea that had to do with time. Then I involuted the idea of time, making all things contemporary or at least repeating, and I turned the systems of values backward, trying to make the repulsive things appear poetic, the nobility of badgers, the serenity of toads, and trying to set anti-love up as comparable to love. The flattest thing you can imagine has to have at least two sides. It can have many more. I let the characters that had been generated by this action work out their own way then. After this, I subtracted the original simple but novel idea from the story and finished things up. The original idea was a catalyst which could be recovered practically unchanged at the end of the reaction. The beginning idea, which I give to anyone who wants it, was simply to have archaeologists digging upward through certain strata, for rather vague topographic reasons, come to deposits of the fairly recent past, or the very recent past, of the near future, a discarded license plate from 15 years in the future, for instance, then the more distant future, then to realize that the strata still remaining above them had to contain the remnants of at least 100,000 years of unfaked future. So much for the genesis of one particular short story. Each one is different, but each one is anomalous, and there is a reason for that. No normal or reasonable or balanced or well-adjusted person is going to attempt the making of a story or a tune or a statue or a poem. He'll have no need for such abnormal activity. A person has to be somehow deficient or lacking in person or personality, or he will not attempt these things. He must be very deficient or lacking if he will succeed at all in them. Every expression in art or pseudo-art is a crutch that a crippled person makes and donates to the healthy world for its use, the healthy world having only the vaguest idea that it even needs crutches. There are, I know, many apparent glaring exceptions to the rule that only persons who are deficient or lacking in person or personality will contribute any creative content. Believe me, these exceptions are only apparent. There is something badly unbalanced in every one of them. Carry it one step further, though. One of the legends, unwritten from the beginning and maybe unwritten forever, is about a quest for the perfect thing. But it is really the quest for the normal thing. Can you find anywhere in the world, behind or before or present, even one person who is really normal and reasonable and balanced and well-adjusted? This is the perfect thing, if it or he or she is ever found, and if ever found, there will be no further need of any art or attempted art, good or bad. Enough of such stuff. End of article, if this is an article. I am both facetious and serious in every written word here. Sky. Introduction by Gwenda Bond. Reading an R.A. Lafferty story is always a bit of a trippy experience, a journey into the odder parts of experience, his perceptively askew perspective a looking-glass all its own. But Sky is about an actual trip, or a few of them, with all the inspired psychedelia and questionable reality we expect and desire from a Lafferty story. The title's sky isn't the airy horizon above us. No, it's the unusual substance sold by the furry-handed sky seller who can't survive in sunlight, or thinks he can't anyway, to ostensible main character Welkin Alauda. A 1972 Hugo nominee, Sky sits at the intersection of the absurd and the transcendental. There are deadpan assurances of fantastical dangers. "You will burn," Welkin told him. "Nobody burns so as when sunning himself on a cloud." There is the observational commentary of some unseen but nonetheless present narrator on both the characters and the grim world that surrounds them. Of Welkin we're told, "It was said that her bones were hollow and filled with air." The skydiving friends of Welkin discuss time and the universe, existence, and falls through it, in perfect rose-colored stoner parlance. We sense the end of a journey coming as we read, and we know it will be quite a crash. Welkin wanders through caverns filled with amanita mushroom varieties, deadly and hallucinogenic, gathered by not just the sky seller, but moles. The results that follow this final trip linger with the reader, so enjoy this delightful trance of a tale, but always remember, Sky has its dangers. Sky. The sky seller was Mr. Furtive himself, fox-muzzled, ferret-eyed, slithering along like a snake and living under the rocks. The rocks had not been a grand place for a long time. It had been built in the grand style on a mephitic plot of earth, to transform it, but the mephitic earth had won out. The apartments of the rocks had lost their sparkle as they had been divided again and again, and now they were shoddy. The rocks had weathered. Its once pastel hues were now dull grays and browns. The 5 underground levels had been parking spaces for motor vehicles when those were still common, but now these depths were turned into warrens and hovels. The sky seller lurked and lived in the lowest and smallest and meanest of them all. He came out only at night. Daylight would have killed him, he knew that. He sold out of the darkest shadows of the night. He had only a few, though oddly select, clients, and nobody knew who his supplier was. He said that he had no supplier, that he gathered and made the stuff himself. Welkin Alauda, a full-bodied but light-moving girl, it was said that her bones were hollow and filled with air, came to the sky seller just before first light, just when he had become highly nervous but had not yet bolted to his underground. "A sack of sky from the nervous mouse. Jump or the sun will gobble your house," Welkin sang song, and she was already higher than most skies. "Hurry, hurry," the sky seller begged, thrusting the sack to her while his black eyes trembled and glittered. If real light should ever reflect into them, he'd go blind. Welkin took the sack of sky and scrambled money notes into his hands which had furred palms. Really? Yes, really. "World be flat and the air be round, wherever the sky grows underground," Welkin intoned, taking the sack of sky and soaring along with a light scamper of feet. She hadn't much weight, her bones were hollow. And the sky seller darted head first down a black well-shaft thing to his depths. 4 of them went skydiving that morning, Welkin herself, Carl Vlieger, Icarus Riley, Joseph Alzarcy, and the pilot was, no, not who you think, he had already threatened to turn them all in, they'd use that pilot no more. The pilot was Ronald Colibri in his little crop-dusting plane. But a crop-duster will not go up to the frosty heights they liked to take off from. Yes, it will, if everybody is on sky, but it isn't pressurized, and it doesn't carry oxygen. That doesn't matter, not if everybody is on sky, not if the plane is on sky, too. Welkin took sky with Mountain Whiz, a carbonated drink. Carl stuffed it into his lip like snuff. Icarus Riley rolled it and smoked it. Joseph Alzarcy needled it, mixed with drinking alcohol, into his main vein. The pilot, Ronnie, tongued and chewed it like sugar dust. The plane named Shrike took it through the manifold. 50,000 feet. You can't go that high in a crop duster. 30 below zero. Ah, isn't that cold? Air too thin to breathe at all. With sky, who needs such included things as air? Welkin stepped out and went up, not down. It was a trick she often pulled. She hadn't much weight. She could always get higher than the rest of them. She went up and up until she disappeared. Then she drifted down again, completely enclosed in a sphere of ice crystal, sparkling inside it and making monkey faces at them. The wind yelled and barked, and the divers took off. They all went down, soaring and gliding and tumbling, standing still sometimes, it seemed, even rising again a little. They went down to clouds and spread out on them, dark white clouds with the sun inside them and suffusing them both from above and below. They cracked Welkin's ice crystal sphere, and she stepped out of it. They ate the thin pieces of it, very cold and brittle and with a tang of ozone. Alzarcy took off his shirt and sunned himself on a cloud. "You will burn," Welkin told him. "Nobody burns so as when sunning himself on a cloud." That was true. They sank through the black whiteness of these clouds and came into the limitless blue concourse with clouds above and below them. It was in this same concourse that Hippodamia used to race her horses, there not being room for such coursers to run on earth. The clouds below folded up and the clouds above folded down, forming a discrete space. "We have our own rotundity and sphere here," said Icarus Riley. These are their skydiver names, not their legal names. "And it is apart from all worlds and bodies. The worlds and bodies do not exist for as long a time as we say that they do not exist. The axis of our present space is its own concord. Therefore, it being in perfect concord, time stops." All their watches had stopped, at least. "But there is a world below," said Carl. "It is an abject world, and we can keep it abject forever if we wish. But it has at least a shadowy existence, and later we will let it fill out again in our compassion for lowly things. It is flat, though, and we must insist that it remain flat." "This is important," Joseph said, with the deep importance of one on sky. "So long as our own space is bowed and globed, the world must remain flat or depressed, but the world must not be allowed to bow its back again. We are in danger if it ever does. So long as it is truly flat and abject, it cannot crash ourselves to it." "How long could we fall," Welkin asked, "if we had not stopped time, if we let it flow at its own pace or at ours? How long could we fall?" "Hephaestus once tumbled through space all day long," Icarus Riley said, "and the days were longer then." Carl Vlieger had gone wall-eyed from an interior-turned sexual passion that he often experienced in diving. Icarus Riley seemed to be on laughing gas suddenly. This is a sign that sky is not having a perfect effect. Joseph Alzarcy felt a cold wind down his spine and a series of jerky little premonitions. "We are not perfect," Joseph said. "Tomorrow or the next day we may be, for we do approach perfection. We win a round, and we win another. Let us not throw away our victory today through carelessness. The earth has bowed his old back a little bit, and we make ready for him. Now, guys, now!" 4 of them,
or maybe only 3 of them, pulled the rings. The shoots unpeeled, flowered, and jerked. They had been together like a sheaf in close conversation, but suddenly, on coming to earth, they were spread out over 500 yards. They assembled. They packed their chutes. That would be all the diving for that day. "Welkin, how did you pack your chute so quickly?" Icarus asked her suspiciously. "I don't know." "You are always the slowest one of us and the sloppiest. Someone always has to re-roll your chute for you before it is used again. And you were the last one to land just now. How were you the first one to be packed? How did you roll it so well? It has the earmarks of my own rolling, just as I rolled it for you before we took off this morning." "I don't know, Icarus. Oh, I think I'll go up again, straight up." "No, you've sailed and dived enough for one morning. Welkin, did you even open your chute?" "I don't know." High on sky, they went up again the next morning. The little plane named Shrike flew up as no plane had ever flown before, up through storm. The storm-shrouded earth shrank to the size of a pea-doogie. "We will play a trick on it," said Welkin. "When you're on sky, you can play a trick on anything and make it abide by it. I will say that the pea-doogie that was the world is nothing. See, it is gone. Then I will select another pea-doogie, that one there, and I will call it the world. And that is the world that we will come down to in a little while. I've switched worlds on the world, and it doesn't know what happened to it." "It's uneasy, though." Joseph Elzarcy spoke through flared nostrils. "You shook it. No wonder the world has its moments of self-doubt." They were 1,000,000 feet high. The altimeter didn't go that high, but Ronald Colibri, the pilot, wrote out the extended figure in chalk to make it correct. Welkin stepped out. Carl and Icarus and Joseph stepped out. Ronald Colibri stepped out, but only for a while. Then he remembered that he was the pilot and got back in the plane. They were so high that the air was black and star-filled instead of blue. It was so cold that the empty space was full of cracks and potholes. They dived 500,000 feet in no time at all. They pulled up laughing. It was invigorating. It was vivifying. They stamped on the clouds, and the clouds rang like frosty ground. This was the ancestral country of all hoarfrost, of all grained snow and glare ice. Here was Weathermaker. Here was Wind-Sun. They came into caves of ice mixed with moraine. They found antler hatchets and hemiscion bones. They found coals still glowing. The winds bayed and hunted in packs through the chasms. These were the cold Fortean clouds, and their location is commonly quite high. They came down below storm, finding new sun and new air. It was pumpkin summer. It was deep autumn in the sky. They dropped again, miles and millennia, to full sky summer, the air so blue that it grew a violet patina on it to save the surface. Their own space formed about them again, as it did every day, and time stopped. But not motion. Motion never stopped with them. Do you realize that nothingness in a void can still be in motion? And how much more they of the great centrality? There was dynamic, there was sustaining vortex, there was the high serenity of fevered motion. But is not motion merely a relationship of space to time? No, that is an idea that is common to people who live on worlds, but it is a subjective idea. Here, beyond the possible influence of any worlds, there was living motion without reference. "Welkin, you look quite different today." Joseph Elzarcy spoke in wonder. "What is it?" "I don't know. It's wonderful to be different, and I'm wonderful." "It is something missing from you," said Icarus. "I believe it is a defect missing." "But I hadn't any, Icarus." They were in central and eternal moment, and it did not end. It could not end. It goes on yet. Whatever else seems to happen, it is merely in parentheses to that moment. "It is time to consider again," Icarus mused after a while. "There is no time or while in the moment, but there is in the parentheses. I hope it is the last time we will ever have to consider. We, of course, are in our own space and beyond time or tangent, but the earth, such as it is approaching with great presumption and speed." "But it's nothing to us." Karl Vlieger suddenly raged out in a chthonic and phallic passion. "We can shatter it! We can shoot it to pieces like a clay pigeon! It cannot rush onto us like a slashing dog! Get down, world! Heel, you cur! Heel, I say!" "We say to one world rise, and it rises, and to another one heel, and it heals," Icarus Sky spoke in his dynamic serenity. "Not yet," Joseph Alzarci warned. "Tomorrow we will be total. Today we are not yet. Possibly we could shatter the world like a clay pigeon if we wished, but we would not be lords of it if we had to shatter it." "We could always make another world," said Welkin reasonably. "Certainly, but this one is our testing. We will go to it when it is crouched down. We cannot allow it to come ravening to us. Hold! Hold there, we order you!" And the uprushing world halted, cowed. "We go down," said Joseph. "We will let it come up only when it is properly broken." And they inclined the heavens and came down. Once more, 3 of them pulled the rings, and the shoots unpeeled, flowered, and jerked. They had been like a sheaf together in their moment, but now, coming to earth, they were suddenly scattered out over 500 yards. "Welkin, you didn't have your shoot at all today," Icarus gaped with some awe when they had assembled again. "That is what was different about you." "No, I guess I didn't have it. There was no reason to have it if I didn't need it. Really, there was never any reason for me to have used one at all, ever." We were total today and didn't know it," Joseph ventured. "Tomorrow none of us will wear shoots. This is easier than I had believed." Welkin went to the sky cellar to buy new sky that night. Not finding him in the nearer shadows of the rocks, she went down and down, drawn by the fungoid odor and the echoing dampness of the underground. She went through passages that were man-made, through passages that were natural, through passages that were unnatural. Some of these corridors, it is true, had once been built by men, but now they had reverted and became most unnatural deep earth caverns. Welkin went down into the total blackness, where there were certain small things that still mumbled out a faint white color, but it was the wrong color white, and the things were all of a wrong shape. There was the dead white shape of mycelium masses, the grotesqueness of agaricus, the deformity of deadly amanita and of morel. The gray milky lactarius glowed like lightless lanterns in the dark. There was the blue-white of the deceiving clitocybe and the yellow-white of the Caesar agaric. There was the insane ghost-white of the deadliest and queerest of them all, the fly amanita, and a mole was gathering this. "Mole, bring sky for the things serene, for the minions tall and the airy queen," Welkin jangled. She was still high on sky, but it had begun to leave her a little, and she had the veriest touch of the desolate sickness. "Sky for the queen of the buzzing drones, with her hollow heart and her hollow bones," the sky seller intoned hollowly. "And fresh! Oh, I want it fresh, fresh sky!" Welkin cried. "With these creatures there is no such thing as fresh," the sky seller told her. "You want it stale, oh so stale, ingrown and aged, and with its own mold grown moldy." "Which is it?" Welkin demanded. "What is the name of the one you gather it from?" "The fly amanita." "But isn't that simply a poisonous mushroom?" "It has passed beyond that. It has sublimated. Its simple poison has had its second fermenting into narcotic." "But it sounds so cheap that it be merely narcotic." "Not merely narcotic. It is something very special in narcotic." No, not narcotic at all," Welkin protested. "It is liberating. It is world-shattering. It is height absolute. It is motion and detachment itself. It is the ultimate. It is mastery." "Why, then it is mastery, lady. It is the highest and lowest of all created things." No, Welkin protested again. "Not created. It is not born. It is not made. I couldn't stand that. It is the highest of all uncreated things." Take it, the sky seller growled, "and be gone. Something begins to curl up inside me." "I go," Welkin said,
and I will be back many times for more."
"No, you will not be. Nobody ever comes back many times for sky. You will be back never. Or one time. I think that you will be back one time."
They went up again the next morning, the last morning. But why should we say that it was the last morning? Because there would no longer be divisions or days for them. It would be one last eternal day for them now, and nothing could break it. They went up in the plane that had once been named Shrike and was now named Eternal Eagle. The plane had repainted itself during the night with new name and new symbols, some of them not immediately understandable. The plane snuffled sky into its manifolds and grinned and roared, and the plane went up. Oh, Jerusalem in the sky, how it went up! They were all certainly perfect now and would never need sky again. They were sky. "How little the world is!" Welkin rang out. "The towns are like fly specks, and the cities are like flies."
"It is wrong that so ignoble a creature as the fly should have the exalted name," Icarus complained.
"I'll fix that," Welkin sang. "I give edict that all the flies on earth be dead." And all the flies on earth died in that instant.
"I wasn't sure you could do that," said Joseph Alzarci. "The wrong is righted. Now we ourselves assume the noble name of flies. There are no flies but us."
The 5 of them, including the pilot, Ronald Colibri, stepped chute-less out of the Eternal Eagle.
"Will you be all right?"
Ronald asked the rollicking plane.
"Certainly," the plane said. "I believe I know where there are other Eternal Eagles. I will mate."
It was cloudless, or else they had developed the facility of seeing through clouds. Or perhaps it was that, the earth having become as small as a marble, the clouds around it were insignificant. Pure light that had an everywhere source. The sun also had become insignificant and didn't contribute much to the light. Pure and intense motion that had no location reference. They weren't going anywhere with their intense motion. They already were everywhere, or at the supercharged center of everything. Pure cold fever, pure serenity, impure hyperspace passion of Carl Vlieger, and then of all of them, but it was purely rampant at least, stunning beauty in all things along with a towering cragginess that was just ugly enough to create an ecstasy. Welkin Alauda was mythic with nenuphars in her hair, and it shall not be told what Joseph Alzarci wore in his own hair, and always instant, 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 years. Not monotony, no. Presentation, living sets, scenery. The scenes were formed for the splinter of a moment, or they were formed forever. Whole worlds formed in a pregnant void, not spherical worlds merely, but dodecaspherical, and those much more intricate than that. Not merely 7 colors to play with, but 7 to the 7th and to the 7th again. Stars vivid in the bright light. You who have seen stars only in darkness, be silent. Asteroids that they ate like peanuts, for now they were all metamorphic giants. Galaxies like herds of rampaging elephants. Bridges so long that both ends of them receded over the light-speed edges. Waterfalls of a finer water that bounced off galaxy clusters as if they were boulders. Through a certain ineptitude of handling, Welkin extinguished the old sun with one such leaping torrent. "It does not matter," Icarus told her. "Either 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 years had passed according to the time scale of the bodies, and surely the sun had already come on to dim days. You can always make other suns." Carl Vlieger was casting lightning bolts millions of parsecs long and making looping contact with clustered galaxies with them. "Are you sure that we are not using up any time?" Welkin asked them with some apprehension. "Oh, time still uses itself up, but we are safely out of the reach of it all," Joseph explained. "Time is only one very inefficient method of counting numbers. It is inefficient because it is limited in its numbers, and because the counter by such a system must die when he has come to the end of his series. That alone should weigh against it as a mathematical system. It really shouldn't be taught." "Then nothing can hurt us ever?" Welkin wanted to be reassured. "No, nothing can come at us except inside time, and we are outside it. Nothing can collide with us except in space, and we disdain space. Stop it, Carl. As you do it, that's buggery.
I have a worm in my own tract, and it gnaws at me a little, the pilot Ronald Colibri said. It's in my internal space, and it's crunching along at a pretty good rate.
No, that's impossible. Nothing can reach or hurt us, Joseph insisted.
I have a worm of my own in a still more interior tract, said Icarus, the tract that they never quite located in the head or the heart or the bowels. Maybe this tract was always outside space. Well, my worm doesn't gnaw, but it stirs. Maybe I'm tired of being out of reach of everything.
Where do these doubts rise from? Joseph sounded querulous. You hadn't them an instant ago. You hadn't them as recently as 10 million years ago. How can you have them now when there isn't any now?
Well, as to that, Icarus began, and 1,000,000 years went by. As to that, I have a sort of cosmic curiosity about an object in my own past. Another 1,000,000 years went by. An object called world.
Well, satisfy your curiosity then, Carl Vlieger snapped. Don't you even know how to make a world?
Certainly I know how, but will it be the same?
Yes, if you're good enough. It will be the same if you make it the same.
Icarus Riley made a world. He wasn't very good at it, and it wasn't quite the same, but it did resemble the old world a little.
I want to see if some things are still there, Welkin clamored. Bring it closer.
It's unlikely your things are still there, Joseph said. Remember that billions of years may have passed.
The things will be there if I put them there, Icarus insisted. And you cannot bring it closer since all distance is now infinite, Carl maintained.
At least I can focus it better, Icarus insisted, and he did. The world appeared quite near.
It remembers us like a puppy would, Welkin said. See, it jumps up at us.
It's more like a lion leaping for a treed hunter just out of reach, Icarus grudged. But we are not treed.
It can't ever reach us, and it wants to, Welkin peeked. Let's reach down to it.
And they inclined the heavens and went down. A most peculiar thing happened to Ronald Colibri as he touched Earth. He seemed to have a seizure. He went slack-faced, almost horror-faced, and he would not answer the others.
What is it, Ronald?
Welkin begged in kindred anguish.
Oh, what is it? Somebody help him!
Then Ronald Colibri did an even more peculiar thing. He began to fold up and break up from the bottom. Bones slowly splintered and pierced out of him, and his entrails gushed out. He compressed. He shattered. He splashed. Can a man splash? The same sort of seizure overtook Carl Vlieger, the identical slack-face horror face, the same folding up and breaking up from the bottom, the same hideous sequence. And Joseph Alzarci went into the same sundering state, baffled and breaking up.
Icarus, what's happened to them? Welkin screamed. What is the slow, loud booming?
They're dead. How could that be? Icarus puzzled, trembling. Death is in time, and we are not. Icarus himself passed through time as he crashed Earth, breaking up, spilling out more odiously than any of them. And Welkin touched Earth, crashed, then what? She heard her own slow, loud booming as she hit. Another 1,000,000 years went by, or some weeks. A shaky old woman on crutches was going down the middle-of-the-night passages that are under the rocks. She was too old a woman to be Welkin Alauda, but not too old for a Welkin who had lived millions of years outside of time. She had not died. She was lighter than the others, and besides, she had done it twice before unscathed. But that was before she had known fear. Naturally, they had told her that she would never walk again, and now most unnaturally she was walking with crutches. Drawn by the fungoid odor and the echoing dampness, she went down in the total dark to where small things were growing with the wrong color white and were all of the wrong shape. She wanted one thing only, and she would die without it.
Sky for salving the broken crone! Sky for the wheel of my hollow bone!
She crackled in an old woman voice.
but it was only her own voice that echoed back to her. Should a sky seller live forever? Cliffs That Laughed. Introduction by Gregory Feely. Cliffs That Laughed appeared in the March 1969 issue of Magazine of Horror, surely one of Lafferty's less likely markets. It was edited by Robert A.W. Lowndes, who had published some of Lafferty's earliest stories and who doubtless knew enough to ask for more. It was reprinted in Lafferty's second collection, 1972's Strange Doings, but has scarcely been seen since. It certainly cannot be called a horror story, although what Freud called the horror of incest definitely plays a role. But what kind of story is it? It's a tale told in a bar, at least in part, but interleaved with another tale, told decades earlier to the same narrator, by a Malay storyteller he met while stationed in Indonesia, who gained new inspiration when he gained access to American comic books. The storyteller's tale, which begins with flute notes ascending and ends with flute notes descending, offers a pleasing sense of unity, but the other story, about 3 soldiers who disappeared on an Indonesian island in 1945, keeps interposing itself upon it. In the end, however, the two tales complete each other, forming a deeply bizarre saga that the narrator, his protestations notwithstanding, weaves into a third tale, the one we read. The tale's elements will be familiar for Lafferty fans: a bloodthirsty but colorful pirate, a willful young woman intent on withholding sexual favors, a fell scheme foiled by a clever trick. Neither will these readers be surprised by the rather idealized portrait of pirates, nor with what Andrew Ferguson calls Lafferty's lurid depictions of death and dismemberment. What does startle us is that the trick turns on the incest taboo, something Lafferty never otherwise wrote about. The brutal but poetic Willie Jones finally wins over Margaret, daughter of a man he murdered, and succeeds in consummating his love, but when he disregards her warning not to resume pirating, she exacts a grotesque vengeance upon his return to their sinister island, which forever frustrates his desire to board his wife, lest he unwittingly commit the abomination of incest. Since her trick requires both Margaret and her nubile, indeed indistinguishable, daughter, born and bred during Willie's 20-year absence, to be at once dead and alive, the grotesque family romance seethes with the Freudian unheimlich, or uncanny, and leads in time to father, mother, and daughter banding perversely together to attract other men to the island and then slaughter them as they frolicked with the 2 beautiful women. This tangle of rage and baffled lust, the impulse to incest deflected into murderous resolve, gets its sequel in the tale told in the bar by an American soldier who alone escaped from Willie Jones Island in 1945, and now, after 20 years journeying home, wishes for nothing but to go back again. A Malay folk tale updated by Wonder Woman, complete with numerous elements common to incest myths, such as identical mother and daughter and a questing figure who was declared dead yet is still alive, turns into the evocation of a composite belle dame sans merci, who leaves the men she encounters racked by sexual enthrallment and desolation. It is a strange short story even for Lafferty, and this is without mentioning the golems, who are clearly something else, or the uncanny intermediate condition that haunts the text, such as the middle state between life and death, which mother and daughter now inhabit, or the middle land that the soldier traverses beneath the earth. And what does the title signify? There are no cliffs in the story. The soldier, now returning to his death, remembers the 2 women as being like volcanoes, and declares that we climbed them like mountains. Man, the uplift on them. The shoulders were cliffs that laughed. The swaying. It's an odd image. It does not sound like shoulders that he is praising, and recalls a short story Lafferty published a year later, The Cliff Climbers, in which the eponymous cliff, which the narrator tells us at the outset is actually a spire, clearly, like the upthrust or rock chimney in Continued on Next Rock, also published in 1970, stands as a synecdoche, too blatant for readers to overlook, for a centuries-long male desire, one that, as in Continued on Next Rock, proves destructive to both pursuer and pursued.
Lafferty's use of cliff as an image of displaced sexuality remains finally mysterious, as do his reasons for offering a different version of the three soldiers' disappearance in his 1971 novel The Devil is Dead. There is only one story in the world, the storyteller reminds us, and the version proffered in Cliffs That Laughed gives us myth, humor, and virtuosity. For utter clarity, you need to look to another writer. Cliffs That Laughed. Between 10 and 10:30 of the morning of October 1st, 1945, on an island that is sometimes called Pulau Petir and sometimes Willie Jones Island, neither of them its map name, 3 American soldiers disappeared and have not been seen since. "I'm going back there, I tell you. It was worth it. The limbs that laughed, let them kill me. I'll get there. Oh, here, I've got to get hold of myself." The 3 soldiers were Sergeant Charles Santee of Orange, Texas, Corporal Robert Casper of Gobi, Tennessee, and PFC Timothy Lorigan of Boston, which is in one of the eastern states. I was one of those 3 soldiers. I'm going back there if it takes me another 20 years. No. That's the wrong story. It happened on Willie Jones Island also, but it's a different account entirely. That's the one the fellow told me in a bar years later, just the other night, after the usual, "Didn't I used to know you in the islands?" "One often makes these little mistakes and false starts," Gali said. "It is a trick that is used in the trade. One exasperates people and pretends to be embarrassed, and then one hooks them." Gali was an hereditary storyteller of the Indies. "There is only one story in the world," he said, "and it pulls 2 ways. There is the reason part that says, hell, it can't be, and there is the wonder part that says, hell, maybe it is." He was the storyteller, and he offered to teach me the art. For we ourselves had a hook into Gali. We had something he wanted. "We used the same stories for 1,000 years, he said. "Now, however, we have a new source, the American comic books. My grandfather began to use these in another place and time, and I use them now. I steal them from your orderly tents, and I have a box full of them. I have Space Comics and Commander Midnight. I have Galactic Gob and Mighty Mouse and the Green Hornet and the Masked Jetter. My grandfather also had copies of some of these, but drawn by older hands. But I do not have Wonder Woman, not a single copy. I would trade 3 for 1 for copies of her. I would pay a premium. I can link her in with an island legend to create a whole new cycle of stories, and I need new stuff all the time. Have you a Wonder Woman?" When Gali said this, I knew that I had him. I didn't have a Wonder Woman, but I knew where I could steal one. I believe, though I am no longer sure, that it was Wonder Woman meets the Space Magicians. I stole it for him. And in gratitude, Gali not only taught me the storyteller's art, but he also told me the following story. "Imagine about flute notes ascending," said Gali. "I haven't my flute with me, but a story should begin so to set the mood. Imagine about ships coming out of the Arabian Ocean, and finally to Gilolo Island, and still more finally to the very island on which we now stand. Imagine about waves and trees that were the great-great-grandfathers of the waves and trees we now have." It was about the year 1620, Gali is telling it, in the late afternoon of the high piracy. These Moluccas had already been the rich spice islands for 300 years. Moreover, they were on the road of the Manila galleons coming from Mexico and the Isthmus. Arabian, Hindu, and Chinese piracy had decayed shamefully. The English were crude at the business. In trade, the Dutch had become dominant in the islands, and the Portuguese had faded. There was no limit to the opportunities for a courageous and dedicated raider in the Indies. They came, and not the least of these new raiding men was Willie Jones. It was said that Willie Jones was a Welshman. You can believe it or not as you like. The same thing has been said about the devil. Willie was 25 years old when he finally possessed his own ship with a mixed crew. The ship was built like a humpbacked bird, with a lateen sail and suddenly appearing rows of wing-like oars. On its prow was a swooping bird that had been carved in musket. It was named the Flying Serpent or the Feathered Snake, depending on what language you use. "Pause a moment," said Gali. "Set the mood.
Imagine about dead men variously. We come to the bloody stuff all at once. One early morning, the feathered snake overtook a tall Dutchman. The ships were grappled together, and the men from the Snake boarded the Dutch ship. The men on the Dutchman were armed, but they had never seen such suddenness and savagery as shown by the dark men from the Snake. There was slippery blood on the decks, and the croaking of men being killed. "I forgot to tell you that this was in the passage between the Molucca Sea and the Banda," Gali said. The Snake took a rich small cargo from the Dutch ship, a few able-bodied Malay seamen, some gold specie, some papers of record, and a dark Dutch girl named Margaret. These latter things Willie Jones preempted for himself. Then the Snake devoured that tall Dutchman and left only a few of its burning bones floating in the ocean. "I forgot to tell you that the tall Dutch ship was named the Luchtkastel," Gali said. Willie Jones watched the Luchtkastel disappearing under the water. He examined the papers of record and the dark Dutch girl Margaret. He made a sudden decision. He would cash his winnings and lay up for a season. He had learned about an island in the papers of record. It was a rich island, belonging to the richest of the Dutch spicemen who had gone to the bottom with the Luchtkastel. The fighting crew would help Willie Jones secure the island for himself, and in exchange he would give them his ship and the whole raiding territory and the routes he had worked out. Willie Jones captured the island and ruled it. From the ship he kept only the gold, the dark Dutch girl Margaret, and 3 golems which had once been ransomed from a Jew in Oman. "I forgot to tell you that Margaret was the daughter of the Dutch spiceman who had owned the island and the tall ship and who was killed by Willie," Gali said. "And the island really belonged to Margaret now as the daughter of her father." For 1 year Willie Jones ruled the small settlement, drove the 3 golems, and the men who already lived there had the spices gathered and baled and stored, they were worth their weight in silver, and built the big house. And for 1 year he courted the dark Dutch girl Margaret, having been unable to board her as he had all other girls. She refused him because he had killed her father, because he had destroyed the Luchtkastel, which was family and nation to her, and because he had stolen her island. This Margaret, though she was pretty and trim as a cooking, had during the affair of the feathered snake and the Luchtkastel twirled 3 seamen in the air like pinwheels at one time and thrown them all into the ocean. She had eyes that twinkled like the compounded eyes of the devil-fly. They could glint laughter and fury at the same time. "Those girls were like volcanoes," the man said. "Slim, strong mountains, and we climbed them like mountains. Man, the uplift on them! The shoulders were cliffs that laughed. The swaying—" No, belay that last paragraph. That's from the ramble of the fellow in the bar, and it keeps intruding. "I forgot to tell you that she reminds me of Wonder Woman," Gali said. Willie Jones believed that Margaret was worth winning unbroken, as he was not at all sure that he could break her. He courted her as well as he could, and he used to advantage the background of the golden-green spicery on which they lived. "Imagine about the permata bird that nests on the moon," Gali said, "and which is the most passionate as well as the noblest singing of the birds. Imagine about flute notes soaring." Willie Jones made this tune to Margaret. "The nutmeg moon is the 3rd moon of the year. The tides come in like loose silk all its nights. The ground is animated by the bare feet of Margaret, who is like the pelepa of the koeng flower." Willie made this tune in the Malaya language, in which all the words end in ang. "Imagine about water leaping down rocky hills," Gali said. "Imagine about red birds romping in green groves." Willie Jones made another tune to Margaret. "A woman with shoulders so strong that a man might ride upon them, the while she is still the little girl watching for the black ship of the hero who is the same age as the sky, but she does not realize that I am already here." Willie made this tune in the Dutch language, in which all the words end in like. "Imagine about another flute joining the first one, and their notes scamper like birds," Gali said. Willie Jones made a last tune to Margaret. "Damnation, that is enough of moonlight and tomorrows. Now there are mats to plait and cane to sew. Even the smallest crab knows to build herself a house in the sand. Margaret should be raking the oven coals and baking a roti. I wonder why she is so slow in seeing this. Willie made this tune in the Welsh language, in which all the words end in gubel. When the 1 year was finished, they were mated. There was still the chilliness there, as though she would never forgive him for killing her father and stealing her island, but they began to be in accord. "Here pause 5 minutes to indicate an idyllic interlude," Gali said. "We sing the song Bagan Kali Berjumpa if you know the tune. We flute if I have my flute." The idyllic interlude passed. Then Willie's old ship, the Feathered Snake, came back to the island. She was in a pitiful state of misuse. She reeked of old and new blood, and there were none left on her but 9 sick men. These 9 men begged Willie Jones to become their captain again to set everything right. Willie washed the 9 living skeletons and fed them up for 3 days. They were fat and able by then, and the 3 golems had refitted the ship. "All she needs is a strong hand at the helm again," said Willie Jones. "I will sail her again for a week and a day. I will impress a new crew, and once more make her the terror of the Spice Islands. Then I will return to my island, knowing that I have done a good deed in restoring the snake to the bloody work for which she was born." "If you go, Willie Jones, you will be gone for many years," said the dark Dutch Margaret. "Only one at the most," said Willie. "And I will be in my grave when you return." "There is no grave could hold you, Margaret." "Aye, it may not hold me. I'll out of it and confront you when you come back. But it gives one a weirdness to be in the grave for only a few years. I will not own you for my husband when you do come back. You will not even know whether I am the same woman that you left, and you will never know. I am a volcano, but I banked my hatred and accepted you. But if you leave me now, I will erupt against you forever." But Willie Jones went away in the Flying Serpent and left her there. He took 2 of the golems with him, and he left one of them to serve Margaret. What with one thing and another, he was gone for 20 years. "We were off that morning to satisfy our curiosity about the big house," the fellow said, "since we would soon be leaving the island forever. You know about the big house. You were on Willie Jones Island, too. The Gilolos call it the House of Skulls, and the Malaya and Indonesia people will not speak about it at all." We approached the big house that was not more than a mile beyond our perimeter. It was a large decayed building, but we had the sudden feeling that it was still inhabited, and it wasn't supposed to be. Then we saw the 2 of them, the mother and the daughter. We shook like we were unhinged, and we ran to them. They were so alike that we couldn't tell them apart. Their eyes twinkled like the compounded eyes of a creature that eats her mate. Noonday lightning, how it struck! Arms that swept you off your feet and set your bones to singing. We knew that they were not twins or even sisters. We knew that they were mother and daughter. I have never encountered anything like them in my life. Whatever happened to the other 2 soldiers, I know it was worth it to them. Whatever happened to them, I don't care if they kill me. They were perfect, those 2 women, even though we weren't with them for 5 minutes. Then it was the badger. No, that's the wrong story again. That's not the story Gali told me. That's part of the story the fellow told me in the bar. His confused account keeps interposing itself, possibly because I knew him slightly when we were both soldiers on Willie Jones Island, but he had turned queer, that fellow. "It is the earthquake belt around the world that is the same as the legend belt," he said, "and the middle world underlies it all. That's why I was able to walk it." It was as though he had been keel-hauled around the world. I hadn't known him well. I didn't know which of the 3 soldiers he was. I had heard that they were all dead. "Imagine about conspiracy stuff now," said Gali. "Imagine about a whispering in a pinan grove before the sun is up." "How can I spook that man?" Margaret asked her golem shortly after she had been abandoned by Willie Jones. "But I am afraid that a mechanical man would not be able to tell me how." "I will tell you a secret," said the golem. "We are not mechanical men. Certain wise and secret men believe that they made us, but they are wrong. They have made houses for us to live in, no more. There are many of us unhoused spirits, and we take shelter in such bodies as we find. That being so, I know something of the houseless spirits in the depth of every man. I will select one of them, and we will spook Willie Jones with that one. Willie is a Welshman who has become by adoption a Dutchman and a Malayan and a Gilolo man. There is one old spook running through them all. I will call it up when it is time. I forgot to tell you that the name of Margaret's golem was Meshwarat, Gali said. After 20 years of high piracy, Willie Jones returned to his island, and there was the dark Dutch Margaret standing as young and as smouldering as when he had left. He leaped to embrace her and found himself stretched flat on the sand by a thunderous blow. He was not surprised, and was not, as he had at first believed, decapitated. Almost he was not displeased. Margaret had often been violent in her love-making. "But I will have you," Willie swore as he tasted his own blood delightfully in his mouth and pulled himself up onto hands and knees. "I have ridden the Margaret Tiger before." "You will never ride my loins, you lecherous old goat," she rang at him like a bell. "I am not your wife. I am the daughter that you left here in the womb. My mother is in the grave on the hill." Willie Jones sorrowed terribly, and he went to the grave. But Margaret came up behind him and drove in the cruel lance. "I told you that when you came back you would not know whether I was the same woman you had left," she chortled, "and you will never know." "Margaret, you are my wife," Willie Jones gasped. "Am I of an age to be your wife?" she jibed. "Regard me. Of what age do I seem to be?" "Of the same age as when I left," said Willie. "But perhaps you have eaten of the besock nut, and so do not change your appearance." "I forgot to tell you about the besock nut," said Gali. "If one eats the nut of the besock tree, the tomorrow tree, the time tree, that one will not age. But this is always accompanied by a chilling unhappiness." "Perhaps I did eat it," said Margaret. "But that is my grave there, and I have lain in it many years, as has she. You are prohibited from touching either of us." "Are you the mother or the daughter, witch?" "You will never know. You will see us both, for we take turns, and you will not be able to tell us apart. See, the grave is always disturbed, and the entrance is easy." "I'll have the truth from the golem who served you while I was gone," Willie swore. "A golem is an artificial man," said Gali. "They were made by the Jews and Arabs in earlier ages, but now they say that they have forgotten how to make them. I wonder that you do not make them yourselves, for you have advanced techniques. You tell them and you picture them in your own heroic literature." He patted the comic books under his arm. "But you do not have them in actuality." The golem told Willie Jones that the affair was thus. A daughter had indeed been born to Margaret. She had slain the child and had then put it into the middle state. Thereafter the child stayed sometimes in the grave, and sometimes she walked about the island, and she grew as any other child would, and Margaret herself had eaten the besock nuts so that she would not age. When mother and daughter had come to the same age and appearance, and it had only been the very day before that, the day before Willie Jones had returned, then the daughter had also eaten the besock nut. Now the mother and daughter would be of the same appearance forever, and not even a golem could tell them apart. Willie Jones came furiously on to the woman again. "I was sure before, and now I am even more sure that you are Margaret," he said. "And now I will have you in my fury." "We both be Margaret," she said, "but I am not the same one you apprehended earlier. We changed places while you talked to the golem, and we are both in the middle state, and we have both been dead in the grave, and you dare not touch either of us ever. A Welshman turned Dutchman turned Malayan turned Gilolo has this spook in him 4 times over. The devil himself will not touch his own daughters." The last part was a lie, but Willie Jones did not know it. "We be in confrontation forever, then," said Willie Jones. "I will make my big house a house of hate and a house of skulls. You cannot escape from its environs, neither can any visitor. I'll kill them all and pile their skulls up high for a monument to you." Then Willie Jones ate a piece of bitter bark from the pokokuru. I forgot to tell you that when a person eats bark from the pokokuru in anger, his anger will sustain itself forever, Gali said. If it's visitors you want for the killing, I and my mother-daughter will provide them in numbers, said Margaret. Men will be attracted here forever with no heed for danger. I will eat a telor tuntong of the special sort, and all men will be attracted here, even to their death. I forgot to tell you that if a female eats the telor tuntong of the special sort, all males will be attracted irresistibly, Gali said. Ah, you smile as though you doubted that the besok nut or the bark of the pokokuru or the telor tuntong of the special sort could have such effects. But yourselves come now to wonder drugs like little boys. In these islands they are all around you, and you too blind to see. It is no ignorant man who tells you this. I have read the booklets from your orderly tents. Physics without mathematics, cosmology without chaos, psychology without brains. It is myself, the master of all sciences and disciplines, who tells you that these things do work. Besides hard science, there is soft science, the science of shadow areas and story areas, and you do wrong to deny it the name. I believe that you yourself can see what had to follow from the dispositions of the Margarets and Willie Jones, Gali said. For hundreds of years men from everywhere came to the Margarets who could not be resisted, and Willie Jones killed them all and piled up their skulls. It became in a very savage form what you call the badger game. Gali was a good-natured and unhandsome brown man. He worked around the army base as translator, knowing, besides his native Gilolo, the Malayan, Dutch, Japanese, and English languages, and, as every storyteller must, the Arabian. His English was whatever he wanted it to be, and he burlesqued the speech of the American soldiers to the Australians and the Australians to the Americans. Man, it was a badger, the man said. It was a grizzle-haired, glare-eyed, flat-headed, underslung, pigeon-toed, hook-clawed, clam-jawed badger from Badger Game Corner. They moved in on us, but I'd take my chances and go back and do it again. We hadn't frolicked with the girls for 5 minutes when the things moved in on us. I say things. I don't know whether they were men or not. If they were the coldest 3 men I ever saw. But they were directed by a man who made up for it. He was livid, hopping with hatred. They moved in on us and began to kill us. No, that isn't part of Gali's story. That's some more of the ramble that the fellow told me in the bar the other evening. It has been 300 years, and the confrontation continues. There are skulls of Malayan men and Gilolo men piled up there, and of Dutchmen and Englishmen and of Portuguese men, of Chinamen and Filipinos and Goanese, of Japanese, and of the men from the United States and Australia. Only this morning there were added the skulls of 2 United States men, and there should have been 3 of them, Gali said. They came, as have all others, because the Margarets ate the telor tuntong of the special sort. It is a fact that with a species, whether insect or shelled thing or other, where the male gives his life in the mating, the female has always eaten of this telor tuntong. You'd never talk the males into such a thing with words alone. How is it that there were only 2 United States skulls this morning and there should have been 3? I asked him. One of them escaped, Gali explained, and that was unusual. He fell through a hole to the middle land, that third one of them. But the way back from the middle land to one's own country is long, and it must be walked. It takes at least 20 years, wherever one's own country is, and the joker thing about it is that the man is always wanting to go the other way. That is the end of the story, but let it not end abruptly, Gali said. Sing the song Chari Young Besar if you remember the tune. Imagine about flute notes lingering in the air. I was lost for more than 20 years, and that's a fact, the man said. He gripped the bar with the most knotted hands I ever saw, and laughed with a merriment so deep that it seemed to be his bones laughing. Did you know that there's another world just under this world, or just around the corner from it? I walked all day every day. I was in a torture, for I suspected that I was going the wrong way, and I could go no other. and I sometimes suspected that the middle land through which I traveled was in my head, a derangement from the terrible blow that one of the things gave me as he came in to kill me, and yet there are correlates that convince me it was a real place. I wasn't trying to get home. I was trying to get back to those girls even if it killed me. There weren't any colors in that world, all gray tones, but otherwise it wasn't much different from this one. There were even bars there a little like the Red Rooster. I forgot to tell you that it was in the Red Rooster bar that the soldier from the islands told me the parts of his story. I've got to get back there. I think I know the way now and how to get on the road. I have to travel it through the middle land, you know. They'll kill me, of course, and I won't even get to jazz those girls for 5 minutes, but I've got to get back there. Going to take me another 20 years, though. That sure is a weary walk. I never knew him well, and I don't remember which of the names was his, but a man from Orange, Texas, or from Gobi, Tennessee, or from Boston in one of the eastern states is on a 20-year walk through the middle land to find the Dark Dutch Margarets and death. I looked up a couple of things yesterday. There was Revell's recent work on Moluccan narcotics. He tells of the basok nut, which does seem to inhibit aging, but which induces internal distraction and hypersexuality. There is the pokok roo, whose bitter bark impels even the most gentle to violent anger. There is one sort of telor tuntong which sets up an inexplicable aura about a woman-eater and draws all males overpoweringly to her. There is much research still to be done on these narcotics, Revell writes. I dipped into Mandrago's Earthquake and Legend and the Middle World. He states that the earthquake belt around the world is also the legend belt, and that one of the underlying legends is of the underlying land, the middle world below this world where one can wander lost forever. And I went down to the Red Rooster again the next evening, which was last evening, to ask about the man and to see if he could give me a more cogent account, for I had remembered Golly's old story in the meanwhile. "No, he was just passing through town," the barman said. "Had a long trip ahead of him. He was sort of a nutty fellow. I've often said the same thing about you." That is the end of the other story, but let it not end suddenly. Pause for a moment to savor it. Sing the song Itu Masa Dahulu if you remember the tune. Imagine about flute notes falling. I don't have a flute, but a story should end so. 7-Day Terror. Introduction by Connie Willis. 7-Day Terror was not my first introduction to R.A. Lafferty. That was Slow Tuesday Night. But it instantly became my favorite Lafferty story and remains so to this day, in spite of intense competition from The Hole on the Corner, the aforementioned Slow Tuesday Night, and Thus We Frustrate Charlemagne. 7-Day Terror is part of the proud tradition of science fiction stories like C.L. Moore and Harry Kuttner's Mimsy Were the Borogoves and Ray Bradbury's 0 Hour, which are about children and how they see the world entirely differently from adults, a way of seeing that grants them incomprehensible and sometimes dangerous powers. But Lafferty's children stand alone in their audacity, precociousness, and ruthless common sense. And wisdom. Clarissa's absolutely right about the dangers of letting scientific discoveries like the disappearer fall into irresponsible hands, i.e., those of adults. And even though this story is as lighthearted as Lafferty comes, his wry awareness of how the world works is still present. Officer Comstock, for instance, has a knack for getting near the heart of dark matters. This is why he was walking a beat out in the boondocks instead of sitting in a chair downtown. But mostly, Lafferty's just having fun here, and so are we. The Willoughby kids, from Clarence down to 3-year-old Cyril, are charmingly incorrigible, the dialogue's hilarious, and we get to meet the esteemed scientist Willie McGilly and his pals, who pop up in several Lafferty stories. Plus, there are oatmeal boxes, gold watches, floods, fire plugs, cats, local officials, beer cans, and an ending you should have seen coming but didn't. In other words, Lafferty at his best. So sit back and prepare to have a really good time. 7-Day Terror. Is there anything you want to make disappear? Clarence Willoughby asked his mother. "A sink full of dishes is all I can think of. How will you do it?" "I just built a disappearer. All you do is cut the other end out of a beer can. Then you take 2 pieces of red cardboard with peepholes in the middle and fit them in the ends. You look through the peepholes and blink. Whatever you look at will disappear." "Oh. But I don't know if I can make them come back. We'd better try it on something else. Dishes cost money." As always, Myra Willoughby had to admire the wisdom of her 9-year-old son. She would not have had such foresight herself. He always did. "You can try it on Blanche Manners's cat outside there. Nobody will care if it disappears except Blanche Manners." "All right." He put the disappearer to his eye and blinked. The cat disappeared from the sidewalk outside. His mother was interested. "I wonder how it works." "Do you know how it works?" "Yes, you take a beer can with both ends cut out and put in 2 pieces of cardboard, then you blink." "Never mind. Take it outside and play with it. You hadn't better make anything disappear in here till I think about this." But when he had gone, his mother was oddly disturbed. "I wonder if I have a precocious child. Why, there's lots of grown people who wouldn't know how to make a disappearer that would work. I wonder if Blanche Manners will miss her cat very much." Clarence went down to the Plugged Nickel, a pothouse on the corner. "Do you have anything you want to make disappear, Nokomis?" "Only my paunch." "If I make it disappear, it'll leave a hole in you and you'll bleed to death." "That's right, I would. Why don't you try it on the fire plug outside?" This, in a way, was one of the happiest afternoons ever in the neighborhood. The children came from blocks around to play in the flooded streets and gutters, and if some of them drowned, and we don't say that they did drown, in the flood, and brother, it was a flood, why, you have to expect things like that. The fire engines, who ever heard of calling fire engines to put out a flood, were apparatus deep in water. The policemen and ambulance men wandered around wet and bewildered. "Resuscitator, resuscitator, anybody want a resuscitator?" chanted Clarissa Willoughby. "Oh, shut up," said the ambulance attendants. Nokomis, the barman in the Plugged Nickel, called Clarence inside. "I don't believe, just for the moment, I'd tell anyone what happened to that fire plug." "I won't tell if you won't tell," said Clarence. Officer Comstock was suspicious. "There's only 7 possible explanations. One of the 7 Willoughby kids did it. I don't know how. It'd take a bulldozer to do it, and then there'd be something left of the plug. But however they did it, one of them did it." Officer Comstock had a talent for getting near the truth of dark matters. This is why he was walking a beat out here in the boondocks instead of sitting in a chair downtown. "Clarissa," said Officer Comstock in a voice like thunder. "Resuscitator, resuscitator, anybody want a resuscitator?" chanted Clarissa. "Do you know what happened to that fire plug?" asked Officer C. "I have an uncanny suspicion. As yet it is no more than that. When I am better informed, I will advise you." Clarissa was 8 years old and much given to uncanny suspicions. "Clementine, Harold, Corinne, Jimmy, Cyril," he asked the 5 younger Willoughby children, "do you know what happened to that fire plug?" "There was a man around yesterday. I bet he took it," said Clementine. "I don't even remember a fire plug there. I think you're making a fuss about nothing," said Harold. "City Hall's going to hear about this," said Corinne. "Pretty damned sure," said Jimmy, "but I won't tell." "Cyril!" cried Officer Comstock in a terrible voice. Not a terrifying voice, a terrible voice. He felt terrible now. "Great green bananas," said Cyril. "I'm only 3 years old. I don't see how it's even my responsibility." "Clarence," said Officer Comstock. Clarence gulped. "Do you know where the fire plug went?" Clarence brightened. "No, sir, I don't know where it went." A bunch of smart Alecs from the water department came out and shut off the water for a few blocks around and put some kind of cap on in place of the fire plug. "This sure is going to be a funny-sounding report," said one of them. Officer Comstock walked away discouraged. "Don't bother me, Miss Manners," he said. "I don't know where to look for your cat. I don't even know where to look for a fire plug."
"I have an idea," said Clarissa, "that when you find the cat, you will find the fire plug in the same place. As yet, it's only an idea."
Ozzie Murphy wore a little hat on top of his head. Clarence pointed his weapon and winked. The hat was no longer there, but a little trickle of blood was running down the pate. "I don't believe I'd play with that any more," said Nokomis.
"Who's playing?" said Clarence. "This is for real." This was the beginning of the 7-day terror in the heretofore obscure neighborhood. Trees disappeared from the parks. Lamp-posts were as though they had never been. Wally Waldorf drove home, got out, slammed the door of his car, and there was no car. As George Mullendorf came up the walk to his house, his dog Pete ran to meet him and took a flying leap to his arms. The dog left the sidewalk, but something happened. The dog was gone, and only a bark lingered for a moment in the puzzled air. But the worst were the fire plugs. The second plug was installed the morning after the disappearance of the first. In 8 minutes it was gone, and the floodwaters returned. Another one was in by 12 o'clock. Within 3 minutes it had vanished. The next morning fire plug number 4 was installed. The water commissioner was there, the city engineer was there, the chief of police was there with a riot squad, the president of the Parent Teachers Association was there, the president of the university was there, the mayor was there, 3 gentlemen of the FBI, a newsreel photographer, eminent scientists, and a crowd of honest citizens. "Let's see it disappear now," said the city engineer. "Let's see it disappear now," said the police chief. "Let's see it It did, didn't it?" said one of the eminent scientists. And it was gone, and everybody was very wet. "At least I have the picture sequence of the year," said the photographer, but his camera and apparatus disappeared from the midst of them. "Shut off the water and cap it," said the commissioner, "and don't put in another plug yet. That was the last plug in the warehouse." "This is too big for me," said the mayor. "I wonder that Tass doesn't have it yet." "Tass has it," said a little round man. "I am Tass." "If all of you gentlemen will come into the plug nickel," said Nokomis, "and try one of our new fire hydrant highballs, you will all be happier. These are made of good corn whiskey, brown sugar, and hydrant water from this very gutter. You can be the first to drink them." Business was phenomenal at the plugged nickel, for it was in front of its very doors that the fire plugs disappeared in floods of gushing water. "I know a way we can get rich," said Clarissa several days later to her father, Tom Willoughby. "Everybody says they're going to sell their houses for nothing and move out of the neighborhood. Go get a lot of money and buy them all. Then you can sell them again and get rich." "I wouldn't buy them for $1 each. 3 of them have disappeared already, and all the families but us have their furniture moved out in their front yards. There might be nothing but vacant lots in the morning." "Good. Then buy the vacant lots, and you can be ready when the houses come back." "Come back? Are the houses going to come back? Do you know anything about this, young lady?" "I have a suspicion verging on a certainty. As of now, I can say no more." 3 eminent scientists were gathered in an untidy suite that looked as though it belonged to a drunken sultan. "This transcends the metaphysical. It impinges on the quantum continuum. In some way it obsoletes Boff," said Dr. Velikov Vonk. "The contingence of the intransigence is the most mystifying aspect," said Arpad Arkabaranen. "Yes," said Willie McGilly. "Who would have thought that you could do it with a beer can and 2 pieces of cardboard? When I was a boy, I used an oatmeal box and read Crayola." "I do not always follow you," said Dr. Vonk. "I wish you would speak plainer." So far no human had been injured or disappeared, except for a little blood on the pate of Ozzie Murphy, on the lobes of Conchita when her gaudy earrings disappeared from her very ears, a clipped finger or so when a house vanished as the front doorknob was touched, a lost toe when a neighborhood boy kicked a can and the can was not, probably not more than a pint of blood and 3 or 4 ounces of flesh altogether. Now, however, Mr. Buckle, the grocery man, disappeared before witnesses. This was serious. Some mean-looking investigators from downtown came out to the Willoughbys. The meanest-looking one was the mayor. In happier days, he had not been a mean man, but the terror had now reigned for 7 days. "There have been ugly rumors," said one of the mean investigators, "that link certain events to this household. Do any of you know anything about them?"
"I started most of them," said Clarissa, "but I didn't consider them ugly. Cryptic, rather. But if you want to get to the bottom of this, just ask me a question."
"Did you make those things disappear?" asked the investigator.
"That isn't the question," said Clarissa.
"Do you know where they have gone?" asked the investigator.
"That isn't the question either," said Clarissa.
"Can you make them come back?"
"Why, of course I can. Anybody can. Can't you?"
"I cannot. If you can, please do so at once."
"I need some stuff. Get me a gold watch and a hammer. Then go down to the drugstore and get me this list of chemicals, and I need a yard of black velvet and a pound of rock candy."
"Shall we?" asked one of the investigators. "Yes," said the mayor. "It's our only hope. Get her anything she wants."
And it was all assembled. "Why does she get all the attention?" asked Clarence. "I was the one who made all the things disappear. How does she know how to get them back?" "I knew it!" cried Clarissa with hate. "I knew he was the one that did it. He read in my diary how to make a disappearer. If I was his mother, I'd whip him for reading his little sister's diary. That's what happens when things like that fall into irresponsible hands."
She poised the hammer over the mayor's gold watch, now on the floor.
"I have to wait a few seconds. This can't be hurried. It'll only be a little while."
The second hand swept around to the point that it was preordained for it before the world began. Clarissa suddenly brought down the hammer with all her force on the beautiful gold watch.
"That's all," she said. "Your troubles are over. See, there is Blanche Manners's cat on the sidewalk just where she was 7 days ago."
And the cat was back.
"Now let's go down to the plugged nickel and watch the fire plugs come back."
They had only a few minutes to wait. It came from nowhere and clanged into the street like a sign and a witness.
"Now I predict," said Clarissa, "that every single object will return exactly 7 days from the time of its disappearance."
The 7-day terror had ended. The objects began to reappear. "How," asked the mayor, "did you know they would come back in 7 days?"
"Because it was a 7-day disappearer that Clarence made. I also know how to make a 9-day, a 13-day, a 27-day, and an 11-year disappearer. I was going to make a 13-year one, but for that you have to color the ends with the blood from a little boy's heart, and Cyril cried every time I tried to make a good cut."
"You really know how to make all of these?"
"Yes, but I shudder if the knowledge should ever come into unauthorized hands."
"I shudder too, Clarissa. But tell me, why did you want the chemicals?"
"For my chemistry set."
"And the black velvet?"
"For doll dresses."
"And the pound of rock candy?"
"How did you ever get to be mayor of this town if you have to ask questions like that? What do you think I wanted the rock candy for?"
"One last question," said the mayor. "Why did you smash my gold watch with the hammer?"
"Oh," said Clarissa, "that was for dramatic effect."
Boomer Flats. Introduction by Cat Rambo. In Boomer Flats, which originally appeared in If magazine in 1971, Lafferty expands on the internal mythology of his work and returns to familiar themes: evolution and how humans fit into it through spontaneous evolutionary leaps, features in other stories such as Ginny Wrapped in the Sun and In Deepest Glass. Lafferty asserted that storytelling was a manifestation of ancestry and that storytellers belonged to the old red bone people. The journey to Boomer Flats brings the reader to a strange town where those people walk daily. To those who know who Ivan Sanderson is, the clue is there from the very first line. Eminent scientists Arpad Arkabaranen, Willie McGilly, and Dr. Velikov Vonk, declaring themselves his spiritual offspring, are in search of Fortean phenomena, specifically the ABSM, Abominable Snowman. It's a literal wild goose chase, as McGilly notes, referring to the hundreds of mud geese in flight across the sky. This sort of linguistic play, the metaphorical made real, ripples through the story, and even sometimes slides it over into poetry's realm, such as the repeated reassurance Crayola Catfish gives the eminent scientists about their drinks. "They're fixing them for you now. I'll bring them after a while." Boomer Flats is a shadow town, an echo of the town of Boomer. "Something a little queer and primordial about the whole place," Lafferty warns the reader, who already knows we're wandering in strange territory. The three eminent scientists know it too. Dr. Velikov Vonk's eyes grin out of deep folk memory as he begins to drink what Crayola has brought him, a clay cup that smelled strongly of river, perhaps of interstadial river. The drinks, the green snake snorters, move the trio into a strange mythopoetic world in washes, like a television show's set where each cutaway and back reveals odder and odder details changed and added. The prose becomes stranger and stranger at the same time, moving into deeper and deeper waters of wordplay. That shabby man playing dominoes is a bear. Pieces are falling off a man called the Comet. And then the giants enter, standing around the edges of the room in their black hats. This is where the legends dwell, almost as though Boomer Flats is the secret heart of Lafferty's cosmos. The three eminent scientists are specifically identified as three magi, but what they find is not an answer in the form of the Christ child, but more and more questions about the world itself. Instead, the ending turns back to story's heart in a way that pulls the reader further in and farther out, so to speak. This is Lafferty at his luminiferous best, slipstream before the term was ever invented. Boomer Flats. In the tracks of our spiritual father Ivan Sanderson, we may now have trailed a clutch of ABSMs to their lair, the eminent scientist Arpad Arkabaranen was saying in his rattling voice. And that lair may not be a mountain thicket or rainforest or swamp, but these scrimpy red clay flats. I would almost give my life for the success of this quest, but it seems that it should have a more magnificent setting. "It looks like a wild goose chase," the eminent scientist Willie McGilly commented. But no, Willie was not downgrading their quest. He was referring to the wild geese that rose about them from the edges of the flats with clatter and whistle and honk. This was a flightway, a chase of theirs. There were hundreds of them if one had the fine eyes to pick them out from the background. "Mud geese," Willie said. "We don't see as many of them as when I was a boy." "I do not, and I am afraid that I will not believe in the ABSMs," said the eminent scientist Dr. Velikov Vonk, stroking his— no, he didn't have one— stroking his jaw. "And yet this is the thing that I also have most desired, to find this missing link finally, and to refute all believers in the other thing." "We can't see the chain for the links," said Willie McGilly. "I never believed that any of them was missing. There's always been too many of them for the length of the chain. That's the trouble." "I've traveled 1,000,000 miles in search of them," said Arpad. "I've pretty well probed all the meager ribs of the world in that travel. My fear has always been that I'd miss them by a trick, even that in some unaccountable way I wouldn't know them when I found them. It would be ironic if we did find them in such a place as this, not a wild place, only a shabby and overlooked place." "My own fear has been that when I finally gazed on one, I would wake with a start and find that I had been looking in a mirror," said Velikov. "There must be some symbolism here that I don't understand. What is your own anticipation of them, Willie?" "Oh, coming back to people I've always liked. There used to be a bunch of them on the edge of my hometown," Willie McGilly said. "Come to think of it, there used to be a bunch of them on the edge of every hometown. Now they're more likely to be found right in the middle of every town. They're the scrubs, you know.
for the bottoming of the breed. "What are you talking about, Willie?" Arpad asked sharply. What they were all talking about was ABSMs. Every town in the south part of that country has a shadow or secondary. There is Meehan and Meehan Corners, Perkins and Perkins Corner, Boomer and Boomer Flats. The three eminent scientists were driving the 3 miles from Boomer to Boomer Flats looking for the bones, and hopefully even the living flesh, of a legend. It was that of the missing link, of the abominable snowman, the ABSM. It wasn't snowy country there, but the so-called snowmen have been reported in every sort of climate and countryside. The local legend, recently uncovered by Arpad, was that there was a non-African, non-Indian people of color living in the neighborhood of Boomer Flats, between the sand bush thickets and the river. It was said that they lived on the very red mud banks of the river, and that they lived a little in the river itself. Then Dr. Velikov Vonk had come onto a tape in a bunch of anthropological tapes, and the tape contained sequences like this. "What do they do when the river floods?" They close their noses and mouths and ears with mud, and they lie down with big rocks on their breasts and stay there till the flood has passed." "Can they be taught?" "Some of the children go to school and they learn, but when they are older they stay at home and they forget." "What sort of language do they talk?" They don't seem to talk very much. They keep to themselves. Sometimes when they talk it is just plain Cimarron Valley English." "What do they eat?" "They boil river water in mud clay pots. They put in wild onions and greenery. The pottage thickens then. I don't know how. It gets lumps of meat or clay in it, and they eat that too. They eat frogs and fish and owls and thicket filaments, but mostly they don't eat very much of anything." "It is said that they aren't all of the same appearance. It is even said that they are born, shapeless, and that, could you tell me anything about that?" "Yeah, they're born without much shape. Most of them never do get much shape. When they have any, well, actually their mothers lick them into shape, give them their appearance." "It's an old folk tale that bears do that." "Maybe they learned it from the bears then, young fellow. There's quite a bit of bear mixture in them, but the bears themselves have nearly gone from the flats and thickets now. More than likely the bears learned it from them. Sometimes the mothers lick the cubs into the shape of regular people for a joke." "That is the legend?" "You keep saying legend. I don't know anything about legend. I just tell you what you ask me. I'll tell you a funny one, though. One of the mothers who was getting ready to bear happened to get a hold of an old movie magazine that some fishers from Boomer had left on the river edge. There was a picture in it of the prettiest girl that anyone ever saw, and it was a picture of all of that girl. This mother was tickled by that picture. She bore a daughter then, and she licked her into the shape and appearance of the girl in the movie magazine. And the girl grew up looking like that, and she still looks like that, pretty as a picture. I don't believe the girl appreciates the joke. She is the prettiest of all the people, though. Her name is Crayola Catfish." "Are you having me, old fellow? Have those creatures any humor?" "Some of them tell old jokes. John Salt tells old jokes. The Licorice Man tells really old jokes. And man, does the Comet ever tell old jokes." "Are the creatures long-lived?" "Long-lived as we want to be. The elixir comes from these flats, you know. Some of us use it, some of us don't." "Are you one of the creatures?" "Sure, I'm one of them. I like to get out from it sometimes, though. I follow the harvests." This tape, recorded by an anthropology student at State University, who, by the way, has since busted out of anthropology and is now taking hotel and restaurant management, had greatly excited the eminent scientist Dr. Velikov Vonk when he had played it, along with several hundred other tapes that had come in that week from the anthropology circuit. He scratched his... No, he didn't. He didn't have one. He scratched his jowl, and he phoned up the eminent scientists Arpad Arkabaranen and Willie McGilly. I'll go, of course I'll go," Arpad had cried. "I've traveled 1,000,000 miles in search of it, and should I refuse to go 60? This won't be it, this can't be it, but I'll never give up. Yes, we'll go tomorrow." "Sure, I'll go," Willie McGilly said. "I've been there before. I kind of like those folks on the flats. I don't know about the biggest catfish in the world, but the biggest catfish stories in the world have been pulled out of the Cimarron River right about at Boomer Flats. Sure, we'll go tomorrow.
This may be it, Velikov had said. How can we miss it? I can almost reach out and scratch it on the nose from here.
You'll find yourself scratching your own nose, that's how you'll miss it. But it's there, and it's real.
I believe, Willie, that there is a sort of amnesia that has prevented us finding them or remembering them accurately.
Not that, Velikov. It's just that they're always too close to see.
So the next day, the three eminent scientists drove over from T-Town to come to Boomer Flats. Willie McGilly knew where the place was, but his pointing out of the way seemed improbable. Velikov was more inclined to trust the information of people in Boomer, and there was a difficulty there. People kept saying, "This is Boomer. There isn't exactly any place called Boomer Flats." Boomer Flats wasn't on any map. It was too small even to have a post office, and the Boomer people were exasperating in not knowing about it or knowing the way to it. 3 miles from here and you don't know where it is? Velikov asked one of them angrily.
I don't even know that it is, the Boomer man had said in his own near anger. I don't believe that there is such a place. Finally, however, other men told the eminent scientists that there sort of was such a place, sort of a place, sort of a road going to it, too. They pointed out the same improbable way that Willie McGilly had pointed out. The three eminents took the road. The flats hadn't flooded lately. The road was sand, but it could be negotiated. They came to the town, to the sort of town, in the Ragged River Flats. There was such a place. They went to the Cimarron Hotel, which was like any hotel anywhere, only older. They went into the dining room, for it was noon. It had tables, but it was more than a dining room. It was a common room. It even had intimations of old elegance in blued pier mirrors. There was a dingy bar there. There was a pool table there, and a hairy man was playing rotation with the Comet on it. The Comet was a long, gray-bearded man. In fact, Comet means a star with a beard. And small pieces were always falling off him. Clay-colored men with their hats on were playing dominoes at several of the tables, and there were half a dozen dogs in the room. Something a little queer and primordial about those dogs. Something a little queer and primordial about the whole place. But, as if set to serve as distraction, there was a remarkably pretty girl there, and she might have been a waitress. She seemed to be waiting, either listlessly or profoundly, for something. Dr. Velikov Vonk twinkled his deep eyes in their orbital caves. Perhaps he cogitated his massive brain behind his massive orbital ridges, and he arrived by sheer mentality at the next step. "Have you a menu, young lady?" he asked. "No," she answered simply, but it wasn't simple at all. Her voice didn't go with her prettiness. It was much more intricate than her appearance, even in that one syllable. It was powerful, not really harsh, deep and resonant as caverns, full and timeless. The girl was big-boned beneath her prettiness, with heavy brindled hair and complex eyes. "We would like something to eat," Arpad Arkabaranen ventured. "What do you have?" "They're fixing it for you now," the girl said. "I'll bring it after a while." There was a rich river smell about the whole place, and the room was badly lit. "Her voice is an odd one," Arpad whispered in curious admiration. "Like rocks rolled around by water, but it also has a touch of springtime in it, springtime of a very peculiar duality." "Not just a springtime, it's an interstadial time," Willie McGilly stated accurately. "I've noticed that about them in other places. It's old green season in their voices, green season between the ice." The room was lit only by hanging lamps. They had a flicker to them. They were not electric. "There's a lot of the gaslight era in this place," Arpad gave the opinion, "but the lights aren't gaslights either." "No, they're hanging oil lamps," Velikov said. "An amusing fancy just went through my head that they might be old whale oil lamps." "Girl, what do you burn in the hanging lamps?" Willie McGilly asked her. "Catfish oil," she said in the resonant voice that had a touch of the green interstadial time in it, and catfish oil burns with a clay-colored flame. "Can you bring us drinks while we wait?" Velikov of the massive head asked. "They're fixing them for you now," the girl said. "I'll bring them after a while." Meanwhile, on the old pool table, the Comet was beating the hairy man at rotation. Nobody could beat the Comet at rotation. "We came here looking for strange creatures," Arpad said in the direction of the girl. "Do you know anything about strange creatures or people or where they can be found?" "You are the only strange people who have come here lately," she told them. Then she brought their drinks to them, 3 great sloshing clay cups or bulbous stems that smelled strongly of river, perhaps of interstadial river. She set them in front of the eminence with something like a twinkle in her eyes, something like, but much more. It was laughing lightning flashing from under the ridges of that pretty head. She was awaiting their reaction. Velikov cocked a big, deep eye at his drink. This itself was a feat. Other men hadn't such eyes, or such brows above them, as had Velikov Vonk. They took a bit of cocking, and it wasn't done lightly, and Velikov grinned out of deep folk memory as he began to drink. Velikov was always strong on the folk memory bit. Arpad Arkabaranin screamed, rose backward, toppled his chair, and stood aghast while pointing a shaking finger at his splashing clay cup. Arpad was disturbed. Willie McGilly drank deeply from his own stirring vessel. "Why, it's Green Snake's snorter," he cried in amazement and delight. "Oh, drink of drinks, thou art a pleasure beyond expectation. They used to serve it to us back home, but I never even hoped to find it here. What great thing have we done to deserve this?" He drank again of the wonderful splashing liquor while the spray of it filled the air, and Velikov also drank with noisy pleasure. The girl righted Arpad's chair, put Arpad into it again with strong hands, and addressed him powerfully to his cresting breaker. But Arpad was scared of his lively drink. "It's alive! It's alive!" was all that he could jabber. Arpad Arkabaranin specialized in primitives, and primitives by definition are prime stuff. But there wasn't, now in his moment of weakness, enough prime stuff in Arpad himself to face so pleasant and primitive a drink as this. The liquid was sparkling with bright action, was adequately alcoholic, something like chalk beer, and there was a green snake in each cup. Velikov in his notebook states that they were green worms of the species Vermis ebrius viridis, but that is only a quibble. They were snake-like worms, and of the size of small snakes, and we will call them snakes. "Do get with it, Arpad," Willie McGilly cried. "The trick is to drink it up before the snake drinks it. I tell you, though, that the snakes can discern when a man is afraid of them. They'll fang the face off a man who's afraid of them." I don't believe that I want the drink," Arpad declared with sickish grace. "I'm not much of a drinking man." So Arpad's green snake drank up his green snake snorter, noisily and greedily. Then it expired, it breathed out its life and evaporated. That green snake was gone. "Where did he go?" Arpad asked nervously. He was still uneasy about the business. "Back to the catfish," the girl said. "All the snakes are spirits of catfish just out for a little ramble." "Interesting," Velikov said, and he noted in his pocket notebook that the Vermis ebrius viridis is not a discrete species of worm or snake, but is rather spirit of catfish. It is out of such careful notation that science is built up. "Is there anything noteworthy about Boomer Flats?" Velikov asked the girl then. "Has it any unique claim to fame?" "Yes," the girl said. "This is the place that the comets come back to." "Ah, but the moths have eaten the comets," Willie McGilly quoted from the old epic. The girl brought them 3 big clay bowls heaped with fish eggs, and these they were to eat with 3 clay spoons. Willie McGilly and Dr. Velikov Vonk addressed themselves to the rich meal with pleasure, but Arpad Arkabaranin refused. "Why, it's all mixed with mud and sand and trash," he objected. Certainly, wonderful, wonderful." Willie McGilly slushed out the happy words with a mouth full of delicious goop. "I always thought that something went out of the world when they cleaned up the old shantytown dish of shad roe. In some places they cleaned it up, not everywhere. I maintain that Roe at its best must always have at least a slight tang of river sewage. But Arpad broke his clay spoon in disgust, and he would not eat. Arpad had traveled 1,000,000 miles in search of it, but he didn't know it when he found it. He hadn't any of it inside him, so he missed it. One of the domino players at a near table, the three eminents had noticed this some time before but had not fully realized it, was a bear. The bear was dressed as a shabby man. He wore a big black hat on his head. He played dominoes well. He was winning. "How is it that the bear plays so well?" Velikov asked. "He doesn't play well at all," Willie McGilly protested. "I could beat him. I could beat any of them." "He isn't really a bear," the girl said. "He is my cousin. Our mothers, who were sisters, were clownish. His mother licked him into the shape of a bear for fun, but that is nothing to what my mother did to me. She licked me into pretty face and pretty figure for a joke, and now I am stuck with it. I think it is too much of a joke. I'm not really like this, but I guess I may as well laugh at me just as everybody else does." "What is your name?" Arpad asked her, without real interest. "Crayola Catfish." But Arpad Arkabaranen didn't hear or recognize the name, though it had been on a tape that Dr. Velikov Vonk had played for them, the same tape that had really brought them to Boomer Flats. Arpad had now closed his eyes and ears and heart to all of it. The hairy man and the comet were still shooting pool, but pieces were still falling off the comet. "He's diminishing. He's breaking up," Velikov observed. "He won't last another 100 years at that rate." Then the eminents left board and room and the Cimarron Hotel to go looking for ABSMs who were rumored to live in that area. ABSM is the code name for the abominable snowman, for the hairy woodman, for the wild man of Borneo, for the Sasquatch, for the boogerman, for the ape-man, for the bear-man, for the missing link, for the 9-foot-tall giant things, for the living Neanderthals. It is believed by some that all of these beings are the same. It is believed by most that these things are no thing at all, nowhere, not in any form. And it seemed as if the most were right, for the three eminents could not find hide nor hair. Rough hide and copious hair were supposed to be marks by which the ABSMs might be known, of the queer folks anywhere along the red bank of the Cimarron River. Such creatures as they did encounter were very like the shabby and untalkative creatures they had already encountered in Boomer Flats. They weren't an ugly people. They were pleasantly mud-homely. They were civil, and most often they were silent. They dressed something as people had dressed 75 years before that time, as the poor working people had dressed then. Maybe they were poor, maybe not. They didn't seem to work very much. Sometimes a man or a woman seemed to be doing a little bit of work, very casually. It may be that the Red Mud River was full of fish. Something was splashing and jumping there. Big turtles waddled up out of the water, caked with mud even around their eyes. The shores and flats were treacherous, and sometimes an eminent would sink into the sand mud up to the hips. But the broad-footed people of the area didn't seem to sink in. There was plenty of greenery, or brownery, for it had been the dusty weeks, along the shores. There were muskrats, there were even beavers, there were skunks and possums and badgers. There were wolf dens and coyote dens digged into the banks, and they had their particular smells about them. There were dog dens, there were coon trees, there were even bear dens or caves. But no, that was not a bear smell either. What smell was it? "What lives in these clay caves?" Velikov asked a woman who was digging river clams there. "The giants live in them," she said. Well, they were tall enough to be giants' caves. A 9-footer need hardly stoop to enter one. "We have missed it," Arpad said. "There is nothing at all to be found here. I will travel farther, and I may find it in other places." "Oh, I believe we are right in the middle of it," Velikov gave the opinion. "It is all around us, Arpad, everything you wanted," Willie McGilly insisted. But Arpad Arkabaranen would have none of the muddy water, none of the red sand or the red sand caves, nothing of anything here.
The interest had all gone out of him. The three of them went back to the Cimarron Hotel without apparently finding primitive creature or missing link at all. They entered the common room of the hotel again. Dominoes were set before them. They played draw listlessly. "You are sure that there are no odd creatures around this place?" Arpad again asked the girl Crayola Catfish.
"John Salt is an odd creature, and he comes from this place," Crayola told them. "The Licorice Man is an odd creature, I suppose. So is Ape Woodman. He used to be a big-time football player. All three of them had regular people blood in them. I suppose that's what made them odd. They were almost as odd as you three creatures. And the Comet playing pool there is an odd one. I don't know what kind of blood he has in him to make him odd."
"How long has he been around here?" Velikov asked.
"He returns every 87 years. He stays here about 3 years, and he's already been here 2 of them. Then he goes off on another circuit. He goes out past the planets and among the stars."
"Oh? And how does he travel out there?" Velikov asked with cocked tongue and eye.
"With horse and buggy, of course."
"Oh there, Comet," Willie McGilly called. "Is it true that you travel out among the stars with horse and buggy?"
"Aye, that I do,"
the long gray-bearded man named Comet called back.
"With a horse named Pegosh and a buggy named Harma. It's a flop-eared horse and a broken buggy, but they take me there."
"Touch clay," said Crayola Catfish, "for the lightning."
They touched clay. Everything was of baked clay anyhow, even the dominoes. And there had been lightning, fantastic lightning dashing itself through every crack and cranny of the flimsy hotel. It was a lightning brighter than all the catfish oil lamps in the world put together, and it continued. There was clattering sequence thunder, and there was a roaring booming sound that came from a few miles west of the thunder. The giants came in and stood around the edges of the room. They were all very much alike, like brothers. They were tall and somber, shabby, black-bearded to the eyes, and with black hats on their heads, unkempt. All were about 9 feet tall.
"Shall I sound like a simpleton if I ask if they are really giants?" Velikov questioned. "As your eyes tell you, they are the giants," Crayola said. "They stay here in the out-of-the-way places even more than the rest of us. Sometimes regular people see them and do not understand that they are regular people too. For that there is scandal. It was the scent of such a scandal, I believe, that brought the 3 of you here. But they are not apes or bears or monsters. They are people too."
"They are of your own same kindred?" Velikov asked.
"Oh, yes. They are the uncles, the old bachelors. That's why they grow tall and silent. That's why they stand around the edges of the room. And that is why they dig themselves caves into the banks and bluffs instead of living in huts. The roofs of huts are too low for them."
"It would be possible to build taller huts," Willie McGilly suggested.
"It would be possible for you, yes," Crayola said. "It would not be possible for them. They are set in their ways. They develop a stoop and a gait because they feel themselves so tall. They let their hair grow and overflow all over their faces and around their eyes, and all over their bodies also. They are the steers of the species. Having no children or furniture, what can they do but grow tall and ungainly like that? This happens also to the steers of cattle and bears and apes, that they grow tall and gangling. They become bashful, you see, so sometimes it is mistakenly believed that they are fierce."
The roaring and booming from west of the thunder was becoming louder and nearer. The river was coming dangerously alive. All of the people in the room knew that it was now dark outside, and it was not yet time to be night. The Comet gave his pool cue to one of the bashful giants and came and sat with the eminence.
"You are Magi?" he asked.
"I am a Magus, yes," Willie McGilly said. "We are called eminent scientists nowadays. Velikov here also remains a Magus, but Arpad has lost it all this day."
"You are not the same 3 I first believed," the old Comet said. "Those 3 passed me several of my cycles back. They had had word of an event, and they had come from a great distance as soon as they heard it. But it took them near 2,000 years to make the trip, and they were worried that myth had them as already arriving long ago. They were worried that false magi had anticipated them and set up a preventing myth. and I believe that is what did happen.
And your own myths, old fellow, have they preceded you, or have you really been here before? Willie McGilly asked. I see that you have a twisty tongue that turns out some really winding myths.
Thank you, for that is ever my intent. Myths are not merely things that were made in times past. Myths are among the things that maintain the present in being. I wish most strongly that the present should be maintained. I often live in it.
Tell us, old man, why Boomer Flats is a place that the comets come back to, Willie said.
Oh, it's just one of the post stations where we change horses when we make our orbits. A lot of the comets come to the Flats. Booger, Donati, Enki, 1914C, and Halley.
But why to Boomer Flats on the Little Cimarron River? Willie inquired.
Things are often more than they seem. The Cimarron isn't really so little a river as you would imagine. Actually, it is the river named Ocean that runs around all the worlds.
Old comet, old man with the pieces falling off of you, Dr. Velikov Vonk asked out of that big head of his. Can you tell us just who are the underpeoples that we have tracked all around the world and have probably found here no more than 70 miles from our own illustrious T-town?
The fizz like you have on you and you have to ask?
The old comet twinkled at Velikov. A man who twinkled like that had indeed been among the stars. He had their dust on him.
You're one of them, you know.
I've suspected that for a long time, Velikov admitted. But who are they? And who am I?
Wise Willie here said it correctly to you last night, that they were the scrubs who bottom the breed. But do not demean the scrubs. They are the foundation. They are human as all of us are human. They are a race that underlies the other several races of man. When the bones and blood of the more manifest races grow too thin, then they sustain you with the mixture of their strong kingship. The mixing always goes on, but in special eras it is more widespread. They are the link that is never really missing, the link between the clay and the blood.
Why are they, and me if I were not well-kempt and eminent, sometimes taken to be animals? Velikov asked. Why do they always live in such outlandish places?
They don't always. Sometimes they live in very inlandish places. Even Wise Willie understands that. But it is their function to stand apart and grow in strength. Look at the strong bone structure of that girl there. It is their function to invent forms. Look at the form her mother invented for her. They have a depth of mind, and they have it particularly in those ghostly areas where the other races lack it. And they share and mingle it in those sudden motley ages of great achievement and vigor. Consider the great ages of Athens, of Florence, of Los Angeles, and afterward this people will withdraw again to gather new strength and bottom.
And why are they centered here in a tumble-down hotel that is like a series of old daguerreotypes? Willie McGilly asked. Will you tell us that there is something cosmic about this little old hotel, as there is about this little old river?
Aye, of course there is, Willie. This is the hotel named Xenodokaion. This is the special center of these xenoi, these strangers, and of all strangers everywhere. It isn't small. It is merely that you can see but a portion of it at one time. And then they center here to keep out of the way. Sometimes they live in areas and neighborhoods that regularized humanity has abandoned, whether in inner city or boondock. Sometimes they live in eras and decades that regularized humanity has abandoned. For their profundity of mind in the more ghostly areas, they have come to have a cavalier way with time. What is wrong with that? If regular people are finished with those days and times, why may not others use them?
The roaring and booming to the west of the thunder had become very loud and very near now, and in the immediate outdoors there was heavy rain. "It is the time," the girl Crayola Catfish cried out in her powerful and intricate voice. "The flash flood is upon us, and it will smash everything. We will all go and lie down in the river." They all began to follow her out, the Boomer Flats people, and the giants among them, the eminents, everybody. "Will you also lie down in the river, Comet?" Willie McGilly asked. "Somehow I don't believe it of you."
"No, I will not. That isn't my way. I will take my horse and buggy and ascend above it."
"Ah, but Comet, will it look like a horse and buggy to us?"
"No, it will look quite other if you do chance to see it."
"And what are you really, Comet?" Velikov asked him as they left him. "What species do you belong to?"
"To the human species, of course, Velikov. I belong to still another race of it, another race that mixes sometimes and then withdraws again to gather more strength and depth. Some individuals of us withdraw for quite long times. There are a number of races of us in the wide cousinship, you see, and it is a necessity that we be strangers to each other for a good part of the time."
"Are you a Saucerian?"
"Oh, Saucerian be damned, Velikov. Harma means chariot or it means buggy. It does not mean saucer. We are the comets, and our own mingling with the commonality of people has also had quite a bit to do with those sudden incandescent eras. Say, I'd like to talk with you fellows again sometime. I'll be by this way again in about 87 years.
"Maybe so," said Dr. Velikov Vonk.
"Maybe so," said Willie McGilly.
The Eminence followed the Boomer Flats people to the river, and the Comet, we suppose, took his horse and buggy and ascended out of it. Odd old fellow he was, pieces falling off him. He'd hardly last another 100 years. The red and black river was in surging flood with a blood-colored crest bearing down, and the flats, they were just too flat. The flood would be a mile wide here in 1 minute, and everywhere in that width it would be deep enough and swift enough to drown a man. It was near dark. It was near the limit of roaring sound, but there was a pile of large rocks there in the deepening shallows, plenty of rocks, at least one big, heavy rock for every person. The Boomer Flats people understood what the rocks were for, and the giants among them understood. 2 of the Eminence understood, and one of them, Arpad, apparently did not. Arpad was carrying on in great fear about the dangers of death by drowning. Quickly, then, to cram mud into the eyes and ears and noses and mouths. There is plenty of mud, and all of it is good. Spirits of catfish protect us now. It will be only for a few hours, for 2 or 3 days at the most. Arpad alone panicked. He broke and ran when Crayola Catfish tried to put mud in his mouth and nose to save him. He ran and stumbled in the rising waters to his death. But all the others understood. They lay down in the red roaring river, and one of the giants set a heavy rock on the breast of every person of them to hold them down. The last of the giants then rolled the biggest of the rocks onto his own breast. So all were safe on the bottom of the surging torrent, safe in the old mud-clay cradle. Nobody can stand against a surging flood like that. The only way is to lie down on the bottom and wait it out. And it was a refreshing, a deepening, a renewing experience. There are persons, both inside and outside the orders, who make religious retreats of 3 days every year for their renewal. This was very like such a retreat. When the flood had subsided, this was 3 days later, they all rose again, rolling the big rocks off their breasts. They cleared their eyes and ears and mouths of the preserving mud, and they resumed their ways and days. For Velikov Vonk and for Willie McGilly, it had been an enriching experience. They had found the link that was not really lost, leaving the other 99 meanwhile. They had grown in cousinship and wisdom. They said they would return to the flats every year at mud duck season and turtle egg season. They went back to T-Town enlarged and happy. There is, however, a gap in the Magi set due to the foolish dying of Arpad Arkabaranen. It is not of Scripture that a set of Magi should consist of only 3. There have been sets of 7 and 9 and 11. It is almost of Scripture, though, that a set should not consist of less than 3. In the Masola Apocalypse, it seems to be said that a set must contain at the least a comet, a commoner, and a catfish. The meaning of this is pretty muddy, and it may be a mistranslation. There is Dr. Velikov Vonk with his huge head, with his heavy orbital ridges, with the protruding near muzzle on him that makes the chin unnecessary and impossible, with the great back brain and the great good humor. He is, and you had already guessed it of him, an ABSM, a Neo-Neanderthal, an unmissing link, one of that branch of the human race that lives closest to the clay and the catfish. There is Willie McGilly, who belongs, and he himself has come to the realization of this quite lately, to that race of mankind called the comets. He is quite bright, and he has his periods. He himself is a short-orbit comet,
But for all that he has been among the stars, pieces fall off of him. He leaves awake, but he'll last a while yet. One more is needed so that this set of magi may be formed again. The other two aspects being already covered, the third member could well be a regularized person. It could be an older person of ability, an eminent. It could be a younger person of ability, a preeminent. This person may be you. Put your hand to it if you have the surety about you. If you are not afraid of green snakes in the cup, they'll fang the face off you if you're afraid of them, or of clay mud, or of comet dust, or of the rollicking world between. Old Foot Forgot. Introduction by John Scalzi. So here's a quick story of mine, relevant to this particular story. My wife became pregnant when I was 29 years old, and when she told me the news, A, I was ecstatic, B, I suddenly began waking up at 3 a.m. every night with the thought, dude, you're totally gonna die one day, ricocheting through my brain. You don't need to be a genius of psychology to figure this one out. With the advent of our child, I was no longer the final generation on the family chain. A new link would be forged, and I would be inevitably pulled into eternity's maw. I would survive by passing along my genes, not by living forever, which, up to age 29 apparently, was my unspoken assumption. I got over it. My kid's pretty great, and I don't mind shuffling off the mortal coil, because I helped make her, and also I wrote a few books people might still read after I'm gone. I'm doing okay. But that jolt of awareness I got at 29 pops up again every now and then in a slightly different way. I don't mind so much that I will die, but I'm sad that I will no longer exist. I enjoy existing. Existing is pretty neat. And while I'm pretty sure that when I no longer exist, I won't mind, I didn't mind not existing before I was born after all, right now I'm put out about it. I mean, I put a lot of effort into developing a sense of self here, people. I don't get to take it with me? That's some bullshit right there, I tell you. It's selfish of me, but I don't mind that little bit of selfishness. It won't help me in the end, but until then it gets me along. As I said, this story is relevant to Old Foot Forgot, which is a story that makes me both happy and sad. Happy because clearly Lafferty got where I was coming from. Sad because, well, oblivion awaits, doesn't it? Fine. Bring it on, eventually. Until then, hey, I'm here, man, and I like it. Old Foot Forgot. Duke Doctor, it is a Sphericos patient, lay Sister Moira P.T. de C. cried happily. It is a genuine spherical alien patient. You've never had one before, not in good faith. I believe it is what you need to distract you from the, happy news about yourself. It is good for a Duke Doctor to have a different patient sometimes. Thank you, lay sister. Let it, him, her, fourth case, fifth case, or whatever, come in. No, I've never had a Sphericos in good faith. I doubt if this one is, but I will enjoy the encounter. The Sphericos rolled or pushed itself in. It was a big one, either a blubbery kid or a full-grown one. It rolled itself along by extruding and withdrawing pseudopods, and it came to rest grinning, a large translucent rubbery ball of fleeting colors. "Hello, Duke Doctor," it said pleasantly. "First I wish to extend my own sympathy and that of my friends who do not know how to speak to you for the happy news about yourself, and secondly, I have an illness of which you may cure me." "But the Sphericoi are never ill," Duke Dr. Drake said dutifully. How did he know that the round creature was grinning at him? By the colors, of course, by the fleeting colors of it. They were grinning colors. "My illness is not of the body, but of the head," said the Sphericos. "But the Sphericoi have no heads, my friend." "Then it is of another place and another name, Duke Doctor. There is a thing in me suffering. I come to you as a Duke Doctor. I have an illness in my Duke." "That is unlikely in a Sphericos. You are all perfectly balanced, each a cosmos unto yourself. And you have a central solution that solves everything. What is your name?" Krug 16, which is to say that I am the 16th son of Krug, the 16th case son, of course. Dukdok, the pain is not in me entirely. It is in an old forgotten part of me.
But you, Spharakoi, have no parts, Krug 16. You are total and indiscriminate entities. How would you have parts?
It is one of my pseudopods, extended and then withdrawn in much less than a second long ago when I was a little boy. It protests, it cries, it wants to come back. It has always bothered me, but now it bothers me intolerably. It screams and moans constantly now.
Do not the same ones ever come back?
No, never. Never exactly the same ones. Will exactly the same water ever run past one point in a brook? No. We push them out and we draw them back, and we push them out again millions of times. But the same one can never come back. There is no identity. But this one cries to come back, and now it becomes more urgent. Dukdok, how can it be? There is not one same molecule in it as when I was a boy. There is nothing of that pseudopod that is left, but parts of it have come out as parts of other pseudopods, and now there can be no parts left. There is nothing remaining of that foot. It has all been absorbed a million times, but it cries out, and I have compassion on it.
Krug 16, it may possibly be a physical or mechanical difficulty, a pseudopod imperfectly withdrawn, a sort of rupture whose effects you interpret wrongly. In that case, it would be better if you went to your own doctors or doctor. I understand that there is one.
That old fogey cannot help me, Dukdok. And our pseudopods are always perfectly withdrawn. We are covered with the twinkling salve. It is 1/3 of our bulk. And if we need more of it, we can make more of it ourselves, or we can beg some of it from a class 4 who makes it prodigiously. It is the solvent for everything. It eases every possible wound. It makes us round as balls. You should use it yourself, Dukdok. But there is one small foot in me, dissolved long ago, that protests and protests. Oh, the shrieking, the horrible dreams.
But the Spharakoi do not sleep and do not dream.
Right enough, Dukdok. But there's an old dead foot of mine that sure does dream loud and woolly.
The Spharakos was not grinning now. He rolled about softly in apprehension. How did the Dukdoktor know that it was apprehension? By the fleeting colors. They were apprehension colors now. Krug 16, I will have to study your case, said the Dukdoktor. I will see if there are any references to it in the literature, though I don't believe that there are. I will seek for analogy. I will probe every possibility. Can you come back at the same hour tomorrow?
I will come back, Dukdok. Krug 16 sighed. I hate to feel that small vanished thing crying and trembling.
It rolled or pushed itself out of the clinic by extruding and then withdrawing pseudopods. The little pushers came out of the goopy surface of the Spharakos and then were withdrawn into it completely. A raindrop falling in a pond makes a much more lasting mark than does the disappearing pseudopod of a Spharakos. But long ago, in his boyhood, one of the pseudopods of Krug 16 had not disappeared completely in every respect.
There are several jokers waiting, lay sister Moira P.T. de C. announced a little later, and perhaps some valid patients among them. It's hard to tell.
Not another Spharakos? The Dukdoktor asked in sudden anxiety.
Of course not. The one this morning is the only Spharakos who has ever come. How could there be anything wrong with him? There is never anything wrong with a Spharakos. No, these are all of the other species, just a regular morning bunch.
So, except for the visitation of the Spharakos, it was a regular morning at the clinic. There were about a dozen waiting of the several species, and at least half of them would be jokers. It was always so. There was a lean and giddy subula. One cannot tell the age or sex of them, but there was a tittering. In all human or inhuman expression, whether of sound, color, radio ray, or osmeritor, the titter suggests itself. It is just around the corner. It is just outside. It is subliminal, but it is there somewhere.
It is that my teeth hurt so terrible, the subula shrilled so high that the Dukdoktor had to go on instruments to hear it. They are tromping pain. They are agony. I think I will cut my head off.
Have you a head-off cutter, Duke Doctor?"
"Let me see your teeth," Duke Dr. Drake asked with the beginnings of irritation.
"There is one tooth jump up and down with spike boot," the subulus shrilled. "There is one jag like poisoned needle. There is one cuts like coarse rough saw. There is one burns like little hot fires."
"Let me see your teeth," the Duke Doctor growled evenly.
"There is one drills holes and sets little blasting powder in them," the subulus shrilled still more highly. "Then he sets them off. Ow! Good night."
"Let me see your teeth."
"Peef!"
the subulus shrilled. The teeth cascaded out, 1/2 bushel of them, 10,000 of them, all over the floor of the clinic.
"Peef!"
the subulus screeched again and ran out of the clinic. Tittering? But he should have remembered that the subula have no teeth. Tittering? It was the laughing of demented horses. It was the jackhammer braying of the dulcus. It was the hysterical giggling of the ophis. They were a 1/2 bushel of shells of the little stink conches, and they were already beginning to rot. It was the clown laughter of the arctos. The clinic would never be habitable again. Never mind, he would burn it down and build another one tonight. The jokers, they did have their fun with him, and perhaps it did them some good.
"I have this trouble with me," said a young dulcus, "but it make me so nervous to tell it. Oh, it do make me nervous to tell it to the Duke Doc."
"Do not be nervous," said the Duke Doctor, fearing the worst. "Tell me your trouble in whatever way you can. I am here to serve every creature that is in any trouble or pain whatsoever. Tell it."
"Oh, but it make me so nervous. I perish, I shrivel. I will have accident, I am so nervous."
"Tell me your trouble, my friend. I am here to help."
"Whoops, whoops, I already have accident. I tell you, I am nervous."
The dulcus urinated largely on the clinic floor, then it ran out laughing. The laughing, the shrilling, the braying, the shrill giggling that seemed to scrape the flesh from his bones. He should have remembered that the dulcus do not urinate. Everything comes from them hard and solid. The hooting, the laughing. It was a bag of green water from the Colmulus swamp. Even the aliens gagged at it, and their laughter was of a pungent green sort. Oh well, there were several of the patients with real, though small, ailments, and there were more jokers. There was the arctos who— Wait, that particular jokery cannot be told with human persons present. Even the subula and the ophis blushed lavender at the rawness of it. A thing like that can only be told to arctos themselves. And there was another dulcus who— Jokers. It was a typical morning at the clinic. One does whatever one can for the oneness that is greater than self. In the case of Duke Dr. Drake, it meant considerable sacrifice. One who works with the strange species here must give up all hope of material reward or material sophistication in his surroundings. But the Duke Doctor was a dedicated man. Oh, the Duke Doctor lived pleasantly and with a sort of artful simplicity and dynamic involvement in the small articles of life. He had an excited devotion and balanced intensity for corporate life. He lived in small houses of lilac weed, woven with careful double rappel. He lived in each one for 7 days only, and then burned it and scattered the ashes, taking always one bitter glob of them on his tongue for reminder of the fleetingness of temporal things and the wonderfulness of the returning. To live in one house for more than 7 days is to become dull and habitual, but the lilac weed will not burn well until it has been cut and platted for 7 days, so the houses set their own terms. 1/2 day to build, 7 days to inhabit, 1/2 day to burn ritually and scatter, 1 renewal night under the spear sky. The Duke Doctor ate rabe, or he ate inuin, or ull, or pyora when they were in season, and for the 9 days of each year when none of these were in season, he ate nothing at all. His clothing he made himself of colg. His paper was of the palmy plant. His printer used buaf ink and shaved slinstone. Everything that he needed he made for himself from things found wild in the hedgerows. He took nothing from the cultivated land or from the alien peoples. He was a poor and dedicated servant. Now he stacked some of the needful things from the clinic and lay Sister Moira P.T. de C. took others of them to her own Gilac house to keep till the next day. Then the Duke Doctor ritually set his clinic on fire, and a few moments later his house. This was all symbol of the great Nostos, the returning. He recited the great rhapsodies, and other persons of the humankind came by and recited with him. "That no least fibre of Gilac die," he recited, "that all enter immediately the more glorious and undivided life, that the ashes are the doorway, and every ash is holy, that all become a part of the oneness that is greater than self. That no splinter of the Jewess floorboards die, that no glob of the chinking clay die, that no mite or louse in the platting die, that all become a part of the oneness that is greater than self." He burned, he scattered, he recited, he took one glob of bitter ash on his tongue, he experienced vicariously the great synthesis, he ate holy Inuin and holy Ull, and when it was finished, both of the house and the clinic, when it had come on night and he was homeless, he slept that renewal night under the spear sky. And in the morning he began to build again, the clinic first, and then the house. "It is the last of either that I shall ever build," he said. The happy news about himself was that he was a dying man, and that he would be allowed to take the short way out. So he built most carefully with the last building rites. He chinked both the buildings with special Ur clay that would give a special bitterness to the ashes at the time of final burning. Krug 16 rolled along while the Duke Doctor still built his final clinic, and the Sphericos helped him in the building while they consulted on the case of the screaming foot. Krug 16 could weave and plait and repel amazingly with his pseudopods. He could bring out a dozen of them, 100, thick or thin, whatever was needed, and all of a wonderful dexterity. That globe could weave. "Does the Forgotten Foot still suffer, Krug 16? Duke Dr. Drake asked it. "It suffers. It's hysterical. It's in absolute terror. I don't know where it is. It does not know. And how I know about it at all is a mystery. Have you found any way to help me, to help it?" "No, I am sorry, but I have not." "There is nothing in the literature on this subject?" "No, nothing that I can identify as such." "And you have not found analogy to it?" "Yes, Krug 16, in a way I have discovered analogy, but it does not help you, or me." "That is too bad, Duke Doc. Well, I will live with it, and the little foot will finally die with it. Do I guess that your case is somewhat the same as mine?" "No. My case is more similar to that of your lost foot than to you." "Well, I will do what I can for myself and for it. It's back to the old remedy, then. But I am already covered deep with the twinkling salve." "So am I, Krug 16, in a like way." "I was ashamed of my affliction before and did not mention it. Now, however, since I have spoken of it to you, I have spoken of it to others also. There is some slight help, I find. I should have shot off my big bazoo before." "The Sphericoi have no bazoos." "Folk joke, Duke Doc. There is a special form of the twinkling salve. My own is insufficient, so I will try the other." "A special form of it, Krug 16? I am interested in this. My own salve seems to have lost its effect." "There is a girlfriend, Duke Doc, or a boyfriend person. How shall I say it? It is a case 4 person to my case 5. This person, though promiscuous, is expert, and this person exudes the special stuff in abundance." "Not quite my pot of ointment, I'm afraid, Krug 16, but it may be the answer for you. It is special, and it dissolves everything, including objections." "It is the most special of all the twinkling salves, Duke Doc, and it solves and dissolves everything. I believe it will reach my forgotten foot wherever it is, and send it into kind and everlasting slumber. It will know that it is itself that slumbers, and that will be bearable." "If I were not, going out of business, Krug 16, I'd get a bit of it and try to analyze it. What is the name of this special case 4 person?" "Torchy 12 is its name." "Yes, I have heard of her."
Everybody now knew that it was the last week in the life of the Duke Doctor, and everyone tried to make his happiness still more happy. The morning jokers outdid themselves, especially the Arctos. After all, he was dying of an Arctos disease, one never fatal to the Arctos themselves. They did have some merry and outrageous times around the clinic, and the Duke Doctor got the sneaky feeling that he would rather live than die. He hadn't, it was plain to see, the right attitude. So lay priest Migma PTDC tried to inculcate the right attitude in him. "It is the great synthesis you go to, Duke Doctor," he said. "It is the happy oneness that is greater than self." "Oh, I know that, but you put it on a little too thick. I've been taught it from my babyhood. I'm resigned to it." "Resigned to it? You should be ecstatic over it. The self must perish, of course, but it will live on as an integral atom of the evolving oneness, just as a drop lives on in the ocean." "Aye, Migma, but the drop may hang on to the memory of the time when it was cloud, of the time when it was falling drop, indeed of the time when it was brook. It may say, 'There's too damned much salt in this ocean. I'm lost here.'" "Oh, but the drop will want to be lost, Duke Doctor. The only purpose of existence is to cease to exist, and there cannot be too much of salt in the evolving oneness. There cannot be too much of anything. All must be one in it. Salt and sulfur must be one, undifferentiated. Offal and soul must become one. Blessed be oblivion in the oneness that collapses on itself." "Stuff it, lay priest, I'm weary of it." "Stuff it, you say? I don't understand your phrase, but I'm sure it's apt." "Yes, yes, Duke Doctor, stuff it all in. Animals, people, rocks, grass, worlds, and wasps. Stuff it all in. That all may be obliterated into the great, may I not coin a word even as the Master coined them, into the great stuffiness." "I'm afraid your word is all too apt." "It is the great quintessence. It is the happy death of all individuality and memory. It is the synthesis of all living and dead things into the great amorphism. It is the old salve, and it's lost its twinkle," the Duke Doctor said sadly. "How goes the old quotation? When the salve becomes sticky, how then will you come unstuck?" No, the Duke Doctor did not have the right attitude, so it was necessary that many persons should harass him into it. Time was short. His death was due, and there was the general fear that the Duke Doctor might not be properly lost. He surely came to his time of happiness in grumpy fashion. The week was gone by. The last evening for him was come. The Duke Doctor ritually set his clinic on fire, and a few minutes later his house. He burned, he scattered, he recited the special last-time recital. He ate holy Inuin and holy Ull. He took one glob of most bitter ash on his tongue, and he lay down to sleep his last night under the spear sky. He wasn't afraid to die. "I will cross that bridge gladly, but I want there to be another side to that bridge," he talked to himself. "And if there is no other side of it, I want it to be me who knows that there is not. They say, pray that you be happily lost forever. Pray for blessed obliteration. I will not pray that I be happily lost forever. I would rather burn in a hell forever than suffer happy obliteration. I'll burn if it be me that burns. I want me to be me. I will refuse forever to surrender myself." It was a restless night for him. Well, perhaps he could die easier if he were wearied and sleepless at dawn. "Other men don't make such a fuss about it," he told himself, the self he refused to give up. "Other men are truly happy in obliteration. Why am I suddenly different? Other men desire to be lost, lost, lost. How have I lost the faith of my childhood and manhood? What is unique about me?" There was no answer to that. "Whatever is unique about me, I refuse to give it up. I will howl and moan against that extinction for billions of centuries. Ah, I will go sly. I will devise a sign so I will know me if I meet me again." About an hour before dawn, the lay priest Migma PTDC came to Duke Dr. Drake. The Dulcus and the Arctos had reported that the man was resting badly and was not properly disposed. I have an analogy that may ease your mind, Duke Doctor, the lay priest whispered softly. Ease it into great easiness. Salve it into great salving. Begone, fellow, your salve has lost its twinkle. Consider that we have never lived, that we have only seemed to live. Consider that we do not die, but are only absorbed into great selfless self. Consider the odd sphericoi of this world. What about the sphericoi? I consider them often. I believe that they are set here for our instruction. A sphericos is a total globe, the type of the great oneness. Then consider that it sometimes ruffles its surface, extrudes a little false foot from its soft surface. Would it not be odd if that false foot, for its brief second, considered itself a person? Would you not laugh at that? No, I do not laugh. And the Duke Doctor was on his feet. And in much less than a second, that pseudopod is withdrawn back into the sphere of the sphericoi. So it is with our lives. Nothing dies. It is only a ripple on the surface of the oneness. Can you entertain so droll an idea as that the pseudopod should remember, or wish to remember? Yes, I'll remember it 1 billion years for the billion who forget. The Duke Doctor was running uphill in the dark. He crashed into trees and boles as though he wished to remember the crashing forever. I'll burn before I forget, but I must have something that says it's me who burns. Up by the spherical hills of the sphericoi, bawling and stumbling in the dark, up to a hut that had a certain fame he could never place, to the hut that had its own identity, that sparkled with identity. Open! Help me! The Duke Doctor cried out at the last hut on the hill. Go away, man, the last voice protested. All my clients are gone and the night is almost over with. What has this person to do with a human man anyhow? It was a round, twinkling voice out of the rowelled dark, but there was enduring identity there, the twinkling, enduring identity colors, coming from the chinks of the hut, had not reached the level of vision. There was even the flicker of the I will know me if I meet me again color. Torchy 12, help me. I am told that you have the special salve that solves the last problem, and makes it know that it is always itself that is solved. Why, it is the Duke Doc. Why have you come to Torchy? I want something to send me into kind and everlasting slumber, he moaned. But I want it to be me who slumbers. Cannot you help me in any way? Come you in, the Duke Doc. This person, though promiscuous, is expert. I help you. The World as Will and Wallpaper. Introduction by Samuel R. Delany. Along with the primary education of the Cameroi, this was one of the first tales by Raphael Aloysius Lafferty, 1914 to 2002, I read. Where it appeared, however, I have no notion. Possibly that's because today I know so much more about the intellectual context that informs his story than I did when I first read it, and it is easy to let the context overwhelm the tale. One suspects that is part of the story's project, but in whose anthology, Judith Merrill's, Terry Carr's, I first read this piece, I have no notion at all. I once taught a Clarion workshop at Tulane, where the students included George R.R. Martin, and I wondered if somehow Lafferty himself might be in evidence. He wasn't, and the class was in some confusion because the young man who had set up the whole thing had also pulled out at the last minute. It's interesting that even at that time Lafferty as a myth was so in evidence. But what of the tale to hand? William Morris, 1834 to 1896, was intelligent, rich, and multi-talented. He was a committed socialist and the author of a number of fantasies, including News from Nowhere and The World Beyond the Wood. He supported a number of other artists, including Edward Burne-Jones, and he designed ornate wallpapers still used today. As well, he printed sumptuous illustrated editions of books such as the Kelmscott works of Geoffrey Chaucer. He is one of the most written-about men of his times, and he is the avatar of the hero of Lafferty's futuristic tale of a trip through the city of the world. As much or more than any famous Victorian figure, It's easy to see how the nature of Morris's fame is entirely an accident of a social position. Lafferty's title riffs on the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer's (1788 to 1860) two-volume philosophical treatise The World as Will and Representation. Schopenhauer is known for the extreme pessimism of his philosophy and the beauty of his writing. Like a Wallace Shawn play, Lafferty's tale takes place in a stressed future and moves from there to its distressing end. The story begins from a seeming common-sense challenge to the classical description of a city, straight out of Jane Jacobs, a concentration of persons that is not economically self-contained, and sets it at the limit of its growth. The world city is economically self-contained. By the story's end, Lafferty's own pessimism is running neck and neck with Schopenhauer's. Lafferty's Catholicism was a topic often referred to by fans and critics. The other writer who sits in my mind as a severely lapsed Catholic is Thomas Dish, and I wonder to what extent that can be read as part of the cultural context that informs both writers. Lafferty's is a story of bookies and talkies and readies, where the world city is a tidy place because it tips and tilts with the tides it floats on, and Willie, whose name game is based on William Morris, goes to explore with Candy Kailash and later Fairhair Farquhar the world city, which is, of course, much too large for them to see more than a fraction of, though what of it that's revealed, with each narrative move, is more and more distressing. In all, The World as Will and Wallpaper offers a grim view of what a world as it approaches its end times requires to be self-sustaining. The World as Will and Wallpaper. A template, a stencil, a plan, corniest, orniest, damsel and man, orderly, emptily, passion and pity, all the world, all the world, all the world city. 13th Street Ballad. There is an old dictionary encyclopedia that defines a city as a concentration of persons that is not economically self-contained. The dictionary encyclopedia being an old one, however, and there is no other kind, is mistaken. The world city is economically self-contained. It was William Morris who read this definition in the old book. William was a bookie, or ready, and he had read parts of several books. But now he had a thought. If all the books are old, then things may no longer be as the books indicate. I will go out and see what things are like today in the city. I will traverse as much of the city as my life allows me. I may even come to the wood beyond the world that my name-game ancestor described. William went to the permit office of the city. Since there was only one city, there might be only one permit office, though it was not large. I want a permit to traverse as much of the city as my life allows me, William told the permit man. I even want a permit to go to the wood beyond the world. Is that possible? The permit man did a little skittish dance around William, like a one-eyed gander around a rattlesnake. The metaphor was an old and honored one of the 54 common metaphors. They both understood it. It didn't have to be voiced. William was the first customer the permit man had had in many days, though, so the visit startled him. Since everything is permitted, you will need no permit, the permit man said. Go, man, go. Why are you here, then? William asked him. If there are no permits, why is there a permit office? This is my niche and my notch, the permit man said. Do away with me and my office, and you begin to do away with the city itself. It is the custom to take a companion when you traverse the city. Outside, William found a companion named Candy Kailash, and they began to traverse the city that was the world. They began, it was no more than coincidence, at a marker set in stone that bore the words, Beginning of Stencil 35,352. The city tipped and tilted a bit, and they were on their way. Now, this is what the city was like. It was named Will of the World City, for it had been constructed by a great and worldwide surge of creative will. Afterward, something had happened to that surge, but it did not matter. The city was already created then. The city was varied, it was joyful, it was free, and it covered the entire world. The mountains and heights had all been removed,
and the city, with its various strips of earth and sweet water and salt water, floated on the ocean on its interlocking floaters. As to money values, everything was free, and everything was free as to personal movement and personal choice. It was not really crowded except in the places where the people wanted it crowded, for people do love to congregate. It was sufficient as to foodstuff and shelter and entertainment. These things have always been free, really. It was their packaging and traffic that cost, and now the packaging and traffic were virtually eliminated. Work is joy, flashed the subliminal signs. Of course it is. It is a joy to stop and turn into an area and work for an hour, even an hour and a half, at some occupation never or seldom attempted before. William and Candy entered an area where persons made cloth out of clamshells, softening them in one solution, then drawing them out to filaments on a machine, then forming, not weaving them, into cloth on still another machine. The cloth was not needed for clothing or for curtains, though sometimes it was used for one or the other. It was for ornamentation. Temperature did not require cloth, the temperature was everywhere equitable, and modesty did not require it, but there was something that still required a little cloth as ornament. William and Candy worked for nearly an hour with other happy people on the project. It is true that their own production was all stamped rejected when they were finished, but that did not mean that it went all the way back to the clamshells, only back to the filament stage. "Honest labor is never lost," William said as solemnly as a one-horned owl with the pip. "I knew you were a reedy, but I didn't know you were a talkie," Candy said. People didn't talk much then. Happy people have no need to talk. And of course honest labor is never lost, and small bits of it are pleasurable. This portion of the city, perhaps all portions of the city, floated on an old ocean itself. It had therefore a slight heave to it all the time. "The city is a tidy place," was an old and honored saying. It referred to the fact that the city moved a little with the tides. It was a sort of joke. The two young persons came 10 blocks. They came a dozen. For much of this traverse, the city had been familiar to William, but not to Candy. They had been going west, and William had always been a westing lad. Candy, however, had always wandered east from her homes, and she was the farthest west that she had ever been when she met William. They came to the 14th Street Water Ballet and watched the swimmers. These swimmers were very good, and great numbers of curiously shaped fish frolicked with them in the green salt-fresh pools. Anyone who wished to could, of course, swim in the water ballet, but most of the swimmers seemed to be regulars. They were part of the landscape, of the waterscape. William and Candy stopped to eat at an algae and plankton quick lunch place on 15th Street. Indeed, Candy worked there for half an hour, pressing the plankton and adding squirts of special protein as the people ordered it. Candy had worked in quick lunch places before. The two of them stopped at the Will of the World exhibit hall on 16th Street. They wrote their names with a stylus in wax when they went in, or rather William wrote the names of both of them, for Candy could not write, and because he bore the mystic name of William, he received a card out of the slot with a genuine Will of the World verse on it. "This city of the world is Will's, of willful folk and nothing daunts it. With daring hearts we hewed the hills to make the world as Willie wants it." Really, had it taken such great will and heart to build the city of the world? It must have, or there would not have been a Will of the World exhibit hall to commend it. There were some folks, however, who said that the building of the World City had been an automatic response. Candy, being illiterate, as the slot knew, received a picture card. They stopped at the Cliff Dweller complex on 17th Street. This part of the city was new to William as well as to Candy. The cliffs and caves were fabricated and not natural cliff dwellings, but they looked very much as old cliff dwellings must have looked. There were little ladders going up from one level to the next. There were people sitting on the little terraces with the small windowed apartments behind them. Due to the circular arrangement of the cliff dwellings, very many of the people were always visible to one another. The central courtyard was like an amphitheater. Young people played stickball and Indian ball in this area. They made music on drums and whistles. There were artificial rattlesnakes in coils, artificial rib-skinny dogs, artificial coyotes, artificial women in the act of grinding corn with hand querns. And also, in little shelters or pavilions, there were real people grinding simulacrum corn on apparatus. Candy Kalosh went into one of the pavilions and ground corn for 15 minutes. She had a healthy love for work. William Morris made corn dogs out of simulacrum corn and seaweeds. It was pleasant there. Sometimes the people sang simulacrum Indian songs. There were patterned blankets, brightly colored, and woven out of bindweed. There were buffoons in masks and buffoon suits who enacted in-jokes and in-situations that were understood by the cliff-dwelling people only, but they could be enjoyed by everyone. All different, every block different, William murmured in rapture. It had come on evening, but evening is a vague thing. It was never very bright in the daytime or very dark at night. The world city hadn't a clear sky, but it had always a sort of diffused light. William and Candy traveled still farther west. "It is wonderful to be a world traveler and to go on forever," William exulted. "The city is so huge that we cannot see it all in our whole lives, and every bit of it is different." "A talkie you are," Candy said. "How ever did I get a talkie? If I were a talkie too, I could tell you something about that every part of it is different bit." "This is the greatest thing about the whole world city," William sang. "To travel the city itself for all our lives, and the climax of it will be to see the wood beyond the world." "But what happens then, Candy? The city goes on forever, covering the whole sphere. It cannot be bounded. What is beyond the wood beyond the world?" "If I were a talkie, I could tell you," Candy said. But the urge to talk was on William Morris. He saw an older and somehow more erect man who wore an armband with the lettering Monitor on it. Of course, only a reedy or bookie like William would have been able to read the word. "My name-game ancestor had to do with the naming as well as the designing of the wood beyond the world," William told the erect and smiling man. "For I also am a William Morris. I am avid to see this ultimate wood. It is as though I have lived for the moment." "If you will it strongly enough, then you may see it, Willie," the man said. "But I am puzzled." William worried out the words, and his brow was furrowed. "What is beyond the wood beyond the world?" "A riddle, but an easy one." The man smiled. "How is it that you are a reedy and do not know such simple things?" "Cannot you give me a clue to the easy riddle?" William begged. "Yes," the man said. "Your name-game ancestor had to do with the designing of one other particular thing besides the wood beyond the world." "Come along, Reedy, come along," Candy said. They went to the West Side Show Square on 18th Street. Neither of them had ever been to such a place, but they had heard rumors of it, for there is nothing at all like the West Side Show Square on 18th Street. There were the great amplifiers with plug-ins everywhere. Not only were the instruments plugged in, but most of the people were themselves plugged in. And the wonderful setting was like the backside of old tenements all together in a rough circuit. There were period fire escapes that may even have been accurate. They looked as though persons might actually climb up and down on them. Indeed, light persons had actually done this in the past, but it was forbidden now, as some of the folks had fallen to death or maiming. But the atmosphere was valid. Listen, there was period washing on period clotheslines. It was flapped by little wind machines, just as though there were a real wind blowing. No wonder they called this the show square. It was a glum slum, a jetto ghetto, authentic past time. The performing people, and all the people on that part of 18th Street seemed to be performing people, were dressed in tight jeans and scalloped or ragged shirts, and even in broken shoes full of holes. It must have been very hot for them, but art is worth it. It was a memento of the time when the weather was not everywhere equitable. There were in-dramas and in-jokes and in-situations acted out. The essence of the little dramas was very intense hatred for a group or class not clearly defined. There were many of those old period enemy groups in the various drama locations of the city. The lights were without pattern, but they were bright.
The music was without tune or melody or song or chord, but it was very loud and very passionate. The shouting that took the place of singing was absolutely livid. Some of the performers fell to the ground and writhed there and foamed at their mouths. It was a thing to be seen and heard, once. William and Candy finally took their leave with bleeding ears and matter-encrusted eyes. They went along to 19th Street, where there was a mingle-mangle. It was now as dark as it ever got in the city, but the mangle was well lighted. Certain persons at the mangle laughingly took hold of William and Candy and married them to each other. They had bride and groom crowns made of paper, and they put them on their heads. Then they wined and dined them, an old phrase. Really, they were given fine cognac made of fish serum and braised meat made of algae, but also mixed with the real chopped flesh of ancients. Then William and Candy padded down in the great pad palace that was next to the mangle. Every night there were great numbers of people along that part of 19th Street, at the mingle-mangle and at the pad palace, and most of these folks were friendly, with their glazed eyes and their dampish grins. 2. Pleasant most special to folks of the club, pleasant for manifold minions and hinds of it, stuff them with plankton and choppings and chub, simple the city and simple the minds of it. 20th Street Ballad. The world's resources are consumed disproportionately by the intelligent classes. Therefore, we will keep our own numbers drastically reduced. The Wanwits have not strong reproductive or consuming urge, so long as they are kept in reasonable comfort and sustenance. They are happy, they are entertained, and when they are convinced that there is no more for them to see, they become the ancients and go willingly to the choppers. But the 2% or so of us superior ones are necessary to run the world. Why then do we keep the others, the simple-minded billions? We keep them for the same reason that our ancestors kept blooms or lands or animals or great houses or trees or artifacts. We keep them because we want to, and because there is no effort involved. But a great effort was made once. There was an incredible surge of will. Mountains were moved and leveled. The sky itself was pulled down, as it were. The will of the world was made manifest. It was a new act of creation. And what is the step following creation when it is discovered that the commonality is not worthy of the city created? When it is discovered also that they are the logical cattle to fill such great pens? The next step is hierarchies. The angels themselves have hierarchies, and we are not less. It is those who are intelligent but not quite intelligent enough to join the club who are imperiled and destroyed as a necessity to the operation of the city. At the summit is always the club. It is the club in the sense of a bludgeon and also of an organization. Will of the World Annals, classified abstract. In the morning, Candy Kalosh wanted to return to her home even though it was nearly 20 blocks to the eastward. William watched her go without sorrow. He would get a Westering girl to go with him on the lifelong exploration of the endlessly varied city. He might get a girl who was a talkie or even a ready or bookie. And he did. She was named Fairhair Farquhar, though she was actually dark of hair and of surface patina. But they started out in the early morning to attain, whether in a day or a lifetime, the wood beyond the world. "But it is not far at all," Fairhair said. She was a talkie. "We can reach it this very evening. We can sleep in the wood in the very night shadow of the famous muggers. Oh, is the morning not wonderful? A blue patch was seen only last week, a real hole in the sky. Maybe we can see another." They did not see another. It is very seldom that a blue or even a starry hole can be seen in the greenhouse glass gray color that is the sky. The will of the world had provided sustenance for everyone, but it was a muggy and sticky world city that provided almost equally warm from pole to pole, cloyingly fertile in both the land strips and the water strips, and now just a little bit queasy. "Run, William, run in the morning," Fairhair cried, and she ran while he shuffled after her.
Fairhair did not suffer morning sickness, but most of the world did. It had not yet been bred out of the races. After all, it was a very tidy world. There was a great membrane or firmament built somewhere below, and old ocean was prisoned between this firmament and the fundamental rock of Gehenna earth. But the ocean monster tossed and pitched and was not entirely tamed. He was still old Leviathan. Along and behind all the streets of the world city were the narrow, their width not 5 times the length of a man, strips of very nervous and incredibly fertile land, of salt water jumping with fish and eels and dark with tortoise and so thick with blue-green plankton that one could almost walk on it, of fresh water teeming with other fish and loggy with snapping turtles and snakes, of other fresh water almost solid with nourishing algae, of mixed water filled with purged shrimp and all old estuary life, land strips again, and strips of rich chemical water where people voided themselves and their used things, and from which so many valuable essences could be extracted, other strips, and then the houses and buildings of another block, for the blocks were not long, kaleidoscope of nervous water and land, everywhere basic and everywhere different, boated with boats on the strange overpass canals, crossed by an infinity of bridges. "And no two alike," William sang, his morning sickness having left him. "Everyone different, everything different in a world that cannot be traversed in a lifetime. We'll not run out of wonders." William, there is something I have been meaning to tell you," Fairhair tried to interpose. "Tell me, Fairhair, what is beyond the wood beyond the world, since the world is a globe without bounds?" "The world beyond the wood is beyond the wood beyond the world," Fairhair said simply. "If you want the wood, you will come to it, but do not be cast down if it falls short for you." "How could it fall short for me? I am a William Morris. My name-game ancestor had to do with the naming as well as the designing of the wood." "Your name-game ancestor had to do with the designing of another thing also," Fairhair said. Why, that was almost the same thing as the Monitor Man had said the day before. What did they mean by it? William and Fairhair came to the great chopper house at 20th Street. The two of them went in and worked for an hour in the chopper house. "You do not understand this, do you, little William?" Fairhair asked. "Oh, I understand enough for me. I understand that it is everywhere different." "Yes, I suppose you understand enough for you," Fairhair said with a touch of near sadness. What they chopped up in the chopper house was the ancients. They went on and on along the strips and streets of the ever-changing city. They came to 21st Street and 22nd and 23rd. Even a righty could not write down all the marbles that were to be found at every street. It is sheer wonder to be a world traveler. There was a carnival at 23rd Street. There were barkies, sharkies, sparkies, darkies, parkies, and markies. The visitors were the markies, but it was not really bad for them. There was the very loud music, even though it was supposed to be period tingle-tangle or rinky-dink. There was a steam calliope with real live steam. There were the hamburger stands with the wonderful smell of a touch of garlic in the open air, no matter that it was ancient chopper meat and crinoid root bun from which the burgers were made. There were games of chance, smooch houses and cooch houses, whirly rides and turning wheels, wino and steino bars and bordellos, and monster and misbegotten displays in clamshell cloth tents. Really, is anyone too old to enjoy a carnival? Then let that one declare himself an ancient and turn himself into a chopper house. But on and on. One does not tarry when there is the whole world city to see, and it not be covered in one lifetime. On 24th, or was it 25th Street, were the flesh pots, and a little beyond them was the cat center. One ate and drank beyond reason in the flesh pots region, and also became enmeshed in the flesh mesh booths, and one catted beyond reason in the honeycomb-like cubicles of the cat center. Fairhair went and worked for an hour at the cat center. She seemed to be known and popular there. But on and on. Everywhere it is different, and everywhere it is better. Along about 27th and 28th Streets were the top of the town and nightlife knoll, Those great cabaret concentrations. It was gin-dizzy here. It was yesterday and tomorrow entangled with its great expectations and its overpowering nostalgia. It was loud as the West Side Show Square. It was as direct as the Mingle Mangle or the Pad Palace. It was as fleshy as the Flesh Pots and more catty than the Cat Center. Oh, it was the jumpingest bunch of places that William had yet seen in the city. Something a little sad there, though. Something of passion and pity that was too empty and too pat. It was as though this were the climax of it all, and one didn't want it to be the climax yet. It was as if the top of the town and nightlife knoll, and not the wood beyond the world, were the central things of the world city. Perhaps William slept there a while in the sadness that follows the surfeit of flesh and appetite. There were other doings and sayings about him, but mostly his eyes were closed and his head was heavy. But then Fairhair had him up again and rushing toward the wood in the still early night. "It is only a block, William, it is only a block," she sang, "and it is the place you have wanted more than any other." The wood began at 29th Street and went on, it was said, for the space of 2 full blocks. But William ran badly, and he even walked badly. He was woozy and confused, not happy, not sad, just full of the great bulk of life in the city. He'd hardly have made it to his high goal that night, except for the help of Fairhair. But she dragged and lifted and carried him along in her fine arms and on her dusky back and shoulders. He toppled off sometimes and cracked his crown, but there was never real damage done. One sometimes enters the wood beyond in a sort of rhythmic dream, grotesque and comic and jolting with the sway of a strong friend and of the tidy world itself, and William came in with his arms around the neck and shoulders of the girl named Fairhair, with his face buried in her hair itself, with his feet touching no ground. But he knew it as soon as they were in the wood. He was afoot again and strong again in the middle of the fabled place itself. He was sober? No, there can be no sobriety in the wood. It has its own intoxication. But it had real grass and weeds, real trees, though most of them were bushes, real beasts as well as artificial, real spruce cones on the turf, real birds, no matter that they were clattering crows, coming in to roost. There was the carven oak figure of old Robin Hood and the tall spar-wood form of the giant lumberjack Paul Bunyan. There was the red Indian named White Deer, who was carved from cedar wood. There was maple syrup dripping from the trees. Is that the way they used to get it? And there was the aroma of slippery elm with the night dampness on it. There were the famous muggers from the mugger decades. They were of papier-mâché, it is true, and yet they were the most fearsome. There were other dangerous beasts in the wood, but none like the muggers, and William and Fairhair lay down and wept in the very night shadow of the famous muggers for the remainder of the enchanted night. 3. Wanderbird, where do you fly? All over the city, all under the sky. Wandering through wonders of strippies and streets, changing and challenging bitters and sweets. Wanderbird, squanderbird, should not have budged. City is sicko, and sky is a smudge. 1st Street Ballad. "Run, William, run in the morning," Fairhair cried, and she ran while William, confused from the night, shuffled after her. "We must leave the wood?" he asked. "Of course you must leave the wood. You want to see the whole world, so you cannot stay in one place. You go on, I go back. No, don't you look back, or you'll be turned into a saltwood tree." "Stay with me, Fairhair." No, you want variety. I have been with you long enough. I have been guide and companion and pony to you. Now we part." Fairhair went back. William was afraid to look after her. He was in the world beyond the wood beyond the world. He noticed, though, that the street was 1st Street, and not 31st Street, as he had expected. It was still wonderful to be a world traveler, of course, but not quite as wonderful as it had been one other time. The number of the streets shouldn't have mattered to him. William had not been on any 1st Street before, or 2nd. But he had been on a 3rd Street before on his farthest trip east. Should he reach it again on his farthest trip west? The world, he knew, being a reedy who had read parts of several books, was larger than that. He could not have gone around it in 30 blocks. Still, he came to 3rd Street in great trepidation. Ah, it was not the same 3rd Street he had once visited before, almost the same, but not exactly. An ounce of reassurance was intruded into the tons of alarm in his heavy head. But he was alive, he was well, he was still traveling west in the boundless city that is everywhere different. "The city is varied and joyful and free," William Morris said boldly, "and it is everywhere different." Then he saw Candy Kalosh, and he literally staggered with the shock, only it did not quite seem to be she. "Is your name Candy Kalosh?" he asked as quakingly as a one-legged kangaroo with the willies. "The last thing I needed was a talkie," she said. "Of course it isn't. My name, which I have from my name-game ancestor, is Candy Calabash, not at all the same." Of course it wasn't the same. Then why had he been so alarmed and disappointed? "Will you travel westward with me, Candy?" he asked. "I suppose so, a little way, if we don't have to talk," she said. So William Morris and Candy Calabash began to traverse the city that was the world. They began, it was no more than coincidence, at a marker set in stone that bore the words, "Beginning of stencil 35,353, and thereat William went into a sort of panic. But why should he? It was not the same stencil number at all. The world city might still be everywhere different. But William began to run erratically. Candy stayed with him. She was not a reedy or a talkie, but she was faithful to a companion for many blocks. The two young persons came 10 blocks. They came a dozen. They arrived at the 14th Street Water Ballet and watched the swimmers. It was almost, but not quite, the same as another 14th Street Water Ballet that William had seen once. They came to the Algae and Plankton Quick Lunch Place on 15th Street, and to the Will of the World Exhibit Hall on 16th Street. Ah, a hopeful eye could still pick out little differences in the huge sameness. The World City had to be everywhere different. They stopped at the Cliff Dweller Complex on 17th Street. There was an artificial antelope there now. William didn't remember it from the other time. There was hope. There was hope. And soon William saw an older and somehow more erect man who wore an armband with the word Monitor on it. He was not the same man, but he had to be a close brother of another man that William had seen 2 days before. "Does it all repeat itself again and again and again?" William asked this man in great anguish. "Are the sections of it the same over and over again?" "Not quite," the man said. "The grease marks on it are sometimes a little different." "My name is William Morris," William began once more bravely. "Oh, sure. A William Morris is the easiest type of all to spot," the man said. "You said—" "No, another man said that my name-game ancestor had to do with designing of another thing besides the wood beyond the world," William stammered. "What was it?" "Wallpaper," the man said. And William fell down in a frothy faint. Oh, Candy didn't leave him there. She was faithful. She took him up on her shoulders and plodded along with him, on past the West Side Show Square on 18th Street, past the Mingle Mangle and the Pad Palace, where she, no, another girl very like her, had turned back before, on and on. "It's the same thing over and over and over again," William whimpered as she toted him along. "Be quiet, Talkie," she said, but she said it with some affection. They came to the great Chopper House on 20th Street. Candy carried William in and dumped him on a block there. "He's become ancient," Candy told an attendant. "Boy, how he's become ancient." It was more than she usually talked. Then, as she was a fair-minded girl, and as she had not worked any stint that day, she turned to and worked an hour in the Chopper House. What they chopped up in the Chopper House was the ancients. Why, there was William's head coming down the line. Candy smiled at it. She chopped it up with loving care, much more care than she usually took. She'd have said something memorable and kind if she'd been a talkie. Funnyfingers. Introduction by Andrew Ferguson. Ask a few readers of Lafferty what they treasure him for, and you'll get a lot of the same answers. He will make you laugh uproariously. He will show you new possibilities inherent in language, not just in English, but many others as well. He will provide you a vantage point on this world, and other worlds to boot, that flips you inside out, inverting everything you thought you knew about the workings of fiction. What they won't mention as often, partly because he doesn't do it that much, and partly because it hurts so much when he does, is that he will break your heart wide open. Funnyfingers is, at its most basic level, a tale of doomed love. It isn't spoiling anything to say that in an introduction either, because, as he often does, Lafferty tells us what's going to happen right from the start. Here it's in an epigram alluding to Orpheus, something you don't do unless a Eurydice is about to be lost. With admirable narrative economy, the main character immediately thereafter poses the central question that will lead to her romantic impasse: who or what am I? And then the reader is given several valid answers. She is a somewhat exasperating and precocious little girl, and she is also a young dactyl, a creature of myth, one of a number who gave humankind ironworking, arithmetic, and the alphabet, and who, in their adult years, remain responsible for manufacturing letters and numbers and pieces for the entire world. The story plays out from there, though the narrative beats and resolution are hardly formulaic. However, Lafferty is as usual concerned with much more than just the central relationship of his unhappy couple. He's exploring humanity's relationship with its stories, as well as his own particular relation as a channel for those myths. While Lafferty's personal relationship experience was limited to what he could glean from others, he nonetheless understood that much of what we love about another is the stories we construct around them, myths that are deeply personal even as they partake of the universal. But when what you love is a story, or you yourself are a story, the deck is stacked against you from the start. As the young lovers in Funnyfingers realize to their dismay, our stories will outlive us, and in particular they will outlive their own tellers. The result is a curious, if typically Laffertian, inversion of the Orpheus legend. It's not the stories who must be left behind to the darkness, but us. When O-Reed Funnyfingers traipses through the mine, assembling iron dogs or iron boys or iron philosophies, it's us she's putting together. And when she disassembles them at the end of the play, it's us she puts back in the spare part bins. And in the end, though we too feel heartbreak at the conclusion of our all-too-brief parts, it is O-Reed and it is Pluto, the stories themselves, who will weep iron tears. Funnyfingers. And Pluto, lord of hell, wept when Orpheus played to him that lovely phrase from Gluck, but these were iron tears. H. Belloc, On Tears of the Great. Who am I? O-Reed Funnyfingers asked her mother one day. And for that matter, what am I? Why, you are our daughter, the mother, Frances Funnyfingers, told her. Or have you been talking to someone? Only to myself and to my uncles in the mountain. Oh. Now, first, dear, I want you to know that we love you very much. There was nothing casual about it. We chose you, and you are to us— Oh, take it easy, Mother. I know that I'm adopted, and I'm sure that you both love me very much. You tell me so often enough, but what am I really? You are a little girl, O-Reed, a somewhat exasperating and precocious little girl. But I don't feel precocious. I feel like a rockhead. How can I be a little bit like Papa and not anything like anyone else at all? What was the connection between myself and Papa? There wasn't any at first, O-Reed. Not like that. We were looking for a child since we could not have one of our own. I fell in love with you at first sight because you reminded me of Henry, and Henry fell in love with you at first sight because you reminded him of Henry.
Henry was always the favorite person of both myself and Henry. That's a joke, dear. But not entirely. My husband is so delightfully boyish and self-centered. Now run out and play. No, I think I'll run in and play. Oh, but it's so dark and dirty and smoky in there. And it's so light and unsmoky everywhere else, Mama, O'Reed said, and she ran inside the mountain to play. Well, the house and the shop of Henry Funnyfingers backed onto the mountain. It was really only a low but steep foothill to the Osage Hills. This was on the northwest fringe of the city. The shop was the typewriter repair shop of Henry, the father of O'Reed. You wouldn't know that from the sign out front, though. The sign said, "Dactylographs repaired here, Henry Funnyfingers." The shop part of the building was half into and under the hill. Behind the shop was a dimly lit parts room that was entirely under the hill, and behind this were other parts rooms, one after the other, rock-walled and dark, rockier and darker as one went on, all deep under the hills, and these continued on and on as tunnel and cavern without apparent end. In these places of total darkness, if only one knew where to reach in which pot, there was to be found every part for every sort of machine in the world, or so Henry Funnyfingers said. O'Reed ran through room after room, through passage after passage in the blackness. She drew parts from the pots and the furnaces as she ran. She put the parts together, and it barked remindfully. "What have I forgotten?" O'Reed asked. "Oh, Rusty, I've given you only one ear. I'm sorry." She took the other ear from the other ear pot as she ran past, and she put it on him. Then she had an iron dog complete. It would run and play and bark after her in the tunnels under the mountain. "O Kelmus, O Ackman, O damn they all three, come out of the mountain and play with me." O'Reed sang that. Sometimes the three mountain uncles were busy. They had to make numbers and letters and pieces for the whole world, and couldn't come to play. But almost always one of them came, and Kelmus came today. Kelmus was the smoky, smelly one, but O'Reed didn't mind that. He was full of stories. He was full of fun. He was full of the hot darkness fire from which anything can be made. It was great fun there through all the afternoon and evening, as they are called out in the light. But then Kelmus had to go back to work. O'Reed and the iron dog Rusty ran back up the passages toward the house. She took the dog apart as they went back and put each piece into its proper pot. Last of all, she put its bark in the bark pot, and she came up through the shop and into the inside of the house for supper. "Oh, O'Reed, how ever do you get so smoky and smelly?" Mother Frances Funnyfingers asked her. "Why don't you play out in the sunshine like other girls do? Why don't you play with other girls and boys?" "I made an iron boy to play with once, Mama," O'Reed said. "You wouldn't believe how he carried on or the things he wanted to do. I had the devil's own time taking him apart again. That's the last boy I ever make, I tell you. They're tricky." "Yes, as I remember it, they are," Frances conceded. "Whatever do you make your stories out of, O'Reed?" "Oh, I make them out of iron," O'Reed told her seriously. "Iron is what everything is made out of first. The pieces are all there in the pots and the furnaces. You just put them together." "Pieces of stories, O'Reed?" "Oh, yes." "Iron stories, girl?" "Oh, yes, iron stories." "You are funny fingers and funny face and funny brains," the mother told her. "I think I'll have you eat your supper off an iron plate with iron spoon and knife." "Oh, may I? I'll go make them," O'Reed cried. "Make me a set while you're at it," Father Henry Funnyfingers said. "No, O'Reed, sit down and eat your supper from what we have, both of you." Frances Funnyfingers loved her husband and her daughter, but sometimes they puzzled her. We cannot honestly say that O'Reed grew up. We can hardly say that she grew older. She finally started school when she was 9 years old, and she looked as though she were 4 or 5. Going to school was only for seemliness anyhow. O'Reed already knew everything. She got on well. She was a peculiar little girl, but she didn't know it.
She gave disconcerting answers in class, but nobody could say that they were wrong answers. What difference does it make which end you start and answer at? She was a strange, smiling little girl, and she was liked by most of her schoolmates. Those who didn't like her feared her, and why should anyone fear so small a creature as O-Reed Funnyfingers? They feared her because she said, "Be good to me, or I'll make an iron wolf to eat you up." She would have done it, and they knew she would have done it. And she always got her homework and got it right. She had, what seemed to her mother, an unscholarly way of doing it, though. She would take her books or her printed assignments. She would walk singing through the shop, through the parts room, through the other parts rooms behind that, and down into the passages in the toes of the hills. "O Kelmness, O Ackman, O damn all three, make ready all pots where the answers may be." O-Reed would sing so. Then she would pick the iron answers out of the answer pots. She'd put them together by subjects. She would stamp them onto her papers, and they would mark all the answers correct in her handwriting. So she would have the catechism, the composition, the questions on the reading, the arithmetic, all perfect. Then she'd drop all the iron answers back into the answer pots where they would melt themselves down to iron slag again. "Don't you think that's cheating?" her mother would ask her. "What if all the other children got their homework that way?" "They couldn't unless they were Funnyfingers," O-Reed said. "The hot iron answers would burn their hands clear off unless they were Funnyfingers. No, it isn't cheating. It's just knowing your subject." "I guess so, then," Mother Frances said. There were so many things she didn't understand about her husband Henry. "He's boyish, like a boy, like an iron boy," she'd say. And about her daughter, "She's like an owl, like a little iron owl." Neither Henry nor O-Reed liked the daylight very much, but they always faced it as bravely as they could. One day O-Reed found her mother in tears, yet there was happy salt in them. "Look," the Mother Frances said. She had a valentine, an iron valentine that Henry had given her. There was an iron heart on it and an iron verse. "When you are dead 500 years, who once were full of life, I'll think of you with salty tears and take another wife." "Oh, it's nice, Mama," O-Reed said. "But of iron?" Frances asked. "Oh, yes, the very first rhymes were made out of iron, you know." "And what of the 500 years?" "I think it's considerate that he would wait 500 years after you die to take another wife." "Yes, I suppose so, O-Reed." But Frances wasn't completely at ease with her family. Henry always made a good living from his typewriter repair shop, or rather he made a good living from his parts stocks in the rooms behind. Other dealers and repairmen, not just of typewriters but of everything, came to him for parts. His prices were reasonable, and there was never a part that he didn't have. A dealer would rattle off the catalog number of something for a tractor or a hay baler or a dishwasher. "Just a minute," Henry Funnyfingers would say, and he would plunge into his mysterious back rooms. He had a comical little song he would croon to himself as he went. "O Kelmness, O Ackman, O damn all three, now this is the number, oh make it for me." And in a second, with the last word of the song just out of his mouth, he'd be back with the required parts still hot in his hand. He never missed. Parts of combines, parts of electric motors, parts for Fords. He could come up with all of them instantly with only a catalog number or the broken piece itself or even a vague description to go on. And he did repair typewriters quicker and better than anyone in town. He wasn't rich, he was fearful of becoming rich, but he did well, and nobody in the Funnyfinger family wanted for anything. When they were in the 6th grade, O-Reed had a boyfriend. He was a Syrian boy named Salim Elia. He was dark and he was handsome. He looked the veriest little bit as though he were made of iron. That was the main reason that O-Reed liked him. And he seemed to suspect entirely too much about the Funnyfingers. She thought that was a reason that she'd better like him. "When you grow up, oh, O-Reed, will you ever grow up? I'm going to marry you," Salim said boldly. "Of course I'll grow up. Doesn't everyone?" O-Reed said. "But you won't be able to marry me." "Why not, little horned owl?" "I don't know.
I just feel that we won't be grown up at the same time."
"Hurry up then, little iron eyes, little basilisk eyes," Selim said. "I will marry you." They got along well. Selim was very protective of little O'Reed. They liked each other. What is wrong with people liking each other? When in the 8th grade, O'Reed made a discovery about Sister Mary Dactyl, the art teacher for all the grades. Sister Mary D seemed to be very young. "But she can't be that young," O'Reed told Selim. "Some of the mythological things she draws, they've been gone a long time. She has to be old to have seen them." "Oh, she draws them from old stories and old descriptions," Selim said. "Or she just draws them out of her imagination." "A couple of them she didn't draw out of her imagination," O'Reed insisted. "She had to have seen them." That, however, wasn't the discovery. Sister was drawing something very rapidly one day, and she forgot that someone with very rapid eyes might be watching her hands. O'Reed saw, and she waited around after class. "You are a Funnyfingers," she said to Sister. "All your fingers are triple-jointed like mine. They can move fast as light like mine. I bet you can pick up iron parts out of the hot pots without getting burned." "Sure I can," said Sister M.D. "But are you a Funnyfingers all the way?" O'Reed asked. "Papa says that in the old language our name Funnyfingers meant both funny fingers and funny toes. Are you?" "Sure I am," said the very young-looking Sister Mary Dactyl. She took off her shoes and stockings. Sisters didn't do that very often in the classroom then. Now, of course, they go everywhere barefooted and in nothing but a transparent short shift, but that wasn't so when O'Reed Funnyfingers was still in the 8th grade. Yes, Sister was a funny toes also. She had the triple-jointed, fast-as-vision toes. She could do more things with her toes than other people could do with their fingers. "Did you have a little hill or mountain when you were young? I mean, when you were a girl?" O'Reed asked her. "Oh, yes, yes. I have it still, an interior mountain." "How old are you, Sister who always looks so young and pretty?" "Very old, O'Reed, very old." "How old?" "Ask me again in 8 years, O'Reed, if you still want to know." "In 8 years?" "Oh, all right, I will." High school went by, 4 years just like a day. Selim had made a big, twisted, hammered iron thing that said, "Selim loves O'Reed." He suspected something very strongly about the iron, but he wasn't a Funnyfingers, so it took him 3 weeks instead of 3 seconds to make the thing. Many other things happened in those 4 years, but they were all happy things, so there is no use mentioning them. When they were in and almost through college, O'Reed still looked like a 9 or 10-year-old, and this was maddening. They were into some very intricate courses. Selim was a veritable genius, and O'Reed always knew in which pots the answers might be found, so the two of them qualified for the profound fields. It is good to have a piece of the deep, raw knowledge as it births. It is good to see the future lifted out of the future pots. "We have come to the point where we must invent a whole new system of concepts and symbols," said the instructor of one powerful course one day. "Little girl, what are you doing in this room?" he added to O'Reed. "This is a college building and a college course." "I know it. We've been through this every day for a year," she said. "We are as much at a crossroads as was mankind when the concept of a crossroads was first invented," the instructor continued. "If that concept, excluding choice pictured graphically with simple diverging lines, had not been invented, mankind would have remained at that situation, unchoosing and merely accepting. There are dozens of cases where mankind has remained in a particular situation for thousands of years for failure to invent a particular concept. I suspect that is the situation here. We have not moved in a certain area because we have not entertained the possibility of movement in that area. A whole new concept is needed, but I cannot even conceive what that concept should be." "Oh, I'll make it for you tonight," O'Reed said. "Has that little girl wandered into the class again today?" the instructor asked with new irritation. "Oh, yes, I remember now. You always come up with some sort of proof that you're an enrolled member of the class and that you're 21 years old. You're not, though. You're just a little girl with little girl brains." "Oh, I know it," O'Reed said sadly.
but I'll still make the thing for you tonight. Make what thing, little girl? The new concept and the symbol set that goes with it. And just what does one make a concept out of? That man asked her with near exasperation. I'll make it mostly out of iron, I think, O'Reed said. I'll use whatever is in the pots, but I guess it will be mostly iron. Oh, God help us, the man cried out. Such a nice expression, O'Reed told him. And somebody had told me that you were an unbeliever. Actually, said the instructor, controlling himself and talking to the rest of the class and not to O'Reed Funnyfingers. Actually, these things often appear simple in retrospect. So may this be, if ever we are able to make it retro. The ABCs, the alphabet isn't very hard, is it? Yes, Mr. Levkovich, I know all about those hard letters after C. A little humor, it is said, is a tedious thing. But the alphabet was a hard thing when mankind stood at the foothills. En doctulos, at the toes of, that's what the original form of the expression was, O'Reed told him. Be quiet, little girl, the instructor muttered darkly. When mankind stood at the foothills of the alphabetical concept and looked up at the mountain, it was hard then. Yes, the first alphabets were all made out of hammered iron, O'Reed told the world, and they were quite hard. The same was the case with simple arithmetic, said the instructor, disregarding O'Reed with a deep sigh. It is easy as we look back on it in its ordered simplicity, but when it was only a crying need and not yet a real concept, then it was hard, very hard. Sure, it was made out of iron, too, O'Reed whispered to Selim. Why does he get so mad when I tell him about things being made out of iron? It's just a weakness of the man, O'Reed, Selim whispered. We'll have to accept it. And so we are probably at an end. The instructor was ending his class for the day. If we cannot come up with a new dimension, with a new symbolism, with a new thought and a new concept, having no idea at all what they should be, then we might as well end this class forever. We might as well, as a matter of likely fact, end the world forever. And on that somber note, I leave you till tomorrow, if there should be a tomorrow. Don't worry, Mr. Zhelezovich, O'Reed said. I'll make it for you tonight. 2. The name doctuloi, fingers, is variously explained from their number being 5 or 10, or because they dwelt at the foot, en doctulois, of Mount Ida. The original number seems to have been 3, i.e. Kelmis the smelter, Damnamenius the hammer, and Ackman the anvil. This number was afterward increased to 5, then to 10, and finally to 100. Harper's Dictionary of Classical Literature and Antiquities. In the forests of Phrygian Ida there lived cunning magicians called the Dactyls. Originally there were 3 of them, Kelmis, Damnamenius, and the powerful Ackman, who in the caves of the mountains was the first to practice the art of Hephaestus, and who knew how to work blue iron, casting it into the burning furnace. Later their number increased. From Phrygia they went to Crete, where they taught the inhabitants the use of iron and how to work metals. To them is also attributed the discovery of arithmetic and the letters of the alphabet. Larousse Encyclopedia of Mythology. It is also said of the Dactyls, the finger folk inside the hills, that they live very long lives and retain their youthful appearance for very many years. Graf Crocker, Merdina. Just after closing time that evening, O'Reed Funnyfingers went by City Museum to see Selim. Selim Elia worked as night watchman there to help pay his way through the university. There really wasn't much to do on the job. He sat at a big administrator's desk and studied all night. Studying all night every night is how he got to be a genius. O'Reed had brought some sandwiches with her. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches made out of iron, Selim joked. No, they're not of iron, O'Reed said solemnly. One would need iron teeth to eat an iron sandwich. Surely a Funnyfingers could manage iron teeth. Oh, our 3rd set comes in iron, but for me that should be many years yet. O'Reed, I want to marry you. Everyone calls you a cradle robber. I know they do, and yet we're almost exactly the same age. There's so many people here, O'Reed said.
terracotta people, marble people, sandstone people, basalt people, raffia people, wooden people, wax people. I will have to find out from my uncles which ones are real. Some of them aren't, you know. Some of them never lived at all. We have one of your friends or uncles here, O'Reed, in wax, over here. I know where. You have all three of my uncles here in wax, O'Reed said. You might not recognize them from the forms of their names on the plaques, though. O Kelmis, O Ackman, O damn ye all three, come out of your cases and play with me. I don't think they'll come out, though, Selim, since they're made out of wax instead of iron. Effigies should always be made out of iron. What do their names mean, O'Reed? O smelter, O anvil, O hammer, all three, come out of your cases and play with me. No, they won't come out. I'd have to be a bee-brain to evoke anything out of wax. O'Reed, I love you very much. No, they won't come out at all. I'll have them come over here themselves some night and make iron effigies of themselves. Then you can get rid of those silly wax ones. Little Iron Ears, I said that I loved you very much. Oh, I heard you. You won't be alarmed when they come out some night to make the effigies. They're kind of funny-looking. So are you, O'Reed. No, I won't be alarmed. Why should a Syrian be alarmed over fabulous people? We're fabulous people ourselves. And if they're your uncles, they cannot be dangerous. Sure they can. I am. You said yourself that I'd set the flaming ducks after you again. I go home now, Selim, to get my homework made, and also to make that concept symbol system for Mr. Zhelezovich, the instructor. It's important, isn't it? I'll go with you, O'Reed. Yes, it's important to Jelly and to the class and the course. It's true that he might as well end the class forever if he doesn't find it. But it isn't true that we might as well end the world if we don't find it. It's not quite that important. Who will watch the museum if you leave? I want very much to make this correctly and understandably for Mr. Zhelezovich. I am a Funnyfinger, and making things for people is the whole business and being of the Funnyfingers. Oh, tell Kelmis to watch the place for me. Will it take long for them and you to make the concept? Oh, watch it for Selim, and watch it real nice. Oh, Kelmis, from rotters and robbers and mice. Sure, he'll watch it for you. Even a waxman Kelmis will be faithful in that. Oh, no, they never take very long to make anything for anybody anymore. Time had slipped by, though not much of it. Selim had a sporty car that he drove like a flaming rocket, and it wasn't very far to the northwest side of town. They were out at the Funnyfingers place now, and into the back rooms that turned into tunnels. They never take very long to make things anymore, O'Reed was continuing. Not since that time, you know, when God got a little bit testy with them on Sinai when there was a little delay. They first made the tablets out of iron entirely, and they wouldn't do. They had to make them out of slate stone with the iron letters inset in it, and the iron had to be that alloy known as command iron. Since then they are all pretty prompt with everyone, and they follow instructions exactly. You never know who it really is who places an order. Kelmis has the original all-iron set. I'll get him to show them to you sometime. Where do you get your stories, O'Reed? I tell my mother that I make them out of iron. And where do you really get them? I make them out of iron. Selim talked easily with the three uncles while they wrought and hammered the white-hot parts that O'Reed was to assemble into a symbol concept. How is it that you work inside a little hill in Oklahoma? He asked them. Shouldn't you be in the forests or hills of Phrygian Ida? How did you come to leave the old country? This is the old country, and we haven't left it, Powerful Ackman said. Everything underground anywhere is part of the old country. All hills and mountains of the world connect down in their roots, in their toes, and they make a single place. We are in Mount Ida. We are in Crete. We are in Oklahoma. It is all one. They made the pieces, and O'Reed, dipping the parts out of the white-hot iron as if it were water, put them together to make the thing. It was a new concept symbol system, and it looked as if it would work. and it looked much more as if it would work the next afternoon. Mr. Zhelezovich, the instructor, was almost out of his mind with it. The graduate students and the regular students, for this was one of those advanced mixed classes, crowded about it and went wild. The implications of the new thing would tumble in their minds for weeks. The class would be a marathon affair going on and on as the wonderful new things were put to work to uncover still more wonderful things. The stars were out when Oreed and Selim left the class, and no one else would leave it at all that night. But these two had something between them, and it might take another new concept to solve it. "Oreed, give me your answer," Selim was saying again. "I want to marry you." "Make a wish on a star, then. On that one where I'm pointing." "Triple-jointed Funnyfingers, who can tell where you're pointing?" "On that male star there between the several eunuch stars." "Yes, I see the one you mean, Oreed. I make a wish. Now, when will you answer me?" "Within a half-hour. I go to question 2 people first." Oreed left there at a run. She went home. She talked to her mother. "Mama, why is my father so boyish? Is he really just a boy?" "Yes, he is, Oreed, just a boy." "After some years, would he be a man, really, and not just a pleasant young kid?" "I think so, Oreed, yes." "Then after some years, you two could have children of your own? Being a Funnyfingers isn't an obstacle?" "I'll never know that, Oreed. When he is grown up, I will be long dead." Oreed ran out of there and ran to the convent that was behind the school she used to attend. She entered and went upstairs and down a hallway. She knew where she was going. One Funnyfingers can always find another one. Besides, the 8 years was up. She opened the door and found Sister Mary Dactyl playing solitaire with iron cards. "How old?" Oreed asked. 358 years, said Sister M.D. without looking up. "Were I not vowed, I would be coming to the family age now." Oreed ran all the way back to where Selim was still waiting in the street under the stars. She was crying. She was bawling. "The answer is no," she blubbered. Selim, under the stars, was as white-faced as it is possible for a Syrian to be, but he must not give up. "Oreed, I love you more than you can know," he said. "Maybe we can make a different answer out of iron," he proposed in desperate jest. "This is the iron answer," she bawled, "and the answer is no." She ran away too fast to follow. Deep under the hills, Oreed was crying. She was weeping big, hot tears. They weren't, however, iron tears that she wept. That part is untrue. The tears were actually of that aromatic flux of salt and rosin that wrought iron workers employ in their process. Thieving Bear Planet. Introduction by Jeff Vandermeer. Anomalies are messy, R.A. Lafferty writes at the beginning of Thieving Bear Planet, and the reader might be forgiven for thinking Lafferty was referring to his own career and body of work. But in fact, he's referring to the alien thieving bears of the title, which follow their own peculiar set of rules. Too often, science fiction gives us humans in uncanny bear suits, so to speak, when it comes to aliens. But Lafferty in this story and several others manages to create deeply strange and original alien encounters that both unsettle the reader and send up traditional science fiction approaches. As ever with Lafferty, too, he manages feats of compression that are beyond most writers. Take the deliberately blithe reference to a directory and delineation of planets, which, in offering an entry on the Thieving Bear Planet, tries from the start to impose a cage of logic on the unknowable with its catalog of the usual planetary attributes, even if it destabilizes its authority in the same instant by including irrational statements from a former explorer of the planet. Or take Lafferty's riotous description of the current expedition's gastronome's delight of a meal, which proves to be a great setup to the stealing of the thieving bears, who are not just robbing the explorers' very stomachs of plain old pork and beans, but a sumptuous feast, that the reader may feel the loss quite viscerally. These are lovely stories within the main story, little whirlpools of magnificent narrative energy. Visceral is a key word when thinking of Lafferty's triumphs, alongside weird. In, again, a condensed tale-like form, Lafferty accomplishes what some space operas take trilogies to get to. A space opera, in its finest form, is just a mimic, a commercial delivery system for some of the strangest moments and situations in science fiction. See early Alastair Reynolds, for example. With Lafferty, the traditional tropes of SF, alien contact, alien invasion, the noble exploration of space, are jewels he likes to put beneath tattered, overturned cups, daring the reader to bet on where in the world the true treasure lies. But beware, when you pin down the location of that treasure, it'll likely change shape, grow legs, and hop off the table. This applies even to the thieving bears of the title, who take on a marvelous initial form, able to fly not so much because of having lightweight bones, but because they're almost like drifting toupees in structure. The mimicry they are capable of seems cute at first, and then horribly brutal as the explorers become caught up in events they cannot control. Yet even then, Lafferty isn't content, restless. It would have been easy enough for him to take the initial setup to a very satisfying conclusion, but instead he roughs up and destabilizes his own story with the second act, which makes the reader question, well, everything. Is all that occurs just a joke by the thieving bears? Is there some other animating impulse at work? How is it that this Jenga-like structure Lafferty creates doesn't fall and crash to the ground? Along with many other complexities, then, Thieving Bear Planet chronicles the impossibility of comprehension of the alien, the war between the logical and illogical in ourselves that spills out into the cosmos beyond, all in the context of the certain knowledge that human beings will never know everything about this world, let alone the next, or the universes we inhabit, and that there is something wonderful about that fact. Not many writers could grapple with such ideas and create a story that's both so creepy and so funny and in the moment, but as in Lafferty's best work in general, the author manages to channel a narrative momentum and a kind of joy in the very act of outrageous and madcap invention that provides unity, depth, and yes, even a kind of beautiful closure. Thieving Bear Planet. Deliver me from carks and cares, deliver me from thieving bears. John Chancel, Logs and Epilogues of Sector 24. A simple explanation was needed for the conditions on Thieving Bear Planet. It was needed because, as the great Reginald Hott had phrased it, anomalies are messy. Every decade or so, somebody with a passion for regularity takes over the administration of the Directory and Delineation of Planets, that massive cataloging operation, and makes a new survey of the anomalies, and there was not any way that such a survey could miss Thieving Bear Planet. It offers no threat to human life or activity, no danger to bodily health, and only slight danger to mental health. The great John Chancel had written about it a century before this. It has almost uniformly ideal climate, though it is not a place to generate sudden wealth. It is serene in environment and in ecological balance, and it is absolutely caressing in its natural beauty. But it does have a strange effect on some of its visitors. It forces them to write things that are untrue, as it is forcing me to do at this moment. That was an odd thing to write in a ship's log. And as one later old hand put it, there is nothing to conquer here. It is a poorly endowed and counterproductive world, and everything goes wrong here. I will say this for it, things go wrong here in the most pleasant way possible, but they do go wrong. Now another expedition consisting of 6 explorers, George Mahoon, he was wrestler big and with a groping, grappling, leverage-seeking wrestler mind. Elton Fadd, he was long on information and short on personal incandescence. Benedict Crix Cranon, buff and charming, and he knew all the jobs of the expedition. Luke Franza, he was a comer, as they said in the department, but wasn't he a little bit over age and grade as a comer now? Selma Last Rose, what can you say after you say that somebody has everything? Gladys Marclair, pleasant, capable, But she wasn't a genius, and genius was really required for an explorer, and Dixie Late Lark, sheer spirit she, had set down on Thieving Bear Planet. These were not the most experienced explorers in the service, but they were among the newest and freshest, and they had already demonstrated that they were top people at clearing up anomalies. "It's a pleasant place, but not good for much," George Mahoon said before they had been there 10 minutes. "Why didn't the earlier explorers simply say that it was only marginally or submarginally productive, indicated by fast scans to be poor in both radioactive and base metals, and also in rare earths and fossil fuels, not recommended for development in the present century when so many better places are available, or some such thing as that? Why did they put so much stuttering gibberish in their reports? I'm going to like it here, though. It's nice for a brief vacation." "Oh, I'm going to like it too," Selma Lastrose spoke in her curious rat-a-tat-tat voice. "There must be a puzzle here, and I like puzzles. And there's a minor mystery in this plane of the old spaceships. I may as well solve that." They had landed in a clear place on the plane of the old spaceships. Here there were remarkable full-scale drawings or schematics of old spaceships, 12 of them in 2/3 of a circle, from the earliest to the latest, going clockwise on the ground. What medium these schematics were done in was not certain, but the lush grass refrained from growing on the lines of them and so marked them off. The drawings showed the circle spheres of the spaceships and their fore and aft bulges. They gave accurate indication of the interior bulkheads. This was really a life-sized museum of ships that lacked only substance and the dimension of height. "I recall 2 passages in the log of the ship's sorcerer about this plain or meadow," Elton Fadd said. "The first of them stated, 'Some of our party believe that the plane of the ships was actually done by the thieving bears in a historical marker sort of response, but I myself do not credit the little beasties with that much intelligence.' And there was a later entry in another hand, 'The thieving bears really did make those schematics in the grass memorials of all the spaceships that had been here, but they didn't do it in any way that we had imagined.' But that latter log entry, like latter entries of several of the explorers, had been written in something other than ink. Well, I'll imagine a few ways that the little buggers could have done it, and I'll test it somehow. I'll ask them how they did it. If the tittering little obscenities have any intelligence at all, I'll find a way to ask them." The tittering little obscenities, the thieving bears, were not much like bears. They were more like large flying squirrels, and they did glide on the winds, apparently for sport. They were more like pack rats, the Neotoma cinerea of Earth, both in appearance and in their thieving ways, but larger. It was old John Chancel who had named the species Ursus furtificus, the thieving bears. All the explorers had their introduction to the thieving of the little animals within 5 minutes of planet landing. The creatures came into the ship itself and got into places that should have been impossible to them. They stole Selma's candy and Dixie's snuff. They stole, by drinking it on the spot, George Mahoon's He-Man scent cinnamon, 13 bottles of it, but they did not drink any of the other scents. They went wild over mustard, emptying whole containers of it and then wheezing in delicious agony from the effect. Elton Fadd tried to drive them away with heavy sticks. They fastened onto the sticks while he swung them and ate them right up to his hands. They were funny, but they could become infuriating. They stole 6 of Dixie Late Lark's French horror story novels. That wouldn't be fatal to her. She had lots of them. "They're going to sample them," Dixie said. She herself looked a little bit like one of those thieving bears. "They'll be the test. If they do read them and appreciate them, it'll prove that they're intelligent creatures and have better reading tastes than my crewmates. That will be a start in analyzing them, something to put into the electronic notebooks." Could the thieving bears talk? That was not determined for sure within the first 10 or even 20 minutes. "Say good morning, Fuzzyhead," Selma rattled at one of the creatures. "Say good morning, Fuzzyhead," it bear-barked back at her. Well, it had the right number of syllables and the right rhythm and stress, and the bear barks did resemble Selma's rattling words, and whenever the bears answered one of the persons, it answered in that person's own timbre. The bears began to imitate the people quickly, and there was never any doubt as to which person was being imitated. The tittering that went with the imitations, though, that could become tiresome after a little while. Tittering little obscenities, yes. Could the thieving bears read? 'Twould be known in a bit, maybe. The bears had gotten into those big lockers that were full of comic books and had stolen big bunches of them. These comic books from the trader planets were now collector's items on old Earth, and they generated quite a profit. The wonderful things should be collector's items everywhere. Some of the big thieving bears were reading those comic books to some of the little thieving bears, reading them in the thieving bear's own barking talk, and some of the little bears would bark their excitement and incredulity at parts of the narration, and would come and look at the pictures and the worded balloons themselves, and then there would be that damned tittering. It was clear that the big bears believed that they were reading, and that the little bears believed they were understanding. But the wording in the comic book balloons was in the no-pigeon dialect of the trader planets, and people from the traders had never been to Thieving Bear Planet. It was almost too much to believe that Sangster's syndrome intuitive translation was being practiced by animals below the level of conceptual thinking. Then some of the little bears were clearly acting out episodes from the comic books, very subtle episodes, according to Benedict Crix-Cranon, who had total knowledge of the content of all the comic books from the lockers. Well, there was no easy explanation for that. The explorers treated themselves to a bonus meal within an hour of their arrival, after things were pretty well settled down. On a new world, they did this only when they had complete confidence that everything was under control. It was a traditional Earth hearty meal, though it was from a packet of such bonus meals that had been packaged on Trader Planet number 4. There were 10-centimeter thick Cape buffalo steaks, mountains of midland mushrooms, Cameroy currants and astrobe apples, Elton eels, Rackworld rye bread, Galaxy brand goat butter, Rain Mountain coffee, Rumboat cordials, and Ganymede cigars. They have an aroma that outlasts the everlasting hills, a testimonial said of those perfectos. Logs of earlier explorers say that there is no real enjoyment in eating on Thieving Bear Planet because of the harassment of the bears, Benny Crix-Cranon gloated. Well, I'm enjoying this meal, another bumper of Rumboat cordial loop, please, and I'd like to see anybody take that enjoyment away from me. And yet the enjoyment and savor of that grand meal began to disappear almost at that moment. How? Oh, it was just that all the items of their enjoyment were being mysteriously stolen away from them. All the rest of Dixie's snuff has been stolen by the bears now, Gladys said. That's too bad. She loves it so much. If all her idiosyncrasies are stolen away, it's as if she is stolen away too. And another 30 or so of Dixie's French horror story novels have been stolen by the bears, Elton Fad grumbled. She's bound to be frustrated by that. We should insist on fair play from the bears. Her gold snuff boxes have been stolen too, Selma Last Rose lamented. How mean of the bears. The snuff boxes were valuable even for the gold. And her hookah pipe is gone, Luke Franza complained. What will the bears steal next? I don't know, George Mahoon wondered. But Dixie Late Lark has herself been stolen now, or at least she's gone. She could not have gone out unrecorded, for the ship is on full security, and yet the ship itself registers that she is no longer on board. She was sitting between you and Selma, was she not, Gladys? She was, yes, just a moment ago, on the chair between the two of us. But there isn't any chair between us now, and there couldn't have been. There isn't any room for one. She must have been sitting on something else. Oh, that damned tittering! I wonder how they stole her and what they did with her. Be rational, Gladys, Luke said. There's no way the little bears could have stolen Dixie Late Lark. Then where did she go, and how? I don't know, Mahoon admitted, and I don't believe that any of us know. All at once it doesn't seem very important. I'm queasy. Yes, and I'm hungry. After a perfect bonus meal, I shouldn't be either. Fortunately, I had plugged myself into the ship's monitor because of early reports of anomalies on Thieving Bear Planet, reports of the well-feeling and the wits of the explorers being stolen away. All right, monitor, what has gone wrong with me? The ship's monitor spilled it all out. It was in coded chatter. But we all understand the coded chatter just like our mother's milk, as Dixie had once said. All of them were completely tuned to the code of their own ship, and each of them put it into words automatically. Essential food value suddenly stolen from your ingested food, the monitor chattered. Pepsin stolen from your stomach.
thaumatite stolen from your thalamus, thyroxine stolen from your pharynx, Cape Buffalo essence stolen from your esophagus and stomach, mushrooms and currants and apples stolen from your lower stomach and small intestine, rum alcohol stolen from your stomach and ileum and bloodstream, and normal blood alcohol and blood sugar stolen as part of the same theft. Slurry of rye bread and butter and coffee stolen from your paunch and antrum stomach. Essence of Elton eels stolen from some saltwater swamp of you. And at the same time, insulin and glucagon are stolen from your pancreas, hepatocytes and bile salts from your bile duct and duodenum, and words, ideas, and inklings have been swiped from several parts of your brain. No wonder you're queasy and hungry at the same time.
Thank you, ship's monitor, George Mahoon said. Well, it seems that I've been infected by some microbe or germ or virus. I'll take a few of the anti-anti pills to quell the infection. Forget the anti-anti pills, George, Elton Fad cried angrily. I think we should take a couple of steel bars and teach the thieving bears a lesson. There are microbes and germs and viruses infecting me too, but they are about half my own size and are known as the thieving bears. Damn those tittering little idiots. They're beginning to intrude too intimately with their thefts and their eatings, but I don't know how they're doing these things so interiorly. Sometimes I wish I'd gone into the family business and never become an explorer at all. Elton Fad's family was in eels. They were big and rich people in eels. A little doll made out of wax and rags, with thorns and pins and needles sticking clear through it, and with its throat cut horribly, came sailing through the air and landed on the table where all the explorers had just finished their fine meal that had lost its power just after passing its climax. The tortured little doll had Dixie Latelark's face on it. Its mouth was wide open, and it was screaming silently and horribly. At least we know that the bears can read and absorb world French, Gladys Marclair laughed. And they all laughed. They couldn't have learned about the poupée fétiche, the fetish dolls, anywhere except from Dixie's French horror stories. Why, it's Stridente Mimi, screaming Mimi herself. That's really Dixie's theme story. Oh, I wish that Dixie would come back so she could see this comical takeoff of herself. Shut your mouth, doll Dixie. Gladys pushed her forefinger against the mouth of the little fetish doll to close it, but the doll bit her finger suddenly, viciously, terribly, and set the blood gushing from it. When Gladys got her finger loose again, the doll opened its mouth wide once more and continued to scream silently and horribly from a now blood-dribbling mouth. It has long been noted that fetish dolls seem to have a life of their own. That little comic interlude cheered them all a bit, and they left the table in a happier state, and they went out from the ship. Oh, the thieving bears wanted to play games, did they? Well, the explorers would beat them at their games, and they would solve all the mysteries about them at the same time. But the explorers had now come to regard the bears as more complex and as more nearly intelligent than they had previously seemed. They were still tittering little stinkers, though. The thieving bears were bigger than police dogs and a little bit smaller than Great Danes. They were toothless and clawless and apparently harmless. How can you worry about such tittering and giggling things? "Quick! Come quick!" Selma Lastrose was calling, in a queer voice on the edge of panic. "Come quick! I've found Dixie!" The thieving bears, however large they seemed, gave the impression of being nearly weightless. They had to be nearly weightless to glide on the wind the way they did. They seemed to be mostly, well, it wasn't hair and it wasn't feathers. They seemed to be mostly made out of a fluffy and deep-piled covering with not much body inside it. "Come, come, somebody come!" Selma was still calling in her rattling voice. "Dixie is dead!" The bears had to be 90% fluffy covering and no more than 10% body. Otherwise, big as they seemed, they couldn't have gotten through some of the holes that they did go through. "Horribly, horribly dead!" Selma was chanting in a little girl sing-song voice. "Horribly, horribly dead! Oh, please, somebody come and help me look at her. I can hardly manage to look at her all by myself." Dead Dixie Latelark was an exact life-sized replica of her own many times transfixed fetish doll. Her throat was just as flamboyantly and terribly cut as the doll's had been.
The same thorns and pins and needles ran through her, but now they were meter-long thorns and 2-meter-long needles, and her mouth was very wide open, as had been that of the doll, and Dixie was likewise screaming horribly and silently. And a tittering, a giggling in the thieving bear's fashion, was coming from her silently screaming mouth, and also from her laid-open throat. How ghastly! The horror was broken a bit, or diverted into a wondering exasperation, by Benny Cricks-Crannon's voice booming, "Here's another one of them! This one's better done! It's good!" Yes, it was another horribly dead Dixie Late Lark, with her throat cut even more savagely, with her poor body transfixed with even longer thorns and needles, with the tittering and giggling from her wide-open and silently screaming mouth even more disconcerting. In all, they found 7 life-sized versions of Dixie Late Lark horribly and ritually murdered. Then all 7 of them jumped up, turned into rather young thieving bears, and ran away tittering, and the very stones of that planet seemed to join in that tittering and giggling. But where was Dixie Late Lark herself? Was that not a pertinent question? More pertinent questions may have been, why did all the explorers stop wondering what had happened to their colleague Dixie Late Lark? And why did they now feel that her disappearance was unimportant? "I have lost my judgment," George Mahoon lamented. "I've still got most of the pieces of things in my mind, but I can no longer put them together. Putting things together is what judgment is. One of you others will have to take over the captaincy of this expedition." "Oh, bother the captaincy!" Gladys Marclair rejected it. "Expeditions would be better without captains anyhow, and you can't lose something that you never had, George. Let's play Ask the Question with this situation, and let's wonder why no bunch coming here has played it before. This is an Earth-sized planet and remarkably monotonous. On its look-alike continents, there are hundreds and thousands of little low plains or meadows comparable to this plain of the old spaceships. Why have all the expeditions to this world, from that of John Chancel to our own, landed here within 1,000 meters of each other? Instructions for exploration landing sites have always been random selection tempered with intelligence, and another instruction has been examine new ground whenever possible. For whose convenience have we all landed in this one place? Oh, your diminished judgment, George. Probably somebody has been eating the hippo out of your hippocampus. I've always believed that the little hype is the center of the judgment as well as of the memory. So now you're not as well hyped as you were. What if hardly any of the area of this planet has been checked out? "Oh, we made 16 scanning circuits of Thieving Bear Planet before we landed," George Mahoon said. 16 circuits will give a very good recorded sample, and some of the previous expeditions made the full 64 scanning circuits, and the full scan doesn't miss much." "Do we believe that the thieving bears are to be found in all parts of this planet, George?" Selma Last Rose asked. "I don't know. Do we believe it, Benny?" "Oh, no. The thieving bears are strictly small species and small area creatures. Their crankinesses as well as their brilliancies indicate that they have far too small a gene pool. They have to stay close together in a small area to keep warm in the special of a species identity survival sense." "As to myself, I've lost more than my judgment," Luke Franza mourned. "I've lost all my ideas, and all that I have left now are notions. Somebody is eating all my ideas right out of my head and leaving only the hulls of them. Did you know that notions are only the shells or hulls of ideas after the meat is eaten out of them?" The bears were toothless, and they were playful. Sometimes they came gliding in on the air, and they might be practically invisible when the light was in their favor. They came gliding in or ambling in, and they tagged the people gently as a breath. But whenever they touched the people, however briefly or lightly, they left what seemed to be very small entering marks, and they also left a redness like the stings of nettles. One of the explorers, no matter which one, they had begun to run together even in their own regard, said that the thieving bears were really a species of giant insects, insects with strange appetites and always hungry. 7 days and nights went by very rapidly. It was a giddy world in this respect, fast spinning. for 7 days and nights on Thieving Bear Planet were equivalent of only about 18 hours on Old Earth or 16 hours on Astrobe. And the fast spin did make a difference on Thieving Bear. It was because of the fast spin that there were no large tree-like plants, not even any very large bushes. There were small bushes, and there was the non-gramineous grass. 2. People without an accompaniment of ghosts are a deprived people. They will descend to almost any depth of oriental cultishness or modish superstition or silliness or astrological depravity to hide the fact that they have lost their ghosts. Ghosts without an accompaniment or neighborness of people are similarly deprived, and they will cast themselves into the most bizarre roles or forms to try to create a company for themselves. Both of these conditions are unhealthy. Terence Tyvesa, Introduction to Ghost Stories of Sector 24. The storminess of Thieving Bear Planet wouldn't have permitted any botanical constructs taller than small bushes, and the fast spin of Thieving Bear compelled certain surface conditions for that world. On most worlds, the hills go up. On Thieving Bear Planet, the hills went down. The upper levels of all the continents of Thieving Bear were flat and lush, and sometimes they were swept by violent winds, and down from them the hills ran to the sheltered plains or meadows or circle valleys, such as was the plain of the old spaceships, and on these lower levels the winds were less violent. 2 of the 7 short nights just past had been electric nights, and the ghosts walked on electric nights. The electric nights were highlighted, literally, by massive thunderstorms and plasmal displays. The odds are that these storms are more violent than the storms where you come from. The lightning piled up on the high places, roaring like Lazarus lions. Then it rolled down the hills like waterfalls and formed hot and spitting pools on the lower plains and meadows. The ghosts were always there, but some of them were ordinarily like empty balloons. On the electric nights, they filled up with lightning and manifested themselves, but others of the ghosts were always low-key, living out their endless nights and days till they would finally fade away after a long era. One of the ghosts was that of John Chancel, one of the earlier visitors to Thieving Bear Planet, usually called the discoverer of Thieving Bear, but now he said that this wasn't true. During the second of the electric nights, Chancel's ghost sat in the cockpit room of the ship with the explorers and lovingly handled the 800 knobs, wheels, levers, push-buttons, keyboards, and voice boxes that commanded the ship. The ships hadn't been so sophisticated in his day. I catch on to all the new and enjoyable advances in ship control quicker than he would, Chancel's ghost spoke softly. Oh, he has the physical brains with him, most of them, but I have the intuition. And we, were never very good on brains anyhow. We had the mystique and the personality, we had the intuition, we guessed a lot and we faked a lot, but we were never a well-linked personality. Just how does one become a ghost? Gladys Marclair asked. Besides dying, I mean, is there any way to bring it about? It happens in many cases long before death. I was his ghost here for 20 years, Earth years, before Chancel died elsewhere. He left my ghost here on his second landing. He came back here for me several times after that, but I wouldn't rejoin him or go away with him. He had become quite cranky in his ways, and I in mine. There would have been everlasting conflict if we had joined. But it was also psychic disaster, more for him than for me, for us to be separated. It's not at all rare for a living person to be separated from his ghost. I see that 2 of you 6 have become separated from your own ghosts, and none of you can guess which 2 of you it is. On Thieving Bear, the conditions seem to be favorable for these split-ups. It leaves a great hunger, yes, a physical hunger, in the ghosts who are left behind. But each planet has its own ghostliness that is different from that of other places. Even old Earth has remnants and tatters of ghostliness, and it isn't a hungry world. As a prophet said, happy the world that has iron meadows and rich essences on which the spirits may feed and then go to sleep. But we spirits are most often sleepless here. What happened to Dixie Latelark? Gladys Marclair asked this pleasant ghost.
Oh, she's a ghost of a different sort. There never was any Dixie Latelark as a person. There were only the 6 of you who arrived here. Dixie was your esprit de groupe, your group effigy, and also a manifestation of your goofiness syndrome. But we made her visible to you for the first time, and you recognized her and accepted her in your unthinking way. This unthinking way has become part of the environment of Thieving Bear Planet. She was the toothsome, imaginative essence of all of you, the capriciousness or coltishness of you, and that made her very appetizing. We love essence. It's so concentrated.
Why did you make her visible? Selma asked.
Because we like to see what we're eating.
Who or what are the thieving bears? Luke Franza asked Chancel's ghost.
Oh, they're a sort of tumbleweed, a sort of nettle. Ghosts use them to get around in some of the time, so I myself am often a thieving bear. It is only on the electric nights that we can inflate ourselves with enough plasm to look like ourselves. We walk here a lot because we are always hungry and restless. Ghosts in places that are richer in organics and metals and minerals stay well fed by a sort of osmosis, so they walk and stir very little. They sleep their decades and centuries away. Notice it sometimes that active ghosts are only to be found in deprived regions. One of my counterparts has hardly stirred in 100 years. I can feel my counterparts, but there's not much of them to feel.
Where do the little thieving bears come from?
From a very early landing, perhaps the earliest, for they were here when I arrived. It was an ill-advised settlement expedition of men, women, and children. Then all died of starvation, not knowing how to turn the lush grass into food. They were the first of the hungry ghosts. It was their crying hunger that has drawn all the ships to land in this one place. Come, let us eat you, is their cry, and it is still a most passionate cry.
You spoke of your counterparts a moment ago, George Mahoon said.
Did John Chancel generate more ghosts than one? Is he himself restless and hungry? Oh, I myself, the central John Chancel, have gone to my glory, but all of us great ones leave multiple ghosts behind us. I, left at least 2 others besides myself. We have a sort of awareness of each other, a loose feeling. He had real greatness, unlikely as it seems, and I didn't. And yet this is the paradox. He saw himself entirely from the outside, and he loved what he saw. I saw us from the inside, and I wasn't impressed. And we were not the first man on as many planets as is claimed for us. We were not the first man here. There were already thieving bears here when we came, ghosts of earlier explorers. But John Chancel had the greatness, and the earlier explorers had it not. So Chancel was credited with many first landings. Good luck to you, ladies and gentlemen, when you lift off in your capsule this electric morning. There are several entries that you must make in your log immediately after liftoff, or you will forget them and never make them at all, and you will have to make these entries in something other than ink.
Why should we lift off in our capsule? Elton Fadd asked. We use the capsule only when the ship is inoperative.
It's inoperative now and forever, the ghost of John Chancel said. Well, it's a good ship, and it eased the hunger of a lot of us. You'd better lift off in the capsule as soon as possible now. We try to play fair, but we'll be feeding on it very soon if it's still here. That John Chancel was a nice fellow, even in his fading ghost form. But a much more violent ghost, right at that electric dawn after the second electric night, was the ghost of Manbreaker Crag. After the second of the electric nights had ended, Manbreaker decided to remain a parent out of sheer stubbornness. They had all been feeling the powerful presence of this Manbreaker Crag for some time. I'm the only one here of any moment or weight, Manbreaker's ghost spoke in a rough sort of roar. I'm not a person to crawl into pieces of nettle or tumbleweed or any weeds except my own mortal weeds. I'm not one to take on the form of a cutie giggling bear or other toy. I am not a ghost, nor any part of a ghost story. Ghost stories are for children and cutie bears. I am a simple dead man who is restless and hungry on this mineral-poor world. On electric nights I go get my own body where I keep it. I enter it and I inflate it with the crackling lightning and the electricity that has gathered here. I'm a hungry dead man with a dead man's temper. Don't mess with me.
"Don't mess with us, fellow," George Mahoon spoke sharply. "Our ship seems to be in a very weakened condition, and we have to be getting out of here quickly. Stay out of the way, grave-rot oaf, and be quiet. Elton, go sharpen this, and then bring it back to me along with a heavy sledgehammer. I think I know how to deal with hungry dead men." George Mahoon handed a thick and heavy hardwood dowel pin to Elton Fadd. It was about the length and heft of a baseball bat. "The other ones, the real ghosts, which is to say the real unreal ones, have their little self-saving fables that they recite when they feed on people and the possessions of people," the hungry, long-dead man, Manbreaker Cragg, roared. The only speaking voice he possessed was this sort of dogged roar. "They say we do not steal important things out of your minds. We steal only funny-shaped, trifling things. Serious people like you are better off without them. Our gain is your gain. That is what they are telling you, but they lie. What we eat out of your minds are the most serious things that your minds are capable of holding. What we steal and eat out of your bodies are the tastiest things in your bodies. We come to table on you, and we feast on you. What we eat out of your ships and your stores are the most nourishing and sophisticated things you have brought. Watto metal, data gelatin, electronic Rita, codified memories and processes. We eat these things because we are hungry, and I eat them more ravenously than do any of the others. I eat the essence of minds and leave gibbering idiocy in its place. I eat the bodies of whole people where they stand." "Is everything possible transferred from the ship to the capsule?" Big George Mahoon asked his party. "It is," several of them answered. "I will eat the essence of your capsule boat just as all of us on Thieving Bear have eaten the essence of your ship," Dead Manbreaker Cragg roared. "Is it sharpened?" Mahoon asked as he took the thick hardwood dowel from the returning Elton Fadd. "It is sharpened," Elton said, "but something has gone wrong with it. It loses weight as I stand here. They feed across short distances." "Scrawny ship captain, I think I'll eat you as you stand there," Dead Manbreaker roared at Captain Mahoon. "You'd make a big bite, but I'll eat you." Big George Mahoon felled bigger Dead Man Manbreaker Cragg with a powerful blow to his dead face. Then he put the point of the sharpened dowel pin. "Yes, Elton, I believe that he ate the heart out of it, but how could it have been prevented?" Mahoon asked, to the region of the heart of Manbreaker, and struck the pin a heavy blow with the big sledgehammer. But the wooden pin or stake came apart into weak splinters and pieces of worm-eaten or zombie-eaten wood. "Ah, well, we'll have to leave him as he is," Mahoon said. "I don't know any other way to kill a man who's already dead." The 6 explorers got into the capsule boat then and lifted off. They looked down on the ship they had left behind them then, and it crumbled down and became a part of its own outline and schematic. It became one more of the token spaceships that formed that part circle that gave the name Plane of the Old Spaceships to that curious sight. Those drawn outlines of the old spaceships, they were the old spaceships. There must have been a lot of good eating in each of them, though. "To the log!" George Mahoon howled. "I feel it all slipping out of my memory so fast. Each one of us take a long log page and write as rapidly as possible. Get it down before we lose it as earlier explorers lost it." "No use lamenting that there is no ink in any stylus or pen or log pencil laid out or still boxed," Selma Lastrose rattled. "No use lamenting that even the electronic ink is eaten out of every recorder and that the remembering jelly is eaten out of every memory pot. The hungers of the thieving bears are unaccountable. All the earlier logs had a few words written in something other than ink. If we all write as fast as we can, we may get more than a few words down. We may even get the explanation down onto the log sheets before it fades completely from our minds." They all opened their veins and wrote on the long log sheets in their own blood. It was sticky going. So many free-flowing things had been eaten out of their blood that it was now viscous and thick. But they made it do. They got the explanation all down, even though, when it was shown to them later, they hardly remembered writing it. A simple explanation had been needed for the conditions on Thieving Bear Planet. It was needed because, as the great Reginald Hott had once phrased it, anomalies are messy. And that simple explanation is herewith given, more or less as it was written in thick blood in the logbook. Days of grass, days of straw.
Introduction by Gary K. Wolfe. Days of Grass, Days of Straw first appeared in New Dimensions 3, the third in a series of rather adventurous anthologies edited by Robert Silverberg throughout the 1970s. Coming close on the heels of science fiction's controversial New Wave, Silverberg's series was clearly out to recognize new voices and new literary approaches to science fiction and fantasy, and Lafferty had stories in each of the first 4 volumes. The volume with Days of Grass, Days of Straw also included 2 stories which would become widely reprinted, Hugo Award-winning classics, Ursula K. Le Guin's The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, and James Tiptree Jr.'s The Girl Who Was Plugged In. Tiptree was, of course, later revealed to be a pseudonym of Alice Sheldon. Each of those would be reprinted dozens of times in the coming decades, but Lafferty's story, despite now being regarded as one of his best and most strikingly visionary by aficionados, was reprinted only in a few of his own collections. It did, however, get translated into Dutch and inspired the 2004 song Dagen van Gras, Dagen van Stro, a literal translation of the title, by the performer Spinvis, Eric de Jong. Spinvis's lyrics have only an elliptical connection with Lafferty's story, but the point is that Lafferty's best stories, even when not widely familiar, manage to find their way into unexpected corners of the culture and leave traces there. The story itself is one that some readers find challenging. Within the first 2 lines, a city street morphs into a road, then a trail, then a mere path, and our protagonist Christopher finds himself in a pre-urban, pre-industrial landscape with features resembling Native American legends and Oklahoma tall tales. Even his own name doesn't ring true, and half-recognized people and places never quite coalesce into a more traditionally realized fantasy landscape. Yet he feels revived and invigorated, as though the world had been pumped full of new juice. Things were mighty odd here, he notices in an observation that may well sound familiar to anyone reading a Lafferty story for the first time. There was just a little bit of something wrong about things. We eventually learn that Christopher hasn't crossed into a fantasy world at all, but rather to a different kind of time, a day of grass, one of the overflowing and special days apart from the regular days, which are called days of straw. Although these special days are days out of count in terms of history and the calendar, they are earned at great cost by prophets and prayer men who wrestle with God to gain them. Called by different names in different cultures, these rich days, full of joy and death, bubbling with ecstasy and blood, may include entire seasons, and although nobody has direct memory of being in them or living in them, we give them pallid names like Indian Summer. Lafferty's stunning vision of a more vital and perhaps more dangerous world just beyond the one we know, but somehow folded into it, is one of his most haunting recurrent themes. Days of Grass, Days of Straw. 1. Fog in the corner and fog in his head, gray day broken and bleeding red. Henry Drumhead, Ballads. Christopher Fox was walking down a city street. No, it was a city road. It was really a city trail or path. He was walking in a fog, but the fog wasn't in the air or the ambient. It was in his head. Things were mighty odd here. There was just a little bit of something wrong about things. Oceans of grass, for one instance. Should a large and busy city, and this was clearly that, have blue-green grass belly-high in its main street? Things hardly remembered, echoes and shadows, or were they the strong sounds and things themselves? Christopher felt as though his eyeballs had been cleaned with a magic cleaner, as though he were blessed with new sensing in ears and nose, as though he went with a restored body and was breathing a new sort of air. It was very pleasant, but it was puzzling. How had the world been pumped full of new juice? Christopher couldn't recall what day it was. He certainly didn't know what hour it was. It was a gray day, but there was no dullness in that gray. It was shimmering pearl gray, of a color bounced back by shimmering water and shimmering air. It was a crimson-edged day, like a gray squirrel shot and bleeding redly from the inside and around the edges. Yes, there was the pleasant touch of death on things, gushing death and gushing life.
Christopher's own name didn't sound right to him. He didn't know what town he was in. Indeed, he'd never before seen a town with all the storefronts flapping in the wind like that. They'd curl and bend, but they wouldn't break. A town made of painted buckskin, and yet it was more real than towns made of stone and concrete. He saw persons he almost knew. He started to speak and only sputtered. Well, he'd get a newspaper then. They sometimes gave information. He reached in his pocket for a coin and discovered that he didn't have regular pockets. He found a little leather pouch stuck in his belt. What's this? What else was stuck in his belt? It was a breech-clout with the ends fore and aft passing under his belt. Instead of pants, he had a pair of leggings and a breech-clout, 3-piece pants. What else? He wore a shirt that seemed to be leather of some sort. He wore soft shoes that were softer than slippers. He was hatless, and his hair came forward over his shoulders in 2 tight, long braids. He had dressed casually before, but he didn't remember ever dressing like this. How were the rest of the people dressed? No two alike, really. No two alike. But he did bring a coin out of that leather pouch that was stuck in his belt. A strange coin. It wasn't metal. It was made of stone and made roughly. On the face of it was the head and 4/4 of a buffalo. On the reverse side was the rump of a buffalo. The words on the obverse of it read, "Worth 1 buffalo," and on the reverse they read, "Maybe a little bit less." "And where do I put a coin in this contraption?" Christopher asked himself angrily and loudly. A hand extended itself, and Christopher put the coin in the hand. The hand belonged to an old, wrinkled brown man, swathed in robes and folds of blackened leather and sitting in the dust. The old man gave Christopher a newspaper, or gave him something anyhow. It was on leather that was almost board stiff. It was illustrated. It was printed in a variety of hands, and here and there it had a little hair growing out of it as though its leather were imperfectly scraped. "Wait, your change," the old brown man said. He gave Christopher 7 small coins. These were neither metal nor stone. They were clay baked in the sun. The obverse of each was the head and fore of a badger, puffed and bristled and hissing in high defense, and the reverse was the reared rump of the same badger in embattled, clawed stance. "Price go down a little, but not a whole badger," the old man said. "Take 3 puffs. It's close as I can get to even change." Wondering at himself, Christopher took 3 strong, rich, smoky puffs from the old pipe of the old man. He felt that he had received full value then. It was about all that he felt satisfied with. But is it wrong to feel unsatisfied, which is unsated? Christopher thought about it. He went over and sat on a bale of rags outside the shop with the sign, "Hot Roast Dog for Sale or Give." The bale of rags seemed somehow lively. It was as if there was no division between the animate and the inanimate this day. He tried to make something out of the strange newspaper or the strange day, or the newly strange man who was apparently himself. The newspaper was interesting. It could be read one way or another, by picture, by stylized pictograph, by various writings and printings. Here were anecdotes, woolly, horny, bottomlessly funny anecdotes, and they were about people that Christopher knew, or almost knew. And all the people passing by, Christopher realized it with a chuckling gasp, were also people that he knew or almost knew. Well, what made them so different then? They looked like familiar people. They smelled like familiar people, which the familiar people erstwhile had not done. They had the familiar name that came almost to the edge of the tongue. "But what town is this? What day is this? What is the context?" Christopher wailed out loud. "Why is everything so strange?" "Kit Fox, you call me?" Strange Buffalo boomed at him. Strange Buffalo was a big and boisterous man, and he had always been a good friend of Christopher. He had. Then why did he look so different? And why was his real name, or his other name, now unremembered? "Will the buffalo go to war, do you think, Kit Fox?" Strange Buffalo asked him. "Do you believe that the 2 great herds of them will go to war? They come near to each other now, and they swear that neither will give way." "No, there will be only the pushing and goring of a few thousand bulls, not much else," Christopher said. "The buffalo simply haven't the basis for a real war." He was surprised at his own knowledge of the subject. But the buffalo have human advisers now, Strange Buffalo said. It began with the betting, of course, but now we can see that there is real cause of conflict on both sides. I dabble in this myself and have some good ideas. We are tying spear shafts to the horns of some of the big bulls and teaching them to use them. And we're setting up big bows and teaching them to bend them with their great strength, but they haven't any accuracy at all. No, I don't believe they were meant to have a real war. It's a wonderful dust they raise, though, when they all come together. It makes you glad to be alive. And the thunder of their millions of hoofs. There was the distant sound of morning thunder. Or is that a thundering in the mountains? Kit Fox, Christopher, was asking. Well, there is quite a clatter in the mountains this morning, Kit, Strange Buffalo was saying in happy admiration. The deep days, the grass days like this one aren't come by easily. It's a wonder the mountains aren't knocked to pieces when the big prophets pray so noisily and wrestle so strong. But as the good skin says, we must work out our salvation in fear and thundering. Is it not in fear and trembling? Christopher asked as he lounged on the lively bale of rags. No, Kit Fox, no, Strange Buffalo pealed at him. That's the kind of thing they say during the straw days. Not here, not now. In the Cahuchi shadow writing it says in fear and chuckling, but the Cahuchi words for thunder and chuckling are almost the same. On some of the Kiowa antelope skin drawings, in scare shaking and in laughter shaking. I like that. I wish I could pray and wrestle as woolly and horny as the big ones do. Then I'd get to be a prophet on the mountain also, and I'd bring in more days of grass. Yes, and days of mesquite also. The mountain is a funny one this morning, Strange Buffalo. It doesn't reach clear down to the ground, Christopher said. There's a great space between, and there are eagles flying underneath it. It'll fall back after a while, Kit Fox, when they have won or lost the wrestling for the day, after they have generated sufficient juice for this day, for I see that they have already won it, and it will be a day of grass. Let's go have a rack of roast dog and a gourd of chalk beer, Strange Buffalo proposed. In a minute, Strange Buffalo. I am in the middle of a puzzle, and I have this fog in my head. What day is this? It's one of the days of grass, Kit Fox. I just told you that. But which one, Strange Buffalo? And what really are days of grass? I believe that it is the second Monday of Indian summer, Kit Fox, Strange Buffalo was saying as he gave the matter his thought and attention. Or it may be the first Monday of Blue Goose Autumn. We're not sure, though, that it is a Monday. It sounds and tastes more like a Thursday or an Alika-day. It sure does, Christopher, Kit Fox, agreed. A laughing, dying man was carried past by 4 hale men. This fortunate one had been smashed by bear or rolled on by horse or gored by buffalo, and the big red blood in him was all running out. "It works!" the happy, dying man cried out. "It works! I got a little too close to him and he ripped me to pieces, but it works! We are really teaching those big bulls to use the spears lashed to their horns. Others will carry on the work and the fun. I bet that I've had it." "A little blood to bless me!" Strange Buffalo cried out, and the dying man splashed him with the rich and rigorous blood. "For me also," Kit Fox begged, and the dying man smeared him with blood on the brow and breast and shoulders and loins. 2 other friends, Conquering Sharpleaf and Adoration on the Mountain, came and were blessed with the blood. Then the man died and was dead. "There is nothing like the fine rich blood to make a grass day sing in your head and in your body," Strange Buffalo exulted. "On the straw days they try to hide the blood or they bleed in a dark corner." What was all this about the grass days and the straw days? There was now a sordid, dull dream quality, a day of straw quality that kept trying to push itself in. For a little while, it begged, to re-establish rigor and rule and reason for just a little while. "Go away," said the day of grass quality. "The wrestle was won this morning, and this is a day out of the count." Kit Fox and Strange Buffalo went in, past the booths and work areas of the coin-makers, past the stands of the eagle-wing bone-whistle makers, and into the shop which had roast dog for sale or give. Strange Buffalo had a shoulder of dog, and Kit Fox had a rack of ribs. There was fried bread also, and hominy and pumpkin. There was chalk beer dipped with gourd dippers out of a huge crock. Thousands of people were there. It was crowded, and it was supposed to be.
The man named Mountain twinkled in the air. Why had they not noticed that about him before? Folks rolled up the walls and tied them. Now the strong smoke and savor could visit all the places, and the folks in every shop could see into every other shop. It was full morning and beginning to get warm. "But I still want to know the date," Kit Fox insisted, not quite converted to the day of grass, not quite clear of the head fog that accompanies the sullen burning of the straw days. "What newspaper is this that doesn't have a date? I want a date." "Look at it. It tells," said Strange Buffalo. "You want a date, honey?" The top of the newspaper writhed in sudden flickering of day fire print. "Phone 582-8316 and I give you a real date." Then the day fire print was gone. "I hope I can remember that number," Kit Fox said anxiously. "Strange Buffalo, where is there a telephone exchange?" "They are the same and single and right outside past the booths," Strange Buffalo said. "You were sitting upon it when I came upon you, and you old strawhead, you thought it was a bale of rags." Kit Fox went outside, past the booths of the stone buffalo coin makers and the clay badger coin makers, past the tents of the porcupine quill dealers, to what he had thought was a bale of rags, a lively bale of rags as he now remembered it. Well, it was an ample lady in her glad rags, and she was the telephone exchange lying there in the grass. "I want to call number 582-8316, Kit Fox said uneasily. "Here are a handful of dice," the glad rags lady told him. "Arrange them here in the short grass and make any number you want." "But proper dice have numbers only to 6, Kit Fox protested, "and some of the numbers are higher." "Those are improper dice. They are crooked dice," the lady said. "They have numbers more than 6 and numbers less than 1. Number out your telephone number in the short grass with them." "Are you sure this is the way to dial a number?" Kit Fox asked. "Sure, I'm not sure," the lady said. "If you know a better way, do it that way. Worth a try, kid, worth a try." Kit Fox numbered out his numbers in the short grass. "Now what do I do?" he asked. "Oh, talk into the telephone here." "That buckskin bag is a telephone?" Try it. Drop a badger coin in and try it." Kit Fox dropped the coin into the telephone. Hello, he said. Hello, the lady answered. "That's my number you called. You want a date, I wait for you a while. Believe me, I get pretty tired of waiting pretty soon." "I don't think this is a telephone exchange at all," Kit Fox grumbled. "How else I can get guys so easy to drop badger coins in a buckskin bag?" the lady said. "Come along, lover man. We will have a grand time this day." The lady was full-bodied and jolly. Kit Fox remembered her from somewhere. "Who are you?" he asked her. "I'm your wife in the straw days," she said, "but this is a grass day. They're harder to find, but they're more fun when you find one. They have something to do with grandfather's brother and that wrestling of his." "Days of grass, days of straw," Kit Fox said as he embraced the lady passionately. "How about a hay day?" "You mean a heyday? Those are special. We hope to make them more often, if only the wrestle is better. They're fuller of juice than the grass days, even. We try to make one now." They made a heyday together with a whole nation of people, and it went on and on. Daytorch, that was the lady in the glad rags, the lady who was Kit Fox's wife during the straw days, bought an eagle-wing bone whistle from a dealer, and she whistled happy, haunting tunes on it. The people followed Kit Fox and Daytorch out of town, out to the oceans of buffalo grass and bluestem grass. They torched everything that was dry and set the blue-black smoke to rolling, but the fundamental earth was too green to burn. All mounted horses and took lances. They went out after buffalo. Word was brought to them that some of the newly armed buffalo bulls wanted to schedule battle with them, and the battle was a good one, with gushing blood and broken open bodies, and many on each side were killed. Strange Buffalo was killed. That big, boisterous man died with a happy whoop. "Strange Buffalo indeed," one of the buffalo bulls said. "He looks like a man to me." When the ground there had become too soggy and mired in blood, they adjourned the battle till the next day of grass, or the one after that.
Bloody battles are fine, but who wants to spend a whole day on one? There are other things. Kit Fox and Daytorch and a number of other folks went to higher ground. There was a roaring river on the higher ground, the biggest river ever and the loudest.
"Oh, be quiet," Daytorch said. "You've got the tune wrong."
The great river ceased to roar. Daytorch whistled the right tune on the eagle-wing bone whistle. Then the river resumed its roaring, but in this right tune now. This mightiest of all rivers was named Cottonwood Creek. Henry Drumhead added his beat to the tune. Then the folks had a rain dance till the sharp rain came down and drenched them through. They had a sun dance then, till the sun dried up the mud and began to burn the hides of the people. They had a cloud dance then. They had an antelope dance till enough antelope came to provide a slaughter and a feast. They had a pit dance, a fire dance, a snake dance, and an ashes dance. The ashes from pecan wood and hickory wood are a better condiment than salt to go with roast antelope. They had a feast dance. Then, after a while, a shakedown dance. They had a thunder dance and a mountain dance. Say, it is spooky to come to the foot of the mountain itself and see the great gap between it and the ground. Rocks and boulders fell off of the bottom of the mountain and killed many of the people below. And from the mountain itself, a broken, bloody, and headless torso fell down to the earth. Helen Hightower, that is to say the glad rag lady Daytorch, set up a rakish screaming, "The head! The head! Somebody forgot the head!" There was a thunderous grumbling, a mountain-shaking irritation, but the bloody head did come down and smash itself like a bursting pumpkin on the earth. "A lot of times they forget to throw the head down if you don't remind them," Daytorch said. The meaning of the fallen torso and head was that there was now one less prophet or wrestler on the mountain, that there was now an opportunity for one more man to ascend to glory and death. Several of the men attempted it by various devices, by piling cairns of stones to climb upon, by leaping into the air to try to grab one of the dangling roots of the mountain, by hurling lances with trailing lianas to fasten quivering in the bottom of the mountain. They played it out in the garish day there where all the colors were so bright that they ached. Many of the men fell to their deaths, but one ascended. There is always one who is able to ascend to the great wrestle when there is an empty place to receive him. And the one who ascended was— No, you'll not have his name from us yet. Something was mighty odd here. There was just a little bit of something right about things. 2. Draftsman, draftsman, what do you draw? Dog days, draggy days, days of straw. Ballads, Henry Drumhead. 3. Indian summer, a period of warm or mild weather late in autumn or in early winter. Webster's Collegiate. So Webster's Collegiate defines it, but Webster's hasn't the humility ever to admit that it doesn't know the meaning of a word or phrase, and it doesn't know the meaning of this one. There are intervals, days, hours, minutes that are not remembered directly by anyone. They do not count in the totality of passing time. It is only by the most sophisticated methods that even the existence of these intervals may be shown. There are whole seasons, in addition to the 4 regular seasons that are supposed to constitute the year. Nobody knows where they fit in, there being no room for them anywhere in the year. Nobody has direct memory of being in them or living in them. Yet somehow they have names that have escaped these obliterations. The name of one of the misfit seasons is Indian summer. "Why can't the Indians have their summer in the summertime like the rest of us?" comes a high voice with a trace of annoyance. Not a high-pitched voice, a high voice. But all that is neither here nor there. It is yonder, and we will come to it. Christopher Fox was walking down a city street. Things were mighty even here, mighty neat. There was just a little bit of something wrong about their rightness. The world was rubbed, scrubbed, and tubbed. It was shaved, paved, and saved. It was neat, sweet, and effete. The latter was possibly what was wrong with it, if anything could be wrong with perfection. The colors were all flat. Flat colors had been deemed best for nerves and such, and the sounds were all muted.
Christopher, for a moment, wished for a color that shrieked and for a sound that blazed. He put the thought resolutely out of his head. After all, he had for wife Helen Hightower, and he suffered much criticism because of her gaudiness and exuberance. Christopher took a paper from the slot on the corner, noted that it was a day in May. He had a queer feeling that he had been uneasy about the date, and yet all that registered with him was that it fell within a familiar month. He entered the North Paragon Breakfast Club. It was there that the symposium would begin. It would last the whole day and into the night, and be held at various sites, on the multiplex subject Spatial and Temporal Underlays to the Integrated World, with insights as to their possible reality and their relationship to the world unconscious and to the therapeutic amnesia, with consideration of the necessity of belief in stratified worlds, and explorations of the orological motif in connection with the apparent occurrence of simultaneous days. It would have been an exciting subject if excitement had not become another of the muted things. Buford Strange was already at the North Paragon, and with him were Adrian Montaigne and Vincent Rue. "I have already ordered for ourselves and for yourself, Christopher," Buford said. "It is sheldrake, and I hope that you like it. They will not prepare it for fewer than 4 persons. We can't go around killing quarter ducks, they say." "That is all right," Christopher said meekly. He glanced at the other 3 nervously. There was surely something familiar about them all. Great Blue Mountain thunder! Why shouldn't there be? He had worked with these men daily for several years. But no, his edgy mind told him that they were familiar in some other and more subtle way. He glanced at the paper which he had taken from the corner slot outside. Something like quick flame ran across the top of it and was gone too quickly to verify. But was it possible that the flame had said, "You want a date, honey? You phone." Of course it was not possible. Clearly at the top of the paper it was printed, "A day in May." Clearly? Was that clear enough for a date? "What date is this?" Christopher asked the 3 of them. "May the 8th, of course," Adrian answered him. "You've got today's journal in your hand, and still you ask?" Well, now it was printed clearly there, May 8th, and there was no nonsense about a day in May. Still less was there anything like, "You want a date, honey?" Some wild-looking children burst into the North Paragon Breakfast Club. "Straw men! Straw men!" they cried at the 4 gentlemen there. "Straw men! Straw men!" The children buffeted the 4 men a bit, did other extravagant things that are since forgotten, and then they went out of the Breakfast Club again, or at least they disappeared. They were no longer there. "Why should they have done that?" Adrian asked, puzzled. "Why should they have called us that and done the other things?" "Why should who have called us what?" Vincent asked, even more puzzled. "I don't know," Adrian said dryly. "It seemed that someone was here and said or did something." "You're witless, Adrian," Vincent chided. "Nobody was here." "Straw man," Christopher Fox said softly. "I remember the word now, and I couldn't remember it before. I woke up this morning trying to remember it. It seemed to be the key to a dream that was slipping away in spite of my trying to hang on to it. I have the key word now, but it fits nothing. The dream is gone forever." "We will come back to this subject later in our discussions," Buford Strange said. "I believe that your word straw man, Christopher, is a part of the underlay, or perhaps of the overlay, that pertains to our world and our study. There is a good chance that certain children, or perhaps dwarfs or gnomes, entered here several moments ago. Did any of you notice them?" "No," said Vincent Rue. "No one entered," said Adrian Montaigne. "No, I didn't see anyone," said Christopher Fox. "Yet I believe that a group did come in," Buford Strange continued suavely. "It was a group unusual enough to be noticed. Then why didn't we notice it? Or why did we forget within a short moment that we had seen it at all? I believe it was because the group was in a different sort of day. I am nearly sure that it is a group that lives in either St. Martin's summer or in the Kingfisher days. Ah, here is the sheldrake ready with all the trimmings. Drool and be happy. We shall never know such moment again." It was a momentous fowl, no question of that. It was good, it was rich, it was overflowing with juice. It was pure of the fowl that are found in the land named St. Succulentus's springtime. What? What? There is a land named that? The four noble men, they were ennobled by the circumstance, fell to eating with what in days of another sort might almost be called gusto. It was a royal bird, and was basted with that concoction of burst fruits and crushed nuts and peppers and ciders and holy oils and reindeer butter that is called— Wait a bit. Do you know that the sheldrake is really a mysterious creature? Buford Strange asked as he ate noisily. Nobody eats such royal fare in quiet. Buford acted as if he knew a secret. It is not a mysterious creature at all, Adrian countered. He knew it was, though. It is only the common European duck. It is not only the common European duck, Buford said strongly. In other days it may be quite uncommon. What are you saying, Buford? Vincent Rue asked him. In what other days? Oh, I believe possibly in what the Dutch call Kranzomer, crane summer. Are we agreed that the other days, the days out of count, are topic rather than temporal? We are not even agreed that there are days out of count, Christopher objected. Drake's teeth, by the way, while rare, are not unknown. Adrian Montaigne popped the statement out of his mouth as if in someone else's voice. He seemed startled at his own words. Drake is really the same word as Drakos, a dragon, Christopher Fox mumbled. I was going to say something else, but it is gone now. Waiter, what is the name of the excellent stuff with which the drake is basted and to which it is wedded? Vincent Rue asked in happy wonder. Dragon's sauce, said the waiter. Well, just what is the mystery, the uncommonness of the sheldrake, Buford? Christopher asked him. I don't seem to remember, that man said. Let us start our discussion with our failure to remember such things. Vincent, did you not have a short paper prepared on amnesia, the holes in the pockets of the seamless garment? I forget. Did I have such a paper prepared? I will look in my own pockets. Meanwhile, back on the mountain, back on the thundering mountain, there were certain daring and comic persons rushing in and out and counting coup on the wrath of God. It is a dangerous game. These were the big prophets who prayed so violently and sweated so bloodily and wrestled so strongly. It was they who fought for the salving or the salvation of the days, in fear and in chuckling, in scare-shaking and in laughter-shaking. The thundering mountain was a funny one this morning. It didn't reach clear to the ground. There was a great space between, and there were eagles flying under it. And the day, was it really the first Monday of Blue Goose Autumn? Was it really a Monday at all? Or was it a Thursday or an Alika day? It was like another morning of not long before. The eagles remember it, the clouds remember it, the mountain wrestlers remember it dimly, though some of the memory has been taken away from them. Remember how it is written on the holy skins, If you have faith, you shall say to the mountain, Remove from here and cast thyself into the sea, and it will do it. Well, on that morning they had tried it. Several of the big prophets and wrestlers tried it, for they did have faith. They groaned with travail and joy, they strove mightily, and they did move the mountain and make it cast itself into the sea. But the thunders made the waters back off. The waters refused to accept or to submerge the mountain. The prayer men and wrestlers had sufficient faith, but the ocean did not. Whoever had the last laugh on that holy morning? The strivers were timeless, of the prime age, but they were often called the grandfather's brothers by the people. They were up there now, the great prophets and prayer men and wrestlers. One of these intrepid men was an Indian, and he was attempting to put the Indian sign on God himself. God, however, was like a mist and would not be signed. "We will wrestle," the Indian said to God in the mist. "We will wrestle to see which of us shall be Lord for this day. I tell you, it is not thick enough if only the regular days flow. I hesitate to instruct you in your own business, and yet someone must instruct you. There must be overflowing and special days apart from the regular days. You have such days, I am sure of that, but you keep them prisoned in a bag. It is necessary now that I wrest one of them from you." They wrestled, inasmuch as a man slick with his own sweat and blood may wrestle with a mist, and it seemed that the Indian won the lordship of a day from God. "It will be a day of grass," the Indian said.
It will be none of your dry and juiceless days." The Indian lay exhausted with his fingers entwined in the one day, and the strength came back to him. "You make a great thing about marking every sparrow's fall," the Indian said then. "See that you forget not to mark this day." The thing that happened then was this. God marked the day for which they had wrestled, but he marked it on a different holy skin in a different place, not on the regular skin that lists the regular days. This act caused the rested day to be one of the days out of count. Prophets, wrestlers, praying men of other sorts were on the mountain also. There were black men who sometimes strove for Kaffir corn days or ivory tree days. There were brown island men who wrestled for sailfish days or wild pig days. There were pinkish Northwood men who walked on pine needles and balsam. There were gnarled men out of the swampy lands. There were town men from the great towns. All of these strove with the Lord in fear and in chuckling. Some of these were beheaded and quartered, and the pieces of them were flung down violently to earth. It is believed that there were certain qualities lacking in these, or that their strength had finally come to an end. But the others, the most of them, won great days from the Lord, hay days, halcyon or kingfisher days, midsummer days, St. Garvas days, Indian summer days. These were all rich days, full of joy and death, bubbling with ecstasy and blood, and yet all were marked on different of the holy skins, and so they became the days out of count. "Days out of the count," Buford Strange was saying. "It's an entrancing idea, and we have almost proved it. Seasons out of the count. It's striking that the word for putting a condiment on should be the same word as a division of the year. Well, the seasons out of the count are all well seasoned and spiced. There are whole multiplex layered eras out of the count. The ice ages are such. I do not say were such, I say are such." "But the ice ages are real, Helen Hightower insisted. Quite a few long hours had passed in the discussions, and now Helen Hightower, the wife of Christopher Fox, was off her work at the telephone exchange and had put on her glad rags and joined the scholars. "Certainly they are real, Helen," Buford Strange said. "If only I were so real. I believe that you remember them or know them more than most of us do. You have a dangerously incomplete amnesia on so many things that I wonder the thunder doesn't come and take you. But in the days and years and centuries and eras of the straight count there are no ice ages." "Well then, how, for instance, would local dwellers account for terminal moraines and glacial till generally?" asked Conquering Sharpleaf, Vincent Rue. They were at the university, in that cozy room in the psychology department where Buford Strange usually held forth, the room that was just below the special effects room of Professor Timacheff. "How did they account for such before the time of modern geology?" Buford asked. "They didn't. There would be a new boulder one morning that had not been there the day before. The sheep herder of the place would say that the moon had drawn it out of the ground, or that it had fallen from the sky." "You're crazy, Buford," Adrian Montaigne said with a certain affection. "Why the ice ages, then? Why should they have happened, even in times out of count? Why should they have left their footprints in the times within the count?" Adrian had very huge and powerful hands. Why had they not noticed this before? "I believe there was a dynasty of great and muscular prophets and ghost wrestlers who wanted to call out the terrible days of Fimble Winter," Buford said in a hushed voice. "I don't know why they wanted such things, or why they sweated blood and wrestled prodigies to obtain them. They were men, but they are remembered as the frost giants." "Oh, my granduncles!" Daytorch, Helen Hightower rather, cried out. "Days of snow, days of ice, millions of them." "You are saying that certain archetypes," Kit Fox began, "shook the pillars of heaven till the snow and ice fell down for a million days out of the count," Buford Strange finished. "Strange Buffalo, Buford, you are crazy." Christopher Fox chided much as Adrian had. Christopher was talking, but the queerly smiling Adrian had now become the presence in the room. Adrian had the curious under-rutile of the skin of one who has sweated blood in prayer and buffoonery and passion. Why had they not noticed that of him before? "I could almost believe that you were one of the great challengers yourself, Strange," Christopher said to Buford, but he was looking at Adrian.
You strike me as with a lance, Kit, Buford said sadly. You uncover my mortification, for I failed. I don't know when it was. It was on a day out of the count. I failed a year ago or 10,000 years ago. I could not make it among the great ones. I was not cast out to my death. I was never in. There was room for me and an opportunity for the ascent, but I failed in nerve. And one who has aspired to be a champion or prophet cannot fall back to be an ordinary man. So I am less than that. I am short of manhood. But sadly, I do remember and live in other sorts of days.
I believe that the aberrant days are simultaneous with the prosaic days, Adrian Montaigne mused.
Adrian was quite a large man. Why had they not noticed that before? No, they are not simultaneous, Buford was correcting him. There are the days out of the count, and there are the days in the count. Those out of count are outside of time, so they cannot be simultaneous with anything. You have to see it that way.
You see it your way, and I'll see it mine.
Adrian was stubborn.
Consider some of the aberrant times or countries. St. Garvas springtime, St. Martin's summer. The saints in these names were mountain prophets and wrestlers, but some of them were not at all saintly in their violence. Midas March. The very rich need their special season also. It is said that in their special month they are superiorly endowed in all ways. Dog days, halcyon days, dragon days, harvest May. What in the world is harvested in May? All Hallows summer, days of ivory, days of horn, Indian summer, Wicklow week, apricot autumn, goose summer, giant stone days, day of the crooked mile, the season called Alcydonia by the Latins. I tell you that all these days are happening at the same time. This man named Adoration on the Mountain, or rather Adrian Montaigne, had a reckless sort of transcendence about him now.
No, they do not all happen at the same time, Strange Buffalo was saying, for the aberrant days of them are not in time. They are places and not times.
Are there no nighttime hours in the times out of time? Vincent Rue asked.
No, not in the same sense. They are in another province entirely, Buford said. There was thunder in the special effects room of Professor Timochev on the floor just above them, cheerful, almost vulgar thunder. Timochev taught some sensational, sense-response, and also melodramatic courses up there, but how did he get such special effects anyhow? They do happen at the same time, Adrian Mountain insisted, and he was laughing like boulders coming together. Quite a few things seemed to be happening to Adrian all at the same time.
They are all happening right now. I am sitting with you here this minute, but I am also on the mountain this minute. The thunder in the room above, it is real thunder, you know, and there is a deeper, more distant, more raffish thunder behind it, which primitives call God's laughter thunder.
This gets out of hand now, Vincent Rue protested.
It is supposed to be a serious symposium on spatial and temporal underlays. Several of you have turned it into a silly place and a silly time. You are taking too anthropomorphic a view of all these things, including God. One does not really wrestle with God in a bush or a mist, or ride in wildly on a pony and count coup on God. Even as an atheist, I find these ideas distasteful.
But we are anthropoi, men, Adrian proclaimed.
What other view than an anthropomorphic view could we take? That we should play the God game, that we should wrestle with a God form and try to wrest lordship of days from him, that we should essay to count coup on God, I, as a theist, do not find at all distasteful. Why, one of them is failing now. It happens so seldom. I wonder if I have a chance.
Adrian, what are you talking about? Vincent demanded.
How could you do it, Adrian, when I could not? Buford Strange asked.
Remember me when you come to your place, Adrian, Daytorch cried. Send me a day. Oh, send me a day fire day.
And me also, Adrian, Kit Fox begged. I would love to do it myself, but it isn't given to everyone.
There was a strong shouting in the room above. There was the concussion of bodies and the roaring of mountain winds.
What in all the crooked days is Professor Timochev doing up there this evening? Vincent Sharpleaf asked angrily. And what things are you doing here, Adrian? You look like a man set afire. Make room for me! Oh, make room for me!
Adrian of the Mountain cried out in a voice that had its own crackling thunder. He was in the very transport of passion, and he glistened red with his own bloody sweat.
One is failing! One is falling! Why doesn't he fall then?"
"Help with it, Kit Fox, and I help also," Daytorch yowled.
"I help,"
Kit Fox yelped. The room shuddered, the building shuddered, the whole afternoon shuddered. There was a rending of boulders, either on the Prophet's Mountain or in the special effects room of Professor Timocheff above them. There was a great breaking and entering, a place turning into a time. There came a roaring like horses in the sky. Then was the multiplex crash, God save his soul, his body is done for, of bloody torso and severed limbs falling into the room from a great height, splintering the table at which the 5 of them sat, breaking the room, splattering them all with blood. But the ceiling above was unbreached and unharmed, and there was no point of entry.
"I am not man enough even to watch it,"
Buford Strange gurgled, and he slumped sideways, unconscious.
"Timocheff, you fool!"
Vincent Rue bawled to the space above them.
"Watch your damn special effects! You're wrecking the place!"
Unquestionably, that Timocheff was good. He used his special effects in classes on phenomenology that he taught up there.
"The head! The head! Don't let them forget the head!"
Daytorch cried in a flaming voice. "I just remember that Timocheff is out of town and is holding no classes today," Kit Fox muttered in vulpine wonder.
"Make room for me! Oh, make room for me!"
Adrian Mountain boomed. Then he was gone from the midst of them. He would be a factor, though, in days to come.
"The head! The head!"
Daytorch flamed and scorched. Christopher and Vincent tried to straighten up the unconscious Buford Strange. They shook him, but he came apart and one arm came off him. He was revealed as a straw man filled with bloody straw and no more. "Why, he's naught but a poorly made scarecrow," Christopher Fox said in wonder. "He was right that one who falls back from it cannot become an ordinary man again. He will be less than man."
"That's funny. He always looked like a man to me," Vincent Rue said.
"The head! The head! You forget the head! Let the head fall down!"
Daytorch cried. And the head fell down. It smashed itself like a bursting pumpkin on the broken floor. 4. Under the town is a woollier town, and the blood splashed up, and the head fell down. Ballads, Henry Drumhead. About the author. R.A. Lafferty began selling fiction regularly in the early 1960s and went full-time as a writer in 1971. His novels include Past Master, 1968, Fourth Mansions, 1969, and the Native American historical Oklahanali, 1972. You can sign up for email updates here. Reader's note: the word here is a hyperlink linking to https://us.millan.com/author-alerts?author name =R.A. Lafferty &author REFID =200083776 &UTM_source =ebook &UTM_medium =AD card &UTM_term =ebook readers &UTM_content =R.A. Lafferty _author alert sign up _MACDOTCOM &UTM_campaign =9781250778680. End of reader's note. Thank you for buying this Tom Doherty Associates ebook. To receive special offers, bonus content, and info on new releases and other great reads, sign up for our newsletters. Reader's note: a button labeled Sign Up is a hyperlink linking to http://us.macmillan.com/newsletters-sign-up &UTM_source =ebook &UTM_medium =AD card
ampersand UTM underscore term equals sign ebook readers ampersand UTM underscore content equals sign R.A. Lafferty underscore newsletter sign up underscore MACDOTCOM ampersand UTM underscore campaign equals sign 9781250778680. End of reader's note. Or visit us online at us.macmillan.com/newsletter signup. Reader's note. This URL is a hyperlink linking to http://us.macmillan.com/newsletter signup $UTM underscore source equals sign ebook ampersand UTM underscore medium equals sign AD card ampersand UTM underscore term equals sign ebook readers ampersand UTM underscore content equals sign R.A. Lafferty underscore newsletter signup underscore MACDOTCOM ampersand UTM underscore campaign equals sign 9781250778680. End of reader's note. For email updates on the author, click here. Reader's note. The word here is a hyperlink linking to https://us.macmillan.com/author alerts author name equals sign R.A. Lafferty ampersand author REFID equals sign 200083776 ampersand UTM underscore source equals sign ebook ampersand UTM underscore medium equals sign AD card ampersand UTM underscore term equals sign ebook readers ampersand UTM underscore content equals sign R.A. Lafferty underscore author alert signup underscore MACDOTCOM ampersand UTM underscore campaign equals sign 9781250778680. End of reader's note. Tor.com. Science fiction, fantasy, the universe, and related subjects. More than just a publisher's website, Tor.com is a venue for original fiction, comics, and discussion of the entire field of SF and fantasy in all media and from all sources. Visit our site today and join the conversation yourself. Copyright Acknowledgments. 7-Day Terror by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in If, March 1962. Slow Tuesday Night by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Galaxy Magazine, April 1965. In Our Block by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in If, July 1965. 900 Grandmothers by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in If, February 1966. Narrow Valley by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, September 1966. The Primary Education of the Cameroy by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Galaxy Magazine, December 1966. Thus We Frustrate Charlemagne by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Galaxy Magazine, February 1967. Land of the Great Horses by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Dangerous Visions, Harlan Ellison, editor. Cliffs That Laughed by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locust Science Fiction Foundation, first published in the Magazine of Horror, March 1969.
Ride a Tin Can by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in If, April 1970. Continued on Next Rock by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Orbit 7, Damon Knight, editor. Old Foot Forgot by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Orbit 7, Damon Knight, editor. Interurban Queen by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Orbit 8, Damon Knight, editor. Nor Limestone Islands by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Universe 1, Terry Carr, editor. Sky by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in New Dimensions 1, Robert Silverberg, editor. Boomer Flats by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in If, July-August 1971. Urima's Dam by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in New Dimensions 2, Robert Silverberg, editor. The World as Will and Wallpaper by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Future City, Roger Elwood, editor. Days of Grass, Days of Straw by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in New Dimensions 3, Robert Silverberg, editor. Funnyfingers by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Funnyfingers and Cabrito. Selenium Ghosts of the 1870s by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Universe 8, Terry Carr, editor. Thieving Bear Planet by R.A. Lafferty, copyright the Locus Science Fiction Foundation, first published in Universe 12, Terry Carr, editor. End of The Best of R.A. Lafferty, edited by Jonathan Strahan, JONATHAN Read by Mark Ashby in the studios of Potomac Talking Books Incorporated for the Library of Congress, August 2021. Published by Tor Essentials, Tom Doherty Associates, 120 Broadway, New York, New York, 10271. www.tor-forge.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.